Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem. Chapter 156 to 160. Chapter 156, The Queen's Demand. It was difficult to tell in the precise moment where things had gone wrong. One moment he had been poised to kill assassin. He'd never killed a child before and he didn't put much consideration into the act. And in the next moment his entire right side felt as though it had been constricted in a vice and he found himself blurring through the air, his feet leaving the ground so swiftly that he didn't have time orientate himself. The only warning he had received prior to the sudden loss of balance was a noise akin to the screams of a wild animal. Then he was struck by something with quite a bit of force that the strength in his body was blown out of him. It took everything he had to keep hold of Galvatine, and even that proved a challenge when he felt his body collide with something not once but thrice. Very swiftly and very forcefully, a crunch signaled each of the landings, and whomever or whatever had tackled him ensured that he was taking the brunt of them each time. The world turned into a blur around him as he moved, a feeling of weightlessness clinging to him as the howl continued to sound in his ears. When he was finally able to twist his head in the direction of the attack, he was rewarded by being punched in the face. Ash's vision whited out and his head snapped downwards, smashing into the snow as he landed one final time, the back of his head driven down into the thick layer of frozen ground as the blows continued to rain atop his body. His eyes could barely make out the shape on top of him, strips of black with pale indigo atop whatever shape, it looked humanoid, was striking him. The blows smashed into his body with almost savage determination, each one more than strong enough to keep him incapacitated in his current state. Not that he was going to let his go on for long. As the next blow struck him in the center of his chest, his left hand swung upwards with his palm open. The flames built up in his hand so suddenly that it should have at least encouraged his attacker to back away. Instead, with speed he hadn't expected, they twisted their body at the last moment and the flames blasted straight past their body without even touching them. Which left his left arm pointed to the sky and very clearly exposed. Something his attacker took full advantage of. A strong grip found itself around his wrist and then twisted with enough force that his armor cried out in protest. His joint came very close to breaking with that single movement. His teeth ground against one another as his arm locked up and would move no further, applying his own strength to try and combat whomever. An armored boot, or perhaps some manner of cloven hoof, was driven down into the front of his helmet and buried him further into the snow. The blow dazed him long enough to distract him from keeping his arm secure, which proved to cost him quite severely. The joint twisted right the way around, the arm rotating much further than it should have, with a crunch of bone signifying the obliteration of his elbow. If that had not been enough for whomever was attacking him, then bent the arm in the wrong direction. Even his muted senses of pain alerted him to what was very clearly a bad thing, judging from the pained flare that shot through his body. The sword in his right hand was charged with power. He could feel the heat radiate off the weapon. A split second before it exploded at point-blank range, the pressure holding him vanished and he was let free. The explosion of chaos fire washed over his body and liquefied the ground around him. Before the wall of flames had even cleared, he was scrambling to his feet, dragging himself up and whirling around to try and find his attacker, briefly sparing his left arm a glance and cringing behind his helmet at the new look that had been forcefully applied onto it. Something like this would take a little bit of time to fix, and he doubted he even at that much. The flames parted as a brilliant spear of glowing purple light shot towards him. Galvatine blurred as it swung upwards, trailing billowing flames in its wake as it struck the arrow and promptly exploded, showering his body in matching flames to the arrow and with enough force behind the attack to send him a step backwards. His vision was still dazed and his eyes recovering from the repeated flashes of light in his face. As it cleared, he bit back a curse and widened his orbs at the shape that came charging out of the inferno. It was coated in thick black fur. Violet-colored patterns covered the front of its body, glowing brightly as if to offset its midnight hair. A pair of obsidian-colored tusks jutted from the lower jaw of the long snout. Twin green eyes glared hatefully at him as the solid mass charged him at incredible speeds. He swung back down, slamming his great sword into the horns and immediately finding himself being carried with the charge, his armored boots failing to find purchase as he was dragged along with the momentum, carving thick trails through the snow in his wake. The sword being the only thing that kept the beast from running him down, and clearly it knew it as well, swinging its head upwards and knocking the sword to the sky, then shooting forwards in a short burst of speed and hammering into his gut like a battering ram. Ash was shunted off his feet almost immediately, the energy blown from his body as he rocketed away from the tusked monster. The attack did not stop, the body of the beast peeled away as though turning to dust, revealing a humanoid figure shorter than him. Long hair, a mixture of platinum silver and pale indigo, flowed freely in a mess. Atop it sat two triangular-shaped protrusions that could be easily identified as the ears of some manner of cat. The arms and legs were coated in the same thick black fur as the beast. Sharp claws jutted from the tips of the fingers like daggers. Bare skin could be seen around the thighs, abdomen, upper arms and face. A thick band of fur went across the upper chest, a strip of white cloth just beneath it. On the right shoulder, perhaps the second most pressing thing about the individual, was the head of the beast mounted like some manner of pauldron. Though what stopped Ash dead in his tracks was the face, the hateful snarl upon it was a far cry from the woman he had met in the Singularity upon the ocean. Though their faces matched, he could not imagine the two of them being the same person, unless. His mind quickly darted to the memories of the alternated Jean and how different she was, though he'd only ever seen her from a distance. The implications were beaten out of him, quite literally, as the woman threw herself forwards with a burst of speed that was even faster than that of the horned creature. Her arms spread wide and her fingers cocked backwards as though preparing to be shot down like stakes. He was in no position to defend himself as the woman slammed into his gut like a warhammer, propelling the two of them through the air. Ash felt the back of his body meet resistance for all of a second, then whatever was behind him gave way with a sound of shattering wood and splintering glass. His body angled downwards as the woman drove him into the floorboards of the house they had crashed into. Him lying down lasted all of a second as she quickly shot to her feet and swung her arms forwards, snagging them around his shoulders and pulling him upwards. With a howl she tossed him up, sending him flying through the ceiling and onto the next floor. And then through the roof of the house itself, spinning through the air as he found himself experiencing a complete lack of perception as to where he was. Everything was moving much too quickly, and in one moment he found himself staring up at the pure white of the sky and the next was spent staring at the horizon of the reality marble, before he finally found himself staring down at the metropolis beneath him. Then Atalanta's face filled his vision, her murderous expression hadn't dimmed in the least as she caught up with him. A pair of wings protruding from her back informed him of how she accomplished this, and clamped a hand around his head while the other grabbed his right arm by the wrist and held it in place. He wasn't sure how strong she was, but it was certainly stronger than him, feeling the momentum of his body slow to a crawl as the pair reached the apex of their climb. In the next moment, he found himself being twisted around, then the pair of them accelerated. Though he couldn't see on account of the hand in his face, Ash had a very good idea of what had happened, judging by the jolt of force that ran through him in the split second before he felt gravity carry him downwards. The wind screamed around him as he fell through the sky, counting the seconds in his head. On second number 3, he struck the ground. A crack of thunder filled his ears as his body cried out in pain and then went numb, locking up around him as he felt as though his back had been crushed by a demon hammer, unable to move on account of the weight sitting on his chest, that was rapidly tightening its grip around his head and arm. His left limb was functionally useless. Even with his lack of effective pain receptors he could tell that he wasn't going to be moving it. RRRRHHHAAA. Atalanta let out a guttural roar as she pulled his right arm up and then slammed it back down into the ground. Then did so again and again, each time with more force, and each time he felt his hand loosen its grip more and more. The arm clenched around his helmet loosened, granting him a reprieve that lasted all of a second. Then it shot down and found a new home around his throat, tightening its grip until he could hear the armor creaking under the strength of the servant. She was clearly trying to choke him out, and it might well work, if she crushed his throat entirely. At the very least, it would seriously hamper his ability to fight. It granted him vision to stare up at the face of the woman. In the back of his mind he could still not quite put two and two together as to how they might well be the same person. The glowing green eyes of hers narrowed as her grip tightened, briefly darting towards his sword and then pulling her arm back one final time before driving it down into the ground. His hand let out, the sword flew from his grasp and rolled across the flooring. He could barely make out their surroundings. The dim lighting and the singular bright hole in the sky quickly informed him they had crashed through the ceiling and into the home of some poor wretch. Not that it seemed Atalanta cared in the least. In truth he didn't find it the most pressing of concerns either. With all the strength he could muster, Ash forced power into his right arm and gradually started to lift it off the ground. Though Atalanta fought him for every inch of ground he claimed, the exertion starting to show itself on her face. The tightening of her brows and the flaring of her nostrils told him this much. Then her teeth were bared as she applied more pressure to his throat, likely hoping to kill him quickly. It was working too. A snarl burst from his lips as he dragged his right leg upwards. It wasn't by much but just enough to wedge his knee underneath the woman as she mounted him, pushing upwards and slowly prying her away from his body, or at the very least giving him some, quite literal, breathing room to actually achieve something. Pain flared through his neck, a grinding sound caught his ears as she curled her fingers and moved to try and tear his throat out with her claws. His head jerked forwards, slamming the ridge of his arrow-shaped helm directly into her face as she leaned towards him. Her head snapped backwards, a hiss came free of her as her attention was briefly torn off of him. The grip on his right arm weakened just enough. With a soundless cry he slung his arm upwards and caught her in the cheek with a clumsy punch, not enough to throw her off him, but more than enough to jolt her away. His right hand fell onto the limb clasped around his throat, grabbing and twisting. Her eyes whirled back onto him and glowed menacingly, a split lip now gracing her features as she hovered over him. The heat around his hand burned, the eyes widened for half a second before they narrowed, her left arm cocked itself backwards before being driven down. Barely able to turn his head at the last possible second, Ash heard the sound of splintering wood as the arm of the woman drove itself to the wrist into the floor next to his head. His right arm turned, forcing it up and driving his elbow into her face. Though it wasn't a case of striking her as much as it was just grinding away at her features with his armored joint. Her head gradually turned away from him, pulling her left arm from the ground and grabbing hold of the limb to pry it off her, though he held firm to avoid letting her remove it. The pressure on his throat had long since been let up, but he wasn't about to let her resume strangling him. His right hand flares with fire, she releases his throat a second later and kicks off his chest, forcing herself into the air and gaining some distance in the split second before the pyromancy went off, though her right arm was now smoking around the fur. Her lips pulled into a ferocious scowl as she dropped back down to the ground. Ash was instantly to his feet, his right hand flexing outwards as he called upon the flames. He didn't have enough time to go for his bottomless box, and getting caught in a close fight with her was not something he wished to experience a second time. Which left him with using his knowledge to call upon a weapon he could access readily. Brilliant orange flames jetted out from his hand before they stopped, his fingers curled around as though the fire that now emerged from his grasp was as solid as steel. The flames curved upwards, forming a minute crescent shape. His movements lacked finesse, he just pointed the newly made sword straight towards the woman. Watching as she glared at him, he figured she couldn't see his eyes, so chanced a brief glance at his left arm and grimaced at its state before darting his attention back to her. The brief lull in the fight would grant him something. "Atalanta," he spoke out, his voice little more than a croak but still loud enough to be heard without problems. The ears atop her head twitched ever so slightly as he spoke the name. Her eyes narrowed and she drew herself tighter, though didn't immediately charge, something he was profusely grateful for. "This aggression counters your previous goodwill. Speak no more, monster." She growled at him, halting whatever else he had to say. "Whatever interaction you might have had with the naive fool that is my other self, I have never once spoken with you." Her hands flexed, drawing attention to the claws, some of which were now slick with blood. His blood. "And I have no interest in speaking with a killer of children." Children. Was she so stupid that she could not see what the girl was? A child. Ash did not hide the revulsion in his tone of voice. "That girl is no mere child. I know nothing of her type, but I knew the signs of undead more clearly than any other." Drawing himself up, he stood up straight, trying to appear more confident than he actually felt. Delaying Atalanta until someone could get here might well prove his best bet for survival. That, and he wished to understand her reasons for this, even if they had never once met before. Something flashed in her eyes for a brief second before it vanished. Ash felt himself go cold. "You know what she is." There was no accusation in his words, only a statement of fact. Of course she knew what the girl was, she had come to her aid. There was no way you could linger around something of that nature and fail to understand what she was. That her body was similar to a child meant nothing to him, her true nature was identical to his own. One body, numerous souls. How many resided within her wasn't known to him, but it was well within the hundreds. Atalanta's glare hardened. I know she's a child who deserves love. Ash blinks behind his helmet. That wasn't the answer he was expecting to receive in the least. She deserves love. What has receiving love got to do with anything regarding her condition? You'd go that far for a simple undead girl. He blurts out before he can help it. Though his helmet hides his expression, his tone of surprise is relayed easily enough. He just doesn't understand where this came from. She's doing this out of love. The girl is just undead. It's baffling to him that someone would even go to such lengths. He freezes, his gaze narrows as something bubbles up inside his chest. Wait, you do all this, for the undead girl. He wants to be mistaken in all of this, but he cannot help but feel as though something is missing here. What possible reason would there be for dooming the entire human era, unless she was ignorant? Are you balancing her undead existence against the entire course of human history? He's shocked beyond words. He does not wish to be proven correct, but at this rate he is finding it very difficult to believe anything else. Something else worms into his heart, a seed of doubt. The Atalanta he met in Okeanos was one of determination. She sided against her own comrades because she did not believe theirs was a dutiful calling. His posture loosens, he straightens himself out. Atalanta stares at him in surprise for a moment, but does not ease up. What is so wrong with human history that would consider the life of some undead girl to be more valuable than it? He would not have asked before, but there is something wrong here. Something so very wrong. Atalanta's eyes narrow dangerously, her body hunched forwards as though she's preparing to pounce. The air shifted. Ash felt as though he might well have said the wrong thing. Some girl. She parroted his words back to him with a dangerous edge in her voice. She's not just some girl, she's a child who was denied everything she deserved in life. She's finally gotten it all back. Her lips part, revealing her fangs, and I will not let you steal that away from her. She kicked off the ground, backwards. Her arm flashed out and a black bow formed in her grasp. Ash widened his eyes as he threw himself to the side. A second later an arrow tore through the wall behind him. He crashed into a roll and already charged forwards, bursting the side of the house in front of him and into the neighboring home, giving little care for the debris that showered his body. The burning sword flashed out of existence as he quickly grabbed his left arm. With a grunt he twisted it back around and pulled it forwards, snapping it back into the position it was supposed to be in. Though the limb was still useless, at least now it was facing the right direction. Turning back around, he pulled his right arm backwards and felt the heat of the pyromancy charge up in his hand. The wall in front of him exploded, and within the same instance, the arrow that ripped straight through the brick and wood, without slowing down, slammed directly into his chest and carried him with it on its journey back into the world. Crashes sounded all around him as the pressure on his chest fell away a second later and he felt his body slam into the ground, this time far lighter than before on account of the snow catching his descent. He pulled himself upwards, his hand forming the burning sword again and raising it upwards. Atalanta's axe kick slammed into the weapon and he felt himself forced down to his knees a second later. With only one arm to hold her back, he felt the limb tremble with the force she exuded before he snarled and pushed backwards. She effortlessly flipped back through the air with the bow still in hand, knocking 3 arrows without issue and pulling the bow taut. The sword melted into his hand and he swung his arm forwards at the same time she loosened. The black orb of burning flame rocketed through the sky directly into the arrows, exploding upon contact with the first. The second burst through the flames and struck his side. Ash grunted at the protests of his armor as he felt his body twist with the impact. The arrow glanced off the rolled titanite and struck the ground behind him with a thunderous boom. The third struck his left shoulder and embedded itself in the space between his armor plates. Force pushed him a step backwards as the sword reformed in his hand. He leaned forwards, letting his body fall with the momentum before kicking off the ground and hurling himself through the remnants of the burning cloud, eyes darting about before they locked onto the form of the archer. Twisting himself, he jumped forwards and into a roll, throwing off her aim as she lined up a fourth shot at him. As he rolled back upwards, he reversed the grip on his sword and swung towards her. The burning blade screeched as it tore through the snow and directly towards the archer. Atalanta threw her bow arm forwards, blocking the attack with the bow itself and halting it in its tracks. She pivoted her body and performed a corkscrew, forcing the fire sword into the snow while she swung her leg around and hammered her shin into the back of his head. driving his faceplate into the ground. He was rolling before she could spin around, moving whichever way he could to avoid her counterattack. Managing to return to his feet swiftly enough to avoid her claws swiping at the front of his chest, her nails barely touching the surface of the titanite breastplate with a screeching sound. He took a half step forwards, thrusting the sword at her and forcing her to turn her body to avoid the blow. He swung her leg upwards and drove it into the underside of his arm, sending the arm high. As the foot came back down, she coiled her body, drawing her left arm backwards and clenching her hand into a fist, then swung it forwards with the entire weight of her body behind it, crashing her knuckles into his gut. He braced himself as well as he could, but he still folded with the blow, letting out a gasping noise. The sword melted back into his palm. He aimed the hand towards the snow and unleashed an explosion at point-blank range. He had the magic resistance to defend himself from the blow. Judging by the primal scream of rage and pain that came from Atalanta, she did not. He raised his head up to see her jumping backwards, embers littering the black patches of fur on her body, and her eyes narrowed at him. Moving back to her hand, back to her bow with another set of arrows held in her fingers. Ash knew well enough he couldn't let that happen. He hurled his hand upwards and threw a glowing orb of fire into the air. The burning sphere hovered like a miniature sun before it let out a low hum. An orb detached from the larger body and shot towards the woman like an arrow, streaking through the sky and forcing her to dodge to the side in order to avoid being hit. The larger sphere continued to spit projectiles at her, keeping her moving while he gave chase. Drawing his arm back, he hurled the latest ball of black flames towards the bestial woman. Atalanta rolled her body through the air, the fireball passing just over the top of her body. As she spun back around, Ash widened his eyes behind his helmet as he noticed the fact she had drawn the bow back once more. The arrow knocked in the string, glittering with sparks of purple light. With a snarl, she loosened the projectile at him. The fact the recoil sent her flying in the opposite direction to the arrow the second it flew from the boy was cause for concern. He turned his body as best he could, then released a grunt as the arrow struck him regardless, hitting his right side around his ribs, and sending his body into a spin as his legs came off the ground, soon finding himself on his back. It was then that shouts of alarm followed by the clashing of steel and a whoosh of an inferno reached his ears. Turning his head ever so slightly and seeing that he alone had not been caught by surprise. It also explained why no one had come to his aid during the fight. He watched as Quellen unleashed another jet of fire in the direction of the assassin who was running rings around him. The knight with the glowing red visor was a different story, being forced onto the back foot by Percival, who continued his assault without stopping once. Though he had other concerns, turning his head back towards the direction of Atalanta and watching for any sign of movement. The arrow had knocked her back into the building, a cloud of dust shielding her from his view. His eyes narrowed behind his helm as he saw this for what it was. A chance. The warmth instantly rushed from his hand and into the air, feeling the healing effects of the pyromancy already at work. His right hand dove for his bottomless box, flipping it up and pulling out the obsidian blade of the ringed knight, the straight sword fitting comfortably in his hands as he picked himself back up. Sensation, meager as it was, started to return to his left arm. His fingers twitched as he flexed them for a moment, then clenched his hand into a fist. His left hand moved down to the sword, gripping the handle tightly and kicking off the ground forwards. Rushing towards the ruins of the house with the sword held tightly in his hands, he knew full well that letting Atalanta get close to him was a mistake, or at least something he could avoid. His pyromancy could keep the distance, but it wouldn't work if she could cripple his arms before he could let one out. Alarms rang through his head. He dove to the side a second later and narrowly avoided losing his head to the arrow shooting out of the house, dragging with it the loose debris and flinging it onto the street. Wasting not a single second, his left hand flew away from the sword and slung itself to the side, hurling forth another ball of fire directly towards the hole without even waiting to spot a target. The second the orb made contact, the front of the wooden home exploded in a mess of charred wood and smoldering stone. He jumped forwards, leaping through the inferno and directly into the house, already preparing a pyromancy in his hand once again to be let loose the second he caught sight of anything within the home. His boots crashed into the ground, displacing the fragments of the floorboards across the foundations. His cape billowed behind him and cast his shadow over the inside of the ruin. He spotted Atalanta with her bow already knocked. He sidestepped and thrust forwards. It might have seemed premature, especially since he did not have the distance to his advantage and he would not reach her before she loosened the arrow. Something she clearly understood. If she had any sense at all, Ash could say a lot about her, but her fighting thus far had been as brutal as it had been smart. However, this was no ordinary blade he had selected. The runes along the surface of the sword glowed for a brief second, then the weapon glowed a brilliant orange, casting shadows everywhere as the dominant source of light in the room. Atalanta widened her eyes at the sudden activity from the blade, then loosened her bow towards his leg instead. Ash stumbled as the arrow pierced his shin and embedded itself in the ground behind him. The aim of the sword lowered just enough that when the glow of the weapon accelerated forwards, creating a larger blade made of pure fire, it whizzed just past Atalanta and cut a small line in her ribs rather than impaling her. Regardless, it earned a hiss from the woman which granted him enough chance to continue the charge. The pain in his foot meant nothing as he launched himself forwards, twisting his body side on while Atalanta was in the midst of her own sidestep, her body exposed from moving to avoid his thrust. The glowing blade of the sword cleaved through everything around it as he turned the weapon, easily slicing through the walls of the house and the floor, leaving a scorched line in its wake. His shoulder struck her in the chest, knocking her backwards and continuing on as he carried the pair of them forwards, crashing her back into the wall and then threw it into the street behind the home. Drawing his left arm back, he brought it across and used it to hurl the woman off his shoulder and into the air. Wings burst from her back as she steadied herself in the air, regaining control and avoiding an uncontrolled descent. Coiling his legs, Ash hunched his body down before accelerating, throwing himself into the sky in a leap towards the pale-haired woman. Atalanta didn't appear too surprised by the movement, though at the last second his hand swung out to the side and unleashed a burst of fire. The momentum of the explosion propelled him just before she could loosen an arrow on him. Her head whirled in his direction with her expression fixed into a snarl. Twisting his body, he snapped his finger. Atalanta had a second to register the swirls of fire converging at a single point just shy of her chest before they exploded, briefly blinding her if the snarl and rapid movements of her head were any indication. Flapping her wings to give herself more height as his body fell back to ground, slamming into the snow with a crunch before throwing himself into a sprint, moving towards the houses directly to the left of the street and in the same direction that his allies were in. Pulling his left hand up, he formed the pyromancy in his grasp and slammed it into his chest. A hue of red light surrounded his body, clinging to him like the cloak he wore on his back. Power flooded his veins and strengthened his form. Without even slowing down, he charged right through the back of the house, shattering the brick walls and speeding through the living room. Furniture blurred past him and he briefly thought he saw someone slumped against the wall. Likely another of the comatose humans, before he continued onwards and burst through the front of the house, showering the streets with litter as he slid to a halt, whirling in the direction of the fighting to see what was going on. Just in time to see Percival slam a fist into the knight's head. The floating warrior was no longer floating, boots firmly planted on the ground as he staggered with the blow. The white-armored knight wasted no time in twirling the spear around and striking him in the gut with the tip. The shield flew down and caught the polearm with the groove at the side, though Percival responded by simply marching forwards and carrying the pair of them with him. His eyes scanned the battlefield to see where the others were, briefly catching sight of Nobunaga fending off the large eagle once again, this time striking it in the side of the head with the butt of her rifle, then uppercutting it with the stock of the weapon. Quellan, meanwhile, was looking worse for wear. His body was covered in cuts that leaked glowing orange blood, staggering around and releasing jets of fire at random intervals. The assassin fighting him looked no different than the last time he'd seen them, giving him the idea that the Chaos Demon had achieved a grand total of nothing against the servant. He made it half a step forwards before being forced to retreat as something slammed into his back and wrapped around his waist. He glanced down for half a second and noticed the furred legs of Atalanta had locked around his body before her arms coiled around his neck. With a single jolt he found himself being pulled backwards. He had all of a second to slam his sword into the snow and lock himself in place to prevent his body from being immediately pulled over. His left hand shot upwards and reached out for anything, finding purchase in the locks of the woman and tightening his grasp. With a snarl, he pulled forwards and launched her off his body, bouncing her off the ground. Her hands stabbed out, clawing at the snow and slowing her momentum. He'd charged the second she'd flown into his field of view. Her head snapped up as he launched a kick towards her, both arms crossed over one another as she blocked the attack, though visibly suffered for it with the fact she was forced upright once again, though her arms parted wide, then she took a step forwards and clapped them back together, only his head was in the middle of the impact zone. His helmet rang like a bell, the woman snarled as she stepped forwards and punched him in the throat, then landed a blow into his gut, a kick to the side of his knee which sent him down slightly, before finishing it off by raising her right leg into the air, well above what he could do, and then bringing it down onto the top of his head, knocking him down onto his hands and knees. His left hand glowed. Pillars of fire ripped from the ground, forcing the woman onto the back foot to avoid them. He shot upwards and charged after her, throwing himself towards her and into a tackle, wrapping his arms around her waist and feeling her clawed hands start to slash away at the back of his neck and shoulders. He held firm as he started to tighten his hold around her, pushing his newfound strength to the limits as the pressure he applied grew heavier and heavier. The movements grew more animalistic, the noises more savage, as though he was fighting a hollow. Then they stopped. He felt something give way, likely a rib, and he thought for a second he'd managed to hurt her. Something heavy smashed into his shoulders and made him release her, staggering backwards and catching sight of the fact her hands were now clasped together in a single jointed fist. She'd clearly been affected if the blood in her mouth was any indication, but she gave it little heed as she stepped forwards and swung her double-fisted uppercut directly into his chin. The next moment Ash found himself staring at the sky. It lasted until Atalanta performed a roundhouse kick and struck him in the gut. Once more he found himself being sent through the air with only the howl of the wind around him as company. A fighting retreat would have been an understatement to describe what they were currently doing. A more accurate word would have been a chaotic dash to safety as fast as they could. Mash winced at the sound of rumblings behind them, swiftly followed by the thunderous roar of the undead dragon, and then the sound of shattering wood and brick filled her ears. She did not chance a look over her shoulder, but the splinters and mortar that fell around her was proof enough that some manner of house had been totaled in the fight. She might well have been the furthest one forwards, but that made her in no less danger as the sound of clashing steel rung inside her skull. This time she did turn to see the form of Mordred blocking the large scythe of the woman dressed in the attire of a nun. She pulled the scythe towards herself and hooked the weapon around Mordred's sword, dragging it forwards. The knight didn't even react as the second scythe was brought down, merely twisting her body to the side and allowing the blade to sail harmlessly past the front of her body. With a snarl, lightning coated her armor and flooded outwards in an uncontrolled surge. Rippling bursts of crimson-red electricity lashed out at whatever was closest to her, traveling up the length of the weapon and striking the nun. The woman released a gasp and instead slammed the smaller scythe into the ground. This time, Mordred did move, throwing herself backwards as pillars of ice rose from the ground where she had been standing and then shattered into dozens of razor-sharp shards. Mash turned on her heel, bringing the tower shield up and slamming it into the ground, listening to the metallic thudding noises of the shrapnel striking her guard before she dismissed the shield and continued on her run, reaching towards the talisman on her neck once more. Castor. We're moving through the main road, but we're being pursued. I don't think we will be able to lose them. Even if they could somehow manage to lose the nun and the small army that was accompanying her, Mash very much doubted they would be able to lose the undead dragon. Which meant their best course would be to stand and fight. Except Ritska was hardly in a position to do much of anything right now. She hadn't looked at his arm for long, but the red skin was warning enough that something was wrong. Compounded further by the fact he hadn't offered any further comments regarding his situation beyond pained groans that only spurred Mash on faster. There was a moment of silence, then Castor responded, "I have your signatures." There was a clear tension in her voice, a mixture of annoyance and apprehension. "There are well above 200 hostile forces closing in on your position from all sides. A mixture of undead summons and whatever those avian creatures are. They should prove little more than fodder. However, the undead dragon is the greater concern as well as the servant that is in the midst of chasing you down." Mash could have told her all of that. What she needed right now was a solution to their problems. "If you continue on your current course, you will lead them straight to me. Though I very much doubt it matters much at this point in time whether or not I remain here. Given your situation, I suspect they will." Whatever Medea was going to say next was cut off by a pained gasp. Mash turned to see Vort stumble with the burning sword of Carwin lodged in his shoulder. The woman had practically appeared behind the knight if his back to her was any indication. The smoking gray sword twisted and moved to slash into his side, right up until the box-helmed knight swung his greatsword in between the two of them and forced her to retreat. Flipping through the air to avoid the return swipe, the knight made to charge, then paused and snapped his head upwards, archers on the roof. He roared out loud, then reversed his grip on the large sword and held it up, covering his body from the front as best he could with the width of the weapon. Mash snapped her head up and noticed a mixture of skeletons and Corvians taking aim at them from a nearby roof, around a dozen or so of them drawing their bows backwards. She let out a gasp and raised her shield once more. The sound of arrows bouncing off the snowflake shield might as well have been like thunder, though it gave her a brief chance to glance across the battle taking place behind them. If she wasn't already out of breath, she would have blanched at the sight that greeted her. The undead dragon ripped through the closest house. The sound of fighting was lost amidst the ear-splitting crash of the demolished homes being catapulted through the streets as nothing more than fragments. The scorched head locked onto them and snarled, opening its mouth once again and letting loose a deep roar which caused the very air to tremble around them. The ground shook with the cry before it resumed pulling itself forwards. All around it the shape of skeletons could be seen bursting from the snow or climbing out of the homes, all armed with some sort of weapon. The shapes of Mordred and the nun danced at the forefront, though the knight was clearly making an effort not to push too far forwards as she fought the woman. The twin scythes blurred through the air as she continued the offensive on the knight. Each swipe of the weapon kicked up a cloud of snow as it carved through the ground. Mordred swung, the woman ducked and twisted around, dragging the smaller weapon through the snow and unleashing another splintering ice attack onto the knight. She responded with a laughing scoff, then stamped her foot down and let loose a burst of magical energy that shot into the sky briefly. The ice was blown away with the sudden charge of mana burst. Though the woman wasted no time in charging in after, using her scythes to engage the knight once more. Though Mash's attention snapped to the dragon once more, watching as it reared its head back and its throat started to ripple. Thick plumes of purple smog leaked from the holes along its flesh. Though it was a gas, it fell like water onto the ground and started to spread around the base of the dragon, as though it was carrying with it its own fog. Nyeha. The bridal-dressed woman with the mace charged past. The club burst with lighting as she slammed it into the twin blades of Carwyn. The hostile servant bent their legs as they stopped the blow, then twisted downwards and slashed up with their right sword. Fran leaned back as the blade barely nicked a line in her cheek, already gearing back for another strike as a burst of wind rolled into the servant, knocking them down. Aim for the roofs. The knight shouted out, pointing upwards as another volley of arrows struck his sword and ricocheted off the weapon, briefly lowering to point to the group and bring the attention of the black-dressed girl. Take down the archers before they cut us to pieces. He then whirled on Vort, provide aid to the saber who battles the nun, I shall handle the dual wielder. Before the rider could offer a word of protest, the knight took off into a charge. Keep heading down the street. Medea's voice brought Mash out of her state. I shall meet you there and see about cutting off your pursuers. Mash mentally nodded her head at the statement, not that Medea could have seen her if she physically responded to her in the first place. Right now, what was most important was getting away from whatever was going on, and that meant running once again. Turning on her heel, she grit her teeth and charged forwards once more, still carrying Ritska on her back, and trying her best to focus on getting him to safety without suffering more harm. A Corvian dropped to the ground in front of her, this one slightly different to the others with the presence of a grey cloak covering their shoulders and head. The beaked face looked at her and large dull eyes stared blankly at her, a rapier held tightly in its right hand while the left held 4 of the quill knives that were as long as swords. Mash wasted no time in bringing her shield up and preparing for any sort of counter. There's no need for that, little one. She blinked at the feminine voice that sounded out, looking past the Corvian and seeing more and more of them drop down from the nearby buildings, soon filling up the street with their numbers, around 20 or 30 of them in total. She wasn't counting. Though what attracted her attention was the large figure moving through the midst of them. Mash felt her throat run dry as she stared at them. Silken white robes, soft chestnut-colored hair and warm golden eyes stared at her. The large woman with perfect proportions moved forwards, hands clasped in front of her, and without an ounce of urgency, the woman stood ahead over the currently hunched Corvians, all of whom bowed their heads as she passed them by, as if not even daring to lay their eyes upon her. The shielder fought back a gulp as she saw the subservience, feeling the same desire to hide her own face from the woman. Though she could feel the urge to keep her eyes firmly placed upon the face, a desire to drink in her appearance as though it was the first drop of water to have ever graced her lips. Eventually, the tall servant paused in her movements, glowing eyes narrowed slightly as they moved away from her and to something behind her. It took her a second to realize the servant was staring at Senpei with a particular intensity to it. That wiped any sense of reverence she had. Her expression tightened as she brought the shield up once more and pivoted her body to try and hide her master's face from the servant. The action went about as unnoticed as she expected, drawing a briefly surprised look from the tall woman, soon replaced by a slightly curious expression. "Oh, your desire to protect them is that strong." With an amused hum, she shook her head and let out a chuckle. "Regardless, you need not worry so much, Lady Knight." She waved her hand as if trying to waft away Masha's concerns. It didn't work in the least. The obedience the Corvians were showing her and the presence she exuded was obvious enough to denote her as a goddess. She was going to take no chances here. "This little flock of mine has recently come to recognize, the value of serving true beauty." Mash blinked. There was something in those words that set her on edge ever so slightly. "Still, you seem to be in quite the unfortunate situation." The goddess reached up, tapping at her chin and tilting her head slightly in a very adorable manner. Mash jolted and shook her head, wondering where that stray thought had come from, then furrowed her brows as the sensation left her the second she broke line of sight with the servant. "Ordinarily, I would leave such physical fights to those better suited, but perhaps displaying the brilliance of the lords will demonstrate why it was we were considered the governing race. You're also traveling with someone I wish to speak with, so I suppose I shall do you this one boon." However, Mash gulped as the voice was closer than she recalled, briefly realizing she had not looked back at the servant and whirled her head around, only to find they were stood directly in front of her, standing around 2 meters tall and looming down to look her dead in the eyes, and very flirtatious smile playing on her lips. "I would obviously be expecting some manner of tribute for an act such as this." The presence was strong enough that Mash could not find the strength to speak. Then the servant leaned back and spoke up. "You can play with your friends now, little birds." Lu swung his arm up, blocking the burning sword with his gauntlet and pushing it backwards. Reversing his grip on his great sword, he thrust the weapon upwards and slammed the pommel of the weapon into the hips of the woman, who went by the name of Carwin. Lu had the strangest notion they might have met before, but could not recall, and sent her into a stumble. His left arm came back down, hand clenched into a fist and ramming his knuckles into the side of the head with a haymaker. The woman twisted with the blow, turning her body over and practically rolling atop his arm and swinging her leg down into the side of his head as she did so. He powered through the blow, sweeping his sword upwards and meeting her block. With a grunt, he completed the swing and sent the woman skywards, only to raise the flat of his sword and find himself stumbling as a ball of fire slammed into the side of his body. Briefly hissing at the pain that flared through his side from the attack, his head snapped in the direction of the assault and briefly found himself halting at the sight of the peculiar figure. Dressed in a full-covering black robe, 3 masks stared back at him. 1 bronze, 1 silver and 1 platinum. The largest was the bronze and came with the face of a bearded man carved into the front of it. As if to match the 3 sets of head, 6 arms protruded from the body, 3 on either side, all of which had spokes jutting from the sleeves and were mounted with lanterns. "Wah! You!" A howl of fury burst through the snow. Lu made a half-turn just in time to see the nun get punted away from the horned knight as she turned and pointed at the strange black-cloaked figure, her entire body coated with crimson bursts of lightning. The helmet snapped backwards and mounted the horns atop her shoulder pauldrons. Lu was briefly struck by how young she looked, though that was offset by the absolutely murderous expression on the face of the young blonde as she glared at the figure with such rage that if she could have weaponized it, her target would have been dead 10 times over. "I'm gonna snap those fucking broom handles off your arms and ram them up your ass." Charming. The 6 arms fell forwards, the lanterns converged on a single point in front of the strange being. The knight rocketed herself forwards at the same time. The burst of fire from each of the lanterns brought forth the appearance of a red and silver greatsword. The sides of the weapon split and traveled down to the base of the hilt. Flames raced across the surface of the blade. The expression of the blonde saber quickly warped itself into disbelief before a stream of flames rushed from the greatsword, rocketing forwards with such speed and power that even he doubted he would have been able to dodge it, let alone the blonde girl already in the air. As it was, she raised the back of her arm at the last second before the flames hit, A snarl of pain and fury met his ears as the burst of fire carried her backwards and through the skies like a meteor, carrying her well above the heads of everyone currently fighting. At the apex of her climb, the flames dwindled and the knight came crashing back to the ground, falling straight through the roof of a house and obliterating the front windows with her fall, spilling fragments of glass and furniture onto the streets as the front wall exploded. Lu stared at the devastation, then whirled his head back in the direction of the six-armed monster as the red and silver sword slowly faded out of existence. With a flurry of movements, the creature waved its arms and unleashed a pulse of magical energy from their body. In the next second, a dozen skeletons burst from the snow, assembling themselves as they rose up all armed with some manner of spear or sword. The new hostiles instantly threw themselves into combat, charging down Fran and subsequently being flattened by a burst of lightning. Lu took a half step forwards, then brought up the flat of his sword and blocked the twin swords of Carwin once again. Snarling behind his helmet at her persistence, with a grunt he pushed her backwards and brought the sword above his head and swung down with all his might. Carwin jumped backwards, avoiding the blow. A skeleton wheel slammed into his side. Lu stumbled with the attack before his left hand flew from his sword and grabbed the wheel, halting the spin and twisting his body around, pulling the skeleton off the ground and hurling it towards the woman as though it was a discus. She ducked underneath the blow and continued her dancing dodges as he charged in the aftermath, briefly stopping when he realized how close the dragon was. The beast was practically on top of him, bringing the right frontmost leg down towards his head. With a snarl, he raised the flat of his sword upwards and braced it with his left hand. The blow fell upon him with the power of a crumbling mountain, his knees shook and his arms ached. His armor groaned as his body shuddered, the ground slowly giving way beneath him as he was pushed down towards the ground. His eyes quickly darted to the right, quickly catching sight of the nun charging towards him with her scythes, then to the left and spotting Carwin similarly bearing her blades, sprinting towards him with such speed she would arrive within less than a second. With a roar, he shoved the dragon's arm backwards, then thrust his sword like a battering ram, driving the pommel of the weapon into the nun as she got close enough, hearing a crunch of bone and watching as she fell back with a choking sound and a spray of blood. He spared her not even a second glance as he thrust the wide-brimmed sword in the opposite direction. Carwin ducked underneath the spearing motion and slid along the ground, reversing her hold on her blades as she sailed past and slashing towards his legs. He dropped down onto his knee a split second before she could strike, trapping her sword beneath the limb and abruptly ending her movement with a jerk. Her grip ensured she spun around the new anchor and through her helm. He could see alarm in her posture. His elbow fell into her faceplate with the force of a hammer. Metal bent and the back of her head was driven into the ground with such force that the rest of her body briefly left the earth. Lu's eyes darted back to the dragon, shooting back to his feet and swinging his sword upwards, striking it in the cheek as it made to take a bite at him. The head turned from the blow, a low growl leaving the beast as he carved a chunk of foul-smelling flesh from the already decomposing face. Then the dragon's limb blurred before he found himself rocketing through the air, his breath driven from his body and seeing the dragon having literally backhanded him away as though he was a mere gnat. His back slammed into something and the something gave way. Shattering crashes flooded his ears as he found his vision staring through the remnants of a chipped hole with fragments of wood dangling from it, blinking several times before his body snapped upright, shaking his head and rising to his feet. Ignoring the sensation of pain in his chest where he had been struck, he marched forwards and walked straight through the porch before him. Brick and wood gave way as he returned to the streets. A split second later, he swept his sword to the side and decapitated several Corvians in a single blow. Their bodies had not even dropped to the ground before he brought his boot up and kicked forwards. The ribs of the skeleton before him turned to dust as the top half seemingly hung in the air, blissfully unaware of the fate that befell the rest of its body. Then they dropped down so suddenly as if recalling gravity existed. On the opposite side of the street, the blonde girl pulled herself from the wreckage of the ruined building, shaking of fragments of burnt debris from her body and pulling her face into a savage snarl. Her voice came out as a furious howl which contained rage he had not imagined possible for someone to hold. How dare you think you can wield a sword that belonged to father? Only a real king can touch that sword. He watched both Fran and Nursery fall back. The undead girl picked the small caster up with her free hand and tucked her under her arm like luggage as they ran. The knight with the mace moved to cover their escape, bringing his heavy weapon to bear and locking with the nun once again, the woman having seemingly recovered though her face looked as though it had seen better days. Lu found it slightly cathartic. Making to turn and follow suit, he called out to the saber, "Deal with your grudge later. We are outmatched. Shut up." The saber cut him off with a furious roar as her body flexed with magical energy once again, becoming a crimson beacon sparks, the red trail dancing from her body and carving along the ground as she flooded more and more power into herself. Her target was clearly the robed servant who was still making wide-sweeping movement with their 6 arms, spawning more skeletons into the battle. Lu cursed under his breath as he grasped his sword with both hands, charging forwards and moving to support his fellow knights as they covered the retreat. The dragon let out another bellowing roar as it rumbled once again, a growling sound rippled through the air as the beast drew back its head as high as it could, lower jaw dropping open so suddenly and so quickly that for a moment he believed it would fly off. Something whooshed over his head, a flash of light was followed by a sharp crack and the dragon stumbled backwards ever so slightly, shaking its head from side to side with a ferocious snarl of pain. Lu widened his eyes ever so slightly as he watched ripples of golden lightning flicker across its body, cutting off whatever attack it had been going to make. He whirled around, watching as a fresh deployment of Corvian reinforcements arrived, and proceeded to engage in the brutal slaughter of their surprised brethren and skeletons. Falling upon them with fanaticism, the lead Corvian with a cloak, and the sensation of a servant, sprinted right down the middle of the lines and leapt towards the nun, forcing her on the back foot and instantly surprising her. Lu wasn't going to lose this chance. While they kill each other. Retreat to better ground. With his words sounding out, he waved his hand in the direction of the street, already moving to turn before he paused at the final figure who appeared, his body locked up and his eyes widened behind his helm. A deep-seated fear coursed through his body as he beheld the figure, one whose very beauty now dominated every sensation he had. In any other situation, he would have dropped to his knees in reverence. In this one moment, he could feel only terror. When her eyes fell upon him and a smile graced her lips, his heart stopped beating for a split second, his blood ran cold. "Lady Guinevere." He had thought his words quiet enough that she would not have heard them. He quickly found himself proven wrong when she spoke back. Her voice whispering into his ear despite the distance between the two of them. "There you are, my favorite knight." The smile on her lips was sharp, there was clear annoyance now shining in those eyes of hers. "You owe your queen an explanation." Yep, Guinevere. And the reason I am behind on stats and dialogue is because a lot of it is currently spoiler heavy. But I suppose there is a small backlog on them that I shall work on. Dolian, the Corvian captain. Servant, assassin. Strength, C+. Endurance, D. Agility, A+. Mana, E. Luck, B. Noble phantasm, B. The chill of betrayal, B. Anti-unit max target, 1, max range, 0. The Corvians did not anticipate betrayal nor did they consider it for even a moment. Dolian did, the first of the Corvians to side with Freed and convinced his brothers to do much the same. The slaughter was swift and decisive. This noble phantasm works in tandem with presence concealment, masking the presence of Dolian, as well as his allies, until the moment is right. They can attack without giving themselves away, taking their target by surprise and delivering a lethal ambush. Class skills. Presence concealment, B. Personal skills. Blessing of the long-forgotten goddess, E. Long ago, the Corvian people worshipped a goddess. However, they have long since forgotten her name and replaced her with another. That does not change the fact their very blood remembers the goddess of crows they once served. They have a small deal of protection against those of evil alignment, damage from them being reduced slightly. Defenders of the Rot, B. The Corvian knights betrayed their own brethren to protect the Rot. They have a strong resistance to the effects of the cold, of poison and of curses. However, they are weak to the flames of rebirth and spells of vitality are less effective on them. Those who defend stagnation cannot be healed easily. The knight who kills his kin, C. Deals additional damage against Corvian targets. Shades of the Knights, B. Can summon wraiths of his kindred, their souls answering his call to defend that which they hold dear. They are not heroic spirits or even on the level of servants, but they are still dangerous in great numbers. Throwing dagger, C. The Pursuer. Servant. Rider. Strength, B+. Endurance, B. Agility, C. Mana, C. Luck, D. Noble phantasm, C+. Mark of the curse, C+. Anti-unit max target, 1, max range, 1 to 2. His greatsword can be imbued with power, it will glow a brilliant blue and is thrust towards a target. Cutting or stabbing them will result in the curse activating, causing a wound which will weaken the endurance of said target by 1 rank as well as deal damage. Alternatively, the sword can project an energy blast equivalent to a simple blast of mana at rank C. Rosvelg, C. Anti-army, max target, 30, max range. The giant eagle which carries him from point to point. It is a fearsome creature indeed. Capable of great gusts of wind or incredible speeds to carry him across the land swiftly. Armor of the Damned, E. Anti-unit, max target, 1, max range, 0. His armor, fused with the souls of his slain, is awash with curses. It provides him with adequate magic resistance as well as allow the hexes to seep forth from the armor and attack others. It is a constantly active NP but its benefits are limited to magic resistance which would be otherwise poor. Class skills. Madness enhancement, C. Magic resistance, E. C. Personal skills. Ring of Blades, B+. Increase own attacking power when called upon. Undead Killer, B. He is the one who kills undead relentlessly. Believing their deaths atone for his own sins. Relentless Pursuit, A. Once he has discovered a target, he will always be aware of them. It is a manner of tracking so that even if they escape him, rediscovering them is trivial. Utility of Weapons, D. The pursuer took many weapons from his fallen foes over his long hunt. He carries them upon his back and can freely switch between any number he collected for use instead of his greatsword. Dancer of the Boreal Valley. Servant, Berserker. Strength, B. Endurance, C. Agility, B. Mana, C. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, C. A Fountain, C. Anti-unit, max target, 1, max range, 1. The burning sword is slashed into the target, the mark of fire will ignite in an explosion after a short delay. Fumus, C. Anti-unit, max target, 5, max range, 0 to 5. The enchanted sword is stabbed into the ground, releasing a cloud of dark smog which will cause a burning pain on those who touch it. Class skills. Madness enhancement, B. Magic resistance, E. C. Divinity, C. Descendant of Guinevere. Personal skills. Instant teleportation, C. Can move from one location to another via portals. Outrider Knight, B. Resistant to poison and cryomancy. Black Eyes of the Pontiff, C. Can briefly be used to grant magic resistance to her as well as cure her of curses. Sister Freed. Servant, Assassin. Strength, C+. Endurance, D+++. Agility, B+. Mana, B. Luck, D. Noble Phantasm, B. Twin Scythes, B. Anti-unit, max target, 1, max range, 1 to 3. The two scythes of Freed, both embedded with the cold winds of Ariandel, afflicting terrible chill onto the victims as well as the mental effect they impose. A sense of apathy with each strike landed, though it is only a marginal effect. It can spell danger in the gravest of situations. Black Flame, C. Anti-unit self, max target, 1, max range, 0. She channels the black flames of the abyss, as she was once a sister of the Sable Church. In order to protect the cold of Ariandel, she surrendered her unkindled bodies to the fire, seeking ash once more and becoming the Black Flame avatar. Doing this grants her a great deal of boost to her stats and grants her an anti-divine trait. Class skills. Presence concealment. Personal skills. Mana Burst, Black Flame, B. A skill that only becomes active when the corresponding NP is activated. Can significantly increase her speed and physical stats. Cyromancy, B. Invisibility, A. Replaces presence concealment, however she is still tangible. Can be tracked through physical movement. Sister of the Sable Church, B. Intricate knowledge of dark miracles from the Church. Thrice she protects the painted world, B++. She returns from the dead 3 times. With each return, she is granted a boost to her endurance. Charisma of the Saintly Mother, B. Convinced those of the frozen world to follow her, working as an associate of Father Ariandel. She has a strong presence which can bring a sense of calm to the battle, convincing them that she has the solution to their woes. Summoning. Servant, Assassin. I am Sister Freed of Ariandel, I have come at the behest of your will. Mayhaps we shall bring serenity to those who suffer. Dialogue 1. This lively atmosphere is not one I find great comfort in, I shall retire to a location of greater quiet. Dialogue 2. Do you believe there is such a thing as destiny? Or perhaps, you would call it fate, the belief that the path has been decided for you or that all happens for a reason. Such a thing, I believe, does truly exist. Dialogue 3. We are bound now, you and I, on this mission. As ones who seek to upturn the end of the world and bring about peace to the land once more. I hope that you shall embrace the prosperity that comes with peace. Let us think of it in those terms, not those of master and servant. Dialogue 4. If you have Pontiff Sullivan, the sapling, all grown up. Does it surprise you to learn that I mourn for his passing? I was there when he was birthed, I could see the darkness that brewed in his heart even as but a mere woodland sprite. Perhaps that was my failing, to not cure this sickness before it could shroud his entire being. Dialogue 5. If you have sapling Sullivan, he might claim the likes of saving, but his is a belief born of ignorance. Preaching the messages of hope does not ring true for those without any. For those who have not but their own misery, hope is as alluring as the foulest poison, daring them to try once more and suffer a fall greater than the last. Though I would not wish great harm upon him, it remains the only way for him to see the wonder of Oriental. Dialogue 6. If you have Wilhelm. Ah, the good Sir Wilhelm is with you. As expected, he remains my loyal knight even now. I suspect he has told you as much. Worry not, I shall see to it he serves you as faithfully as he served me. He is a knight of his oath, and his oath to stand by my side has lasted beyond even the reach of death. Dialogue 7. If you have Priscilla, the crossbreed goddess, she carries within her the world of Oriental at all times. A great privilege that is. I shall admit my own envy at this ability of hers. Taking upon the role of matriarch was one that came easily to me, but the Corvians needed guidance and a comforting hand, one which I provided them well enough. Dialogue 8. If you have Jean, there is another of those who preach of hope, yet she remains stalwart even after the flames have claimed her. Perhaps it is stubborn pride that keeps her moving, but she should know that a great many are not blessed with her personal strength. They cannot make the pilgrimage from their lowest point once they reach there. When that happens, what then shall they do with messages of hope? Dialogue 9. If you have Dolian, the brave Sir Dolian, I asked much of him, but he saw the wisdom of my words and accepted. Think no ill of him if he should be quiet. He is a loyal servant once it has been earned. Dialogue 10. If you have Kiera, there is something to be met with this woman, yet I cannot condone her manner of granting peace. Though perhaps it is just as much about the result as it is about the method it is achieved with. Regardless, it is not one that I would use, though if her flock are truly pleased with their lives and devoid of pain, I can offer her praise for such a thing. Dialogue 11. If you have the Ashen One, it does not surprise me that he dislikes me so, but that is a mutual feeling. From one unkindled to another, I cannot bear the sight of him. Focused instead on a duty of mercy, he would slaughter those he deems wounded or perhaps wrong just because he feels their lives deserve such things. How you can make a contract with such a beast is beyond my understanding. Likes. I enjoy the peace that my presence can bring, to stand before a flock of the pained and listless and know that you are the one they turn to in times of hardship for guidance, it is a feeling I cannot express. Hates. I dislike burdening others with strength they do not possess. The belief that just because one might pull themselves up from their lowest point does not mean it is capable for another to do so. If they fall, there should be no obligation to pull them back up. Wish for the Holy Grail. I would very much like the return of my home and my flock, perhaps such a thing would be possible. Bond level 1. So you do this out of a sense of duty. Or perhaps it is something more, yet I can see your heart. There is great pain there, a great burden. How long do you suppose you can walk with that weight in your gut? Bond level 2. This strength of yours seems boundless, but with each battle, I fear you lose a piece of yourself. Have you noticed it already? Ah, you have, haven't you? The sight of blood is no longer an offense to your eyes. Bond level 3. Does it not weigh upon you? The burdens of yours. You shoulder such a duty for one so young. Do you flee from your troubles, banishing your focus to the battle rather than the aftermath? Regardless, I shall watch you and await my answer. Bond level 4. The desire to live is a powerful thing, there is no shame in admitting you fear death. Quite so, there is much to fear. A sense that all your struggles will be lost to the world and forgotten, that you shall never experience the peace you deserve after all that you have suffered through. As an unkindled, I understand that pain most severely than all others. Bond level 5. You have such spirit, to remain focused for so long. I do not doubt that it will break, and when it does, you have climbed such a high mountain, Master. Carrying the weight of the world in such small arms. When you fall, you shall fall so far. Worry not, I shall be there to catch you. When you can move no further and fight no longer, I shall be there and Ariandel shall welcome you as its latest. Birthday. A birthday, you say? In that case, I offer you the best wishes. During an event, such noise, it disturbs the peace but there is amusement about it. You wish to partake in it. First Ascension. With this level of power, I might achieve more of myself than before. Second Ascension. Ah, another Ascension. Perhaps you have been thinking deeply upon my words. Third Ascension. If you wish, you might call me Sister Fried. Or perhaps, Elfried if that is your desire. It matters little to me, but it would be more fitting for all the effort you have placed into me. Fourth Ascension. So, this is as far as we go. I am satisfied with this development. I shall bring the peace that you so desperately wish for. Rest well, Master. I shall take up the burdens on your behalf now. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Chapter 157, A Past Come Calling. She never understood the complaints. Perhaps it was her own inexperience that led to this situation. She could not truly understand the motives behind those who worked to undermine all she had strove to achieve here. Maybe it was not worth trying to understand them, but all the same, she felt the great desire to try. If for no other reason than to properly understand the depths of their madness. She could think of few other words to describe what it was they were attempting to achieve in this situation. Emerald green eyes cast themselves to the horizon. She could see the distant plumes of toxic smoke. She could feel the fury of the one she had allowed to be woken from their rest. It had not been an easy choice for her to make, but it came with the belief that it would end the threat of the Chaldeans once and for all. Something was terribly wrong with this situation. It was why she held herself back from continuing the assault, in addition to the fact she had seen them in combat. The human knight was a league above her in terms of combat. She had never been one for fighting in the first place, and he had been swiftly bested by the blonde woman. Yet there was something more to this situation that eluded her. Priscilla cast her mind back to the words of the woman, Fried, before they enacted this change. The world of man has burnt to ash. There is no peace to be found and no hope to cling to, thus you should make your own. The world of painted ice, the land where all find refuge. There is no greater need for it than right now. I implore you, with the Grail you might cast your will onto the world and turn this land into a haven for those left behind by the burning. An incineration of all humanity, murder on a scale she had never before heard or seen. Priscilla needed nothing further to convince her. Yet came the warning of the Chaldeans who would come and destroy her work. They would doom all she strove to achieve to complete annihilation. All who found peace here would be cast back into the world and burnt into nothing. That was what she had been told. The Chaldeans came here to destroy. So why then, were they in the company of children? Why did the blonde woman place herself in between them as though she was trying to protect them? For one whose goal was to annihilate the only ark left of humanity, there was little reason in protecting children. Rather, their weakened nature should have made them easy targets, cruel as it might have sounded. Then there was the red-haired spirit, the one whom had been deemed a traitor. She had felt him summon himself with the Grail, using his own link with her to achieve manifestation. She had allowed it. She allowed it even when his thoughts lingered through the front of her mind, his treacherous desires and his dislike of the world were made apparent. She had felt them deep within herself for his entire duration. He held no love for this world, not like she did. It might have been wiser to slay him then and there, but she stayed her hand. Because she disliked killing, she would do it if it became necessary, but that did not mean she enjoyed the act. Yet there was something more, something different. The others had spoken of the red-haired one only in passing, saying that he never once fit in with the others of their world. That a deep ambition burned within his gut, a desire that would sweep all the world aside just so he could claim it. Priscilla had little interaction with people, thus she could never claim to understand the nature of what the red-haired boy was. She could see nothing special about him beyond that of a teenager, yet he spoke of distrust of Fried. His dislike of the world and his desire to save people from it. She had not known what to say. Why would he call dooming them to certain death saving them? Saving them was what she was doing, wasn't it? This situation was far beyond what she had initially believed it to be, but to ask the questions of the Chaldeans their true motives would be difficult. Whether or not they did intend to aid in wiping out humanity was a moot point. The fact of the matter was she had seen so many fall to the slumber, she had walked across their minds and seen their memories. She saw the sadness, the despair, the isolation. She would not lift the world of Ariamis, not when she could give them whatever comfort she could provide. The peaceful land that took care of its citizens, where they would want for nothing. It was why she took the young girl to herself. Her memories had revealed nothing but horror and understanding. Perhaps Jack had seen that as well. They were both children cast to the cold and abandoned by their families for being failures. She did not consider her goal to be so evil that it warranted this response. There might have been a difference between worlds, but surely the desire to avoid seeing children suffer remained the same. Surely the desire not to see people die around them remained a constant. She did not think this world so cruel. Atalanta had joined her once she explained what she wanted to achieve. She had merely explained a desire that all of London of this era would live without fear of suffering and death. All Atalanta had to ask was if the children were included. Once she had confirmed, then it was a given, and she did truly enjoy the company of the indigo-haired woman. Perhaps they had more in common than their animalistic traits. She might have been rough, but she was every bit as caring for the children and for Jack as she was. Even if Jack knew only her as mother, she still showed a strong bond with Atalanta. And Atalanta was of this world and agreed fairly quickly, so what was the issue elsewhere? Why didn't they understand she held their best interests at heart? She withheld a sigh as she moved, her invisible feet pressing upon the snow with each step, leaving prints in her wake as she wandered. She could still feel the battle from across her reality marble, and she was certain all was not going as Fried planned. Perhaps moving to aid them would be the wisest course of action. It would not do for them to be hurt or even die in her world. If the Chaldeans proved a greater evil than anticipated, then her eyes might finally prove a boon as opposed to a curse. Her gaze turned to the distant plume of smoke in the sky. The distant roar of an enraged dragon met her ears. She grimaced at the sound, feeling a pang of guilt shoot through her heart. She had not wished to wake them, and now they were in pain. Priscilla made up her mind. Quote! Question mark quote. She stumbled, fighting back a gasp as the sensation assaulted her mind yet again. There was a burning familiarity in this world from somewhere. From multiple locations, something deep within her that knew what those feelings were, what those beings who walked through her lands were. Yet there was something preventing her from piercing their minds and seeing their thoughts, their terrors. Except one. The images she had seen were brutal without question, pain like she could not describe, and such sadness she could not bear to see. Yet, there was more to these sensations than simple pain. This was her world. She could witness the minds of all those who ventured here if they did not conceal their minds. Others had cloaked themselves well or shut her put entirely. This one had been different, like a silent cry for help that the owner did not know they were making. So she had pushed just a touch to see what lay beyond. And she watched a child beaten by a knight 3 times his size. Beaten until he was on the verge of death. But he did not die, for that would have been a kindness. And the knight had not been alone. There was a face in the background of each one, a face that she knew well enough. The face of her mother. Beyond that, nothing. The flashes would leave and the nightmares would rescind themselves, the mind fighting off her influence. It was but a quick vision, but the implications were damning enough. The hum of the soul she had peered into was so familiar that she could almost see her own reflection. Yet there was a dullness to it, the lack of flame touch as her grandmother called it. Divinity was another word, but Priscilla cared not. She was torn, to investigate the new soul she saw, one of such pain, or to aid the others. A warning flared through her mind. Jack was in danger. Her mind was made up. Her feet carried her in a fast sprint, barely touching the ground as she did so. The bulk of her body moved unseen, with only the rapid parting of the snow and a rush of wind trailing behind her being any indication there was something even moving. All before she had even realized she was sprinting. Wilhelm scowled behind his helm as he moved through the streets. His battle with the sapling had not done too much damage to him, but it was the swift intervention of the false saint that had caused him the greatest of injuries. Even then he would recover from it swiftly enough. The problem was the arrival of the crossbreed. He might have argued against abandoning the fight were it not for the fact his lady was in danger. It had not been his plan to split their forces. He would have much preferred to remain by the side of the Lady Freed while Dolian went to deal with the fleeing sapling and his quarry. He would have been better for it considering the fact that he was ill-suited for surprise attacks. He was an executioner and then a knight. He could not launch surprise attacks in full plate armor in the middle of the street. Especially against two ruler-class servants, it was a wonder he had gotten as close as he had before he'd been detected. Perhaps it had merely been intervention from the crossbreed goddess that allowed it, but that was neither here nor there. He'd established that the sapling was nowhere near the skill of his older self. A burden off his shoulders should they come to blows again. The brief surprises the sapling had pulled out were now accounted for. He would fight a mixture of sword and sorcery, yet excel at neither. An inferior style to his older self and without the superior stats to carry through with the attack. He had them beaten. If the crossbreed had lent her aid beforehand he would have dealt the finishing blow and then the two of them could have finished off the false saint. Except Lady Freed was now in danger and that took priority above all else. It might have been cynical of him to speak as such, but he knew that straying far from her side had been a mistake, but it was one done with her orders. He might well have disagreed with her, but he would never openly voice these to her face. He was sworn to her service and he respected her a great deal to ever do something such as that. He had swallowed his grim feelings and bowed his head, leaving with the hope that she would succeed and Dolian would not fail her. Except that was apparently exactly what had happened. He did not know the specifics of what had occurred, but they were clearly far from ideal if the crossbreed saw fit to inform him straight away rather than wait until after the pressing threat had been dealt with. The last report signaled them as being a small group of no more than 3 servants and 1 undead. Such a paltry force should not have been able to break through the trap that had been laid for them. Wilhelm clicked his tongue. Such thoughts were unwelcome at the moment. They would serve to distract him from his goal. He pushed himself harder, his feet touching the ground for the barest hints of a second before they propelled him onwards, bounding through the snow with little regard for his lack of subtlety. He rounded the next turn, sliding to a halt and tensing himself, widening his eyes ever so slightly as he beheld the devastation before him. Bodies of dozens of Corvians littered the ground, splayed out in all manner of poses. Some were slumped against the walls of homes with their hands clasped around their throats with their eyes dulled, others lay upon the ground with no visible wound on them. His eyes narrowed, he proceeded forwards with a great deal more caution, his hands tightening their grip on his sword as his helm turned from left to right. Examining the bodies as he passed by them and noticing a distinct lack of physical wounds. They were all certainly dead, but there was no sign of battle. The damage that had been done headed further down the streets in the same direction that he had been headed. Yet the Corvians all faced in the opposite direction, which meant they had been forced to retreat, or perhaps they had been en route to the ambush zone and had themselves been ambushed. Yet it did not hide the lingering dread that permeated through this zone. His eyes darted to a nearby wall, a Corvian plastered against the base of it, and then promptly froze. Brick had been charred black, a clear pattern which painted in the final pose of the struck Corvian upon the clay wall. It was a shadowed burn, outlining the body that now resided upon the ground. Wilhelm knew of only one method of attack that created damage such as that and burns such as those that had littered the few wounded corpses he had seen, but burn points upon the armor and the trace lines across the skin. The pattern which bloomed like a fresh tree in the spring, they came from only one form of attack. Miracles. These Corvians had encountered a practitioner of miracles, a very proficient one if the bodies lining the ground were any indication. Yet not all had perished at the hands of this divine power. He saw no sign of lightning spear burns from the ones who lay upon the ground, facing the sky or facing the floor. Especially those who had been caught in the final moments of grabbing at their throats, as though they were struggling for breath. Very little of it made sense to him, yet one thing was made certain. He was now aware of why the Lady Freed was in danger. An attack like this meant they had ambushed Dolian before he could enact his plan. It looked as though they had not even made it to the battle when they struck down. Meaning they had either encountered this one on the path to the battle, or they themselves had been stumbled upon. Neither painted a very appealing picture. One who could turn an ambush on its head or one who could discern the presence of assassins and massacre them all to a man. He glanced at the tracks as he came upon them, then looked to the rooftops and saw patches of ceramic tiles missing, cracked and shattered. Points where the lightning user had tossed them to the skies, likely as they fled. Shaking his head, he continued onwards in his march, picking up speed once again as the pressing threat to the Lady Freed reared its ugly head once more. If this was the fate that befell Dolian, then it was little wonder that the Lady Freed was in danger. Such a force meeting up with the Chaldeans, assuming it was not the work of multiple servants, was nothing to scoff at. Even if they could not slay the undead dragon, they could at least escape. The ground shuddered beneath his feet, a roar split through the sky as a distant cloud of purple smoke rose above the skyline of homes. Wilhelm stared at the plume of toxic gas for all of a second, then broke into a mad sprint. Tearing the ground apart as he moved, no longer caring for whatever his appearance bore the sight of. They were fighting the undead dragon now, they had to be doing that. However, a dragon would be weakened to one who could wield miracles with such proficiency. The ambush would fail and Lady Freed might be harmed, or worse, killed, in the surprise attack. His presence there was now more pressing than ever. A sensation tickled him, he ground his body to a halt once more and fought back an irritated snarl at the familiarity of it. He had been sure they would have succumbed to their wounds, but encountering him now of all times, this was something that he could not allow. A distraction that could not be tolerated, but if he wished to proceed, he would need to break through. The distant figure solidified as they exited spirit form, leaning on their right side rather heavily. Patches of dark blood stained their once white robes with such abundance that it could be said it was red stained with white, rather than the alternative. Their left arm was missing entirely, a smooth line from their shoulder to their hip had been sliced through, completely detaching their left side from their body as well as the wing that had resided behind the limb. The burning greatsword used as a crutch to support the servant, the flames had not dimmed in the slightest since he had last witnessed them. The labored breathing of the servant was loud enough to be heard even at this distance, a deep rumbling noise that ended in a croaking sound like snapping wood. It was almost insulting how they sought to stand in his way now. Except this was one whose very legend revolved around trickery, and he was one who had deceived them all with his intentions right up until the moment he had left. Not even his mother hand understood what he planned to do. Appearing before him now meant that it was liable to be yet another treachery, but between risking that and rushing to the aid of the Lady Freed, he was put far outside of his comfort zone. A prolonged battle was not one he could afford. Foo 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 foo, the grumbling chuckle of Sullivan echoed out, the pontiff forcing himself upright with the sword, turning himself slightly to the side to hide the full extent of his injury from Wilhelm. Not that it mattered, he had been there when he saw the spirit lose the limb as well as the shock from the attack. Had it not been for the intervention of the Lordkin boy, Sullivan would have died then and there. Which only infuriated him further, especially since he could feel the amusement rolling of Sullivan now. He had no reason to be this confident unless he was aware of something. You seem troubled, Wilhelm. Despite the clear pain in his voice, Sullivan forced his words out with the same sense of confidence he had when they first met. Tinged with that faux ignorance as though he did not know what was going on. Wilhelm straightened his posture, not granting the half-spirit the dignity of a reaction to his words. Could it be there is something beyond me that has attracted your full attention? Forcing false bravado into your words insults only yourself, Sullivan. He responded in a calm voice, his eyes moving past the pontiff to the street for a split second as another draconic roar sundered the air. We both know that you are well past your ability to content my skill in your current state. Making a lazy gesture to the missing limb, what you do now is little more than suicide at the end of my blade. Sullivan did not speak for a moment, then released a guttural cough mixed with laughter. I could be bereft of both my arms and you would still be no match for me, he exhaled. You remain the same, even after death. Content in this stagnant little life of yours, dropping to your knees in reverence to one who cares only what her image showcases. The woodland man jerked his head back up the street. What image do you think she displays now? One of composure or one of panic? Speaking of sights you shall not live to see is a staple of you, one that you have never once lost. He countered swiftly, he felt the amusement drop from Sullivan's posture. Though it was a token victory he held no interest in. What he truly wanted was to get past the caster as swiftly as possible. Killing him would be the best way forwards, but there was no telling how long that would take him. It would occur, but the distraction might prove to slow him just enough. Your inability to accept the nature of others clouds your vision to better paths. Are you truly going to engage me in a debate now? Sullivan chortled, shaking his head from side to side. You do my own work for me. Though I admit that you could have chosen a better topic to discuss, as your precious Elfriede is turned to a fine red mist by my allies. Wilhelm grit his teeth, his posture tightening. Can you truly not see this path is for the best? He snapped, losing his composure and pointing downwards, an arc by which humanity can escape their destruction. Under the loving care of Fried. The caster spat the word as though it was disgusting. Is that how you convinced the abandoned crossbreed to ally with you? You were doing the world a favor, number. I think the world has seen more than enough of your influence. I have stomached more than enough of your aid. A cancer that must be expunged from the root upwards to ensure it never returns. You and your paradise. Like the gods, Elfriede cared only for the worship dropped at her feet, nothing for those she cursed with coexistence with the rot. You resent that which you could not find comfort in. Perhaps if you had spoken more with the Lady Fried, you might have been cured of this poison of the mind. Poison. Is it poison to wish for something more of the world? Poison to recognize the flaws of your own home and work to correct them? It was not me who was ill of mind. It was all others of Ariandel who suffered from this toxin of the mind. You and Elfriede were simply those who were self-aware of your nature. With a derisive noise, Sullivan snarled. All of them dragged into that hopeless little world so that your precious lady could stand atop that frozen waste and declare she had the answer. Did you wish your roles reversed? I offered the true answer. I have always offered the true answer that you could never accept. You think I will let this hell be unleashed upon the world a second time? That I will allow all this world can offer to be swept aside by the blizzard of rot? Shaking his head from side to side, Sullivan dropped his voice into a deep growl. This time, for sure, I will correct the existence of Ariandel. Ever the hero, aren't you, sapling? Sullivan did not respond immediately, then let out a dry chuckle. Heroism. A naive hope for those who cannot see the filth of the real world. I am so much more than a hero, and I am so much more than you. The amusement returned to his voice. The burning sword was pulled from the ground and pointed towards him. The real question is, how long do you think Fried can last without you there to protect her? Who do you think she is fighting right now? Wilhelm narrowed his eyes. There was a knowing tone in the pontiff's voice, as though he was aware of something that had eluded him. If I were to make a rough guess, given the necessity of the dragon and the danger she likely faces, perhaps she has encountered a certain unkindled who currently travels with Chaldea. Sullivan mused with an edge of mirth in his tone, a goading note to his words as he continued onwards. He did regale me with the story of how Fried was slain and he took her weapons. I saw the sword he wielded, a certain black blade. Which of you died first, I wonder? Did he slay her before your eyes and drive you into a mad fury? Did you die valiantly defending your mistress, or were you put down like a rabid cur simply stripped of your weapon because he found it mildly useful? Wilhelm said nothing. In the second Sullivan had stopped speaking he had charged himself forwards. The sword erupting in black fire and angling downwards, carving a burning line in the snow at his side as he moved, the steam rising from the point of contact as he built up more power in his arms, tightening his hold on the hilt to such a point that the metal of his gauntlets groaned. He pulled the sword upwards the second he was close enough. The blade leapt from the ground and trailed an arc of black fire behind it as it moved. The pontiff waited until the last moment, then reversed his grip on his great sword and swung downwards, matching the strike at the very last second and locking the edge of his burning sword against the waving design of the onyx blade. The tip of the black sword hovered barely an inch from the front of the pontiff. The two of them stayed in that pose for a split second, then Sullivan shoved the weapon to the side, stepping closer and returning his grip to its original posture and swinging the sword back across his body in an arc. Wilhelm ducked under the horizontal slash, bringing up his left hand and flashing out the crimson shield as the caster attempted a kick, the shin bouncing off the dark hand. Wilhelm leaned forwards, thrusting his sword and forcing the pontiff into a spin to avoid the attack. As he twisted he held the sword horizontally against him and slashed outwards. He jumped backwards, the tip of the fire-cursed blade passed just in front of his armor before he rushed forwards, swinging into the pontiff and quickly finding his weapon locked in combat once more, the caster having reversed the movement and twisting the sword to catch his swipe with the flat of his blade, tip pointed downwards and braced against his left side for support. It was telling he was ignoring the clear pain he was in from having the burning greatsword pressed up against his body, the fires just as dangerous to Sullivan as they were to him. Sullivan pulled, then pushed, dragging both weapons in an arc above their heads before forcing them down into the snow. The combined heat of the blades hissed and spit, flakes of boiling water and steam hurled themselves at the fighters as they struggled. With a twist of movement, Sullivan shifted his grip once more and dragged the weapon upwards. Wilhelm's left hand snapped upwards, not a moment too soon, and brought forth the dark hand shield once more. The swirling mass of red light stopped the strike dead in its tracks, keeping the sword there for precious few moments. Wilhelm pulled the onyx blade backwards for a thrust. The pontiff reacted first and shoved, using the strength of the shield to grant leverage to his body as he kicked off the ground, twisting himself around to the left side of Wilhelm and bringing his great sword up once more. "You're moving slower than I remember, Wilhelm." The taunts resumed, an air of mockery about the caster. Surely the thought of Fried being in mortal peril should drive you into a maddened fury, yet you stumble around like a squire on his first day. Do you care so little for your mistress? The cold-blooded hangman, that was what he remained, the last face many would see before death. Regardless of their begging or pleading, he would see nothing but death. Again and again, those horrible expressions, so he tuned them out. He felt nothing as he stared at them, heard their pleas of mercy. The cold face of justice, a man who dropped his victims even as they begged for more life. How horrible. Their faces remained with him even now, those permanent expressions etched into his mind. Even knowing they deserved death, that did not make the burden of carrying their final words any easier. Perhaps he resented them. These people who committed such crimes lingered on his conscience for so long after the fact. Like a poison that moved through his mind. That's what it was. He was poisoned with their faces, with their guilty expressions and their earnest begs. How could one beg so loudly after being found so guilty? Why does he continue to do this? When will it end? You hold such a weight upon your shoulders, good Sir Wilhelm. Ah, yes, there was one thing that kept him going. Though you end life, take heart in the many souls you protect. Just one thing. But should there ever come a point where you can find yourself unable to do your duty, I shall harbor no judgment if you shall lower your sword. There is no shame in wishing a gentle peace, Sir Wilhelm. A gentle peace, that sounded rather ideal, but not something for the likes of him. All deserve to have a rest, Sir Wilhelm. There is not a single soul that should find themselves spurned from the grace of paradise. If there is nothing else, I shall carry the weight of your sins. There was quite a bit of weight to his sins. When the moment comes you cannot bear it further, I shall let you leave in peace. The moment came, and he stayed, because that peace she promised, it was something that everyone deserved. It was something he could see and feel. It was something he would kill for. Because it was for her sake. For the sake of all she would strive to do. He believed in the peace she spoke of. Because some burdens, truly are too heavy to bear. It was barely a second after the words passed through Sullivan's lips that Wilhelm coiled his body. The pontiff furrowed his wooden brow as the saber twisted himself side on, pulling the sword back and grasping it with both hands. He jumped to grant himself some distance, but now that felt as though it might not have been the greatest of ideas. The silence that came from the night was concerning as well. He would have expected loud words of rebuke or staunch defenses towards Fried. Instead he was met with silence, nothing but the howl of the wind and the crackle of flame. The aura of the night had shifted, there was barely a sense of anger about them. Instead they remained frozen the moment they had moved, still as a statue to the point where they could have been thought to pass out on their feet. They made nothing as much as a flinch. The sword still poised backwards, the tip pointing behind the knight. A beat. The onyx blade exploded. It was neither a jolt of fire nor a river, it burned like the sun. A jet of black flames rushed forth from the blade with such suddenness and ferocity that the body of the knight did not even adjust for the momentum, instead letting it be pulled along with it. The feet of Wilhelm left the ground a second later, all while the flames of the sword screamed. His body spun in the air, a black wall of fire soon surrounded Wilhelm like a tornado of fire. Sullivan kicked off the ground, jumping backwards as the power of the sudden stream let Wilhelm close the distance between them in less than the blink of an eye. Raising his sword upwards to block the next attack as the sword reached the point of perhaps the fifth spin, Wilhelm's feet had not even touched the ground when the sword slammed into his guard. His entire arm jerked to the side as the propulsion of the sword trumped whatever strength he had in his one arm, snapping the limb to the side and leaving him wide open. His single wing beat once, an awkward movement that sent him further backwards. Wilhelm's feet hit the ground, then left it once more as the fires burned as brightly as ever. The propulsion not letting up in the least as the knight accelerated to well beyond his original speed, his body surrounded by a cloak of black flames that drove him onwards, the sword molding into the inferno that surrounded his body, the thickness of the blaze so great that nothing of the onyx blade could be seen. Instead it looked as though Wilhelm was swinging a solidified rod of pure heat. The distance was crossed again, still spinning his body like a vortex and swinging downwards. Sullivan reversed his sword and braced it against his body. The blade fell and crashed into him with the entire weight of the knight behind it. Sullivan found himself blown backwards, his body twisting through the air as he tried to land on his feet, single wing beating furiously to realign his body. If he had visible eyes, they would have bulged from his skull as he noticed that Wilhelm was upon him yet again. The roar of the fire howled around him, his vision full of nothing but pure obsidian with flashes of white leaking through. The heat of the inferno clung to his skin, patches of embers forming on his robes as they burned. He brought the sword up in a hasty guard. The weapon was struck with incredibly force. Wilhelm swung with both arms and batted the sword aside, still spinning his body and launching a kick directly into Sullivan's gut, dragging a river of fire behind him as he did so and slamming the burning boot in his chest. The pontiff struck the snow a second later and in the same breath, was bounced off the snow and righted his body while still in the air. The second his feet touched the ground he accelerated backwards, swinging his greatsword upwards and unleashing a torrent of profaned flames onto the direction of the Black Knight. Even if it did not hurt him, the flames would likely. Wilhelm burst through them like a tsunami, the rivers of black fire ripped through the profaned flames like water bursting from a dam. The knight slowed not even a single step in his pursuit, barely even registering the existence of the attack in the first place from the looks of things. Sullivan angled his blade, already bracing his body for the glancing blow his guard would receive, the sword pulled backwards and into a preparation for a thrust. Wilhelm threw his whole body into the move, with the power of the black flames propelling him onwards like a rocket. One foot touched the ground and it was ample enough to kick, shattering the earth beneath the armored step and launching the knight. The tip of the blackened fire sword smashed into Sullivan's guard, rocking his whole arm as he angled the blade ever so slightly and forced the tip of Wilhelm's weapon to slide over the face of the blade, carving across it with a blackened trail of fire and coming dangerously close to his neck. With a twist, Wilhelm angled the sword at the last moment so it cut into his right shoulder as it passed. Biting back a hiss, the black flames licked at his skin with grim results. His body cracked and split under the head, burning embers formed on the surface of his robes and upon his wooden skin itself. With a snarl, Sullivan backhanded the sword away from his torso and twisted his body, swinging his left leg upwards and landing a solid blow onto Wilhelm's side. The knight gave a single wheeze as Sullivan sent him spiraling through the air. The recoil from the kick similarly sent him into an uncontrolled launch and crashing into the building on the street, Wilhelm striking the house opposite in an explosion of obsidian flames. The house had not even fallen before the knight went bursting through the front of the building once more, each stepping dragging with it another spark of abyssal flames. Sullivan fought back an exhausted noise as he watched Wilhelm bound towards him with his sword held high once more. With a snarl, he pushed himself back onto his feet and peeled his body from the brick wall behind him. Clay blocks clattered to the ground as his body was ripped free of its confines. This was no longer something that he could underestimate, if it had ever been like that. He had never seen Wilhelm do something like this before and the chances were that he could not keep it up for very long. Few could utilize magical energy so violently for so long a period of time. In addition to that, every burst of fire had originated from the sword rather than from the knight himself. It meant the sword was the cause, but even then, there was no way he could channel that much power into himself and not exhaust his body. The profaned greatsword burned in his hand, matching the intensity of the onyx blade with its own brilliant glowing blaze, casting a light over the street as though the sun was rising from the ground up. Angling his body, Sullivan lowered himself into a sprinting posture and took in a deep breath. Wilhelm was already halfway across the street and if he waited any longer, then he would lose the momentum he had managed to secure. He pressed his legs down, pushing his feet off the ground and sending himself skywards. His body soared through the sky for a brief second, sword held aloft as he crossed the distance between himself and Wilhelm in the single jump, swinging the profaned greatsword down in an arc towards the knight. Wilhelm did not slow himself, instead swung upwards as he charged. The swords crashed into one another with an explosion of fire. All Sullivan could feel was the furnace blasted in his face. His skin cracked and shattered as splinters were blown from his cheeks. His clothes were set alight and the flames quickly moving to claim his skin a similar matter. However, it meant very little to him. He would not lose to Wilhelm, not to the likes of one of Frida's bootlickers. Not to someone like that. RRRRHHHHAAAA. With a roar, he pushed forwards and kept on swinging, matching Wilhelm blow for blow as the two continued their relentless assault against one another, their bodies being consumed in the fires. Flashes of fiery blazes and consuming onyx filled the streets with the blurs of both Sullivan and Wilhelm moving between each clash, the two men dancing between one another as they tore apart the street with their combat. The ringing of steel had become deafening, the sounds of metal screaming out as it was pushed beyond its limits. Yet neither one backed down. He caught the kick in the chin, grunting as his vision spun around in circles and being forced a step backwards. He responded quickly, slashing upwards and extending the blade into a fiery beam once more. Atalanta reacted to that swiftly enough, turning her body and letting the blade glide over her front while swinging her legs upwards. Her shin struck the flat end of the sword. Even with the hiss of fire touching fur, the weapon was still struck with enough force to wrench it from his grip and send it flying upwards. The sword shot through the floor above them, disappearing with a crash of wood. He stepped backwards, arm going wide with the force. Atalanta flipped backwards, her hands touching the floor and coiling her body inwards, drawing her legs close to herself while performing the angled handstand. After a split second, she pushed off the ground and thrust her legs forwards. Ash raised his left arm in front of himself, gritting his teeth as her feet slammed into his guard and very nearly knocked him over. Had it not been for the fact he was enhanced with his pyromancies, he was certain she might have. He moved quickly, pushing his left arm to the side and dragging her feet with it. His right arm came down as she was spun, a brief look of surprise on her face which quickly shifted into worry as his right arm fell down like an axe. His fingers spread wide like claws and sharply clamped down around her left ankle. With a grunt, he pulled her forwards and swept her off the ground, spinning his body on his heel as he did so and swinging her forwards. She smashed through the closet wall. Ash wasted no time in pulling her back from the rubble and swinging her in the opposite direction, this time shattering the wall with the back of her head and shoulders. He knew he wouldn't have long to hold her, she would likely break out of this hold soon, but it was just the fact he was able to finally get a hit on her that was something he jumped at the chance of exploiting for all it was worth. The stone crumbled as he pulled her away from the damage. He doubted the building could suffer many more blows such as this, and perhaps he might have been more inclined to care at an earlier junction. But there was something about this woman, her words, that vexed him deeply. Especially since he had spoken with her and she had appeared quite reasonable. If it truly was a case like Jeanne d'Arc and her altered self, and this one was a construct made in facsimile of the original with her values twisted to the whims of her new master, then perhaps he did owe it to Atalanta to remove this insult to her. Her body twisted, with incredible core strength she pulled herself upwards and took a swipe towards him. Ash leaned himself back, the claws just skating past his armored shin, and then pulled his arm upwards and dragged the woman along with it. Her face struck the remains of the wooden flooring above with a sharp crack, shattering the remnants and sending splinters crashing down to earth as he pulled her down as fast as he could. This time her body fractured the ground. He pulled her towards himself as fast as he could, her body leaving the ground as he dragged her legs past himself and released his hold on her leg. His right hand clenched into a fist as he drew his arm backwards. Atalanta's face came into his field of view as she twisted her head to stare up at him. Her eyes locked onto his fist and then became acutely aware of the fact she was no longer touching the ground and was being rapidly pulled into the air. Ash swung down, with the clear intent of driving his fist into her face and then hammering her skull into the floor with as much force as he possibly could. Her arms blurred and her hands clamped down around his arm in the split second before the punch landed. In the next moment, her arms wrapped around the rest of the limb and she twisted her head to the side. Instead of striking her, the fist struck the floor next to her. Her legs came free of his arm and snaked upwards. They fell down and coiled around the back of his head and shoulders, bending slightly and locking his neck down with the joint at the knee. Ash found that he had barely a moment to realize what was going on before Atalanta pushed, driving her legs downwards clockwise and pushing him towards the ground. He dropped like lead, his face struck the floor with a weighty thud. Letting her lock him down like this was a recipe for disaster, and he could already feel her grasp on his arm tightening. His increased endurance would only afford him so much leeway. The sound of his titanite armor creaking in protest as Atalanta started to pull on the limbs sent alarms ringing through his body. He did not need a repeat of what had occurred last time to strike him yet again. Especially not with his dominant hand. Slamming his left hand into the ground between the two of them, he channeled magical energy into the palm and let loose another pyromancy. This time calling upon the pillars of fire, the floor erupted with head as towers of red-hot flame shot upwards all around them, drawing a cry of alarm from Atalanta as the molten towers spit out splotches of chaos fire in every direction they rose from. Their bases leaked out the thick burning rivers of magma. The sound of roaring jets was deafening and swiftly overcame her alarm. The pressure left his arm a moment later. He drew his limb back to his body and out of the woman's grasp, turning himself to face her only to catch her shin in the side of his head, snapping it backwards with a sharp crack, then going downwards as she stomped on his face with an armored heel. His body contorted, a tightness around his shoulders pulled him upwards as he realized a second later, the moment his body left the ground, that the woman had grabbed a hold of his cape and pulled him into the air with it. Wind rushed past as the room blurred around him, feeling his body meet resistance briefly with a shudder before it gave way. A cacophony of chaotic sounds, crashes, rumbles and snarls, met his ears as he was spun around by the item of clothing. His desperate attempts to reach behind him were met with failure as he picked up more and more speed, the room becoming indiscernible as he moved at speeds which made it impossible to make out specific details. Then the pressure on his neck was released, accompanied by a roar. He was let loose of his hold, and in the next moment, he found himself outside once again, twisting through the air and barely catching sight of the house he had just been inside, crumbling in on itself as the last of the supports gave way, at least the half of the house that had not followed him when he was sent flying through the upper floor and the ceiling with a single throw of the woman. It was not even a second later, the building having not even collapsed, when Atalanta came bursting through the ruins and into the air with a powerful beat of her wings. Her bow flashing in her hand as she climbed higher than him, knocking an arrow and drawing it back faster than he could register. He dimly realized what was going to happen. His hand flew to his bottomless box and flipped it open as fast as he could. She loosened it at the same time he pulled forth the large weighty blocks of reinforced wood. Slamming the twin doors against one another and creating the best barrier he could think of. A tremble passed through his body. His arms screamed in protest and he found himself falling to the ground once again. Flashes of purple light rushed around either side of the twin tower shields as more arrows struck it and exploded. His defense held firm for whatever good it was going to do. The shudders stopped. He turned his head to look down to the ground he was rapidly approaching. A frown came upon his face. He could turn his body to brace his landing a bit easier, but that would expose himself to further attacks from the archer, and relying on her to miss was a fool's errand. She had already proven herself an incredible marksman. Regardless, he was left with little choice. He turned his body, keeping the shields locked together above his head while he aimed the rest of his body down, his legs poised to take the brunt of the impact. Another frown came upon him. He noticed that the woman had not fired an arrow in a good second. Atalanta appeared in front of him, bereft of her bow and with her claws spread wide as if going for a tackle. Ash widened his eyes in alarm, already preparing to counter her. Except she did not go for a tackle. Instead her hand swung up and clamped down around the frame of the twin shields, anchoring her body while she snapped her legs together and let the momentum of the sudden shift in angle carry her forwards. His eyes bulged and he let out a gasp. Bone cracked beneath his armor as she swung a two-footed kick into his gut, bending his body and pulling the shields apart above his head, the arms coming to his side and coughing out what he assumed was probably blood, though it did not leave his helmet. She released her hold on the shields, letting him fly away from her as she twisted in the air and brought the bow forth once more. There wasn't time to bring up both shields as she was already loosening an arrow at him. He brought up the left shield to cover his body as best he could. The arrow exploded, the shockwave reverberated through his arms and shoulder. The guard had been hasty and balancing in the air was impossible for him. The end result was to be expected. He spun through the air, unable to control himself, and sent crashing through the rooftops and into another building. Debris in the form of tiles, brick and wood dropped down around him as he smashed into the floors, letting out a deep groan as he released his hold on the shields, dismissing them back to his bottomless box and already moving to try and find the next weapon. There wasn't time to be selective, so he grabbed the first thing he could think of, pulling the sword out and pointing it towards the hole he had crashed through, flipping onto his back and quickly rising up to his feet. He paused, if only briefly, to stare at the plain longsword in his hands. How long had it been since he held this weapon? The thoughts were banished from his mind. His left hand ran across the surface of the weapon and painted it with fire, pulling the hand away and twirling the sword in his grasp, still aiming towards the sky and waiting for the appearance of the woman. His eyes narrowed as he was rewarded with nothing. His brows furrowed, though he did not lower the sword. The silence was telling. Atalanta had not hesitated to pursue him further, yet now she was remaining behind. Something was wrong with that situation. The wall to his side exploded inwards. He turned on his heel and raised the flat of his blade instantly. The weapon clashed with the front of Atalanta's bow, locking it in place and illuminating the savage snarl of the woman with its flames. He twisted the sword and dragged it across, forcing her to take a step backwards as he advanced and thrust the weapon forwards. She leaned back, shifting his thrust into a stab as he followed her downwards. The woman ducked her body to the side. The sword pierced through the floorboards. She lashed out with a sweeping kick as she did so and struck the blade with her shin, tearing it from the ground. This time, he did not lose his hold on the weapon and let the momentum of the kick carry him as well, turning his body and performing a complete spin as he brought himself around. Reversing his grip on the longsword and charging forwards the second the animal woman was in his line of sight. He slashed downwards. Atalanta snarled and raised the bow over her left side, her legs locking down as she blocked the blow. Ash pushed forwards, his left hand thrust itself forwards and clamped down around her throat. She widened her eyes as he swung her around, dragging her feet off the ground and slamming her into a nearby wall, denting it inwards as his sword pierced through the side of the building with ease, still locked with the blow, and he started to push it forwards with all his might. A furred hand came away from the bow quickly, pushing up around his arm and then wrapping around it with her whole limb, prying it away from her neck and bringing up her leg and pressing up against his abdomen to give herself more distance from him. With a single grunt, she pushed against his body and forced herself backwards. The wall opened up behind her as she rolled back into the street. He gave chase, breaking through the ruins and moving after her. Granting her distance now would just let her use her bow again. At close distance she might have been his better, but he was gradually picking up what she was able to do the more she moved. With his nature as an undead, he could afford injuries she could not. Sooner or later she would make a mistake and he would be able to get her. Kicking off the ground, he launched himself through the air towards the woman as her head snapped up and faced him once more. The snow parted in front of him, a small cloud being kicked up as though something had landed in it. A split second later he detected a presence, accompanied by the air shimmering and a large form easily a head taller than himself fading into existence. He had just enough time to widen his eyes behind his helmet before a large hand clamped down around his head. The rest of his body continued forwards, swinging around the new anchor point and pivoting his body so his back was now facing the ground. The grip was tight, but it was just enough to hold him. A moment later he felt himself moving through the air at a rather mediocre speed, as though it had been a lazy toss rather than the brutal throws of Atalanta. It gave him enough time to turn his body as he moved through the air and land on his feet, tensing his body up as his eyes fell upon the new arrival, briefly raising an eyebrow as he stared at them. Though the new presence could not be denied, a strong lordkin now stood before him, very likely a goddess. The flames in his left hand turned black instantly. They would prove far more useful in this fight. The woman, standing a full head over him with fur growing from her body styled into a manner similar to a dress, platinum-colored hair extending down her shoulders, a full fluffy tail swaying behind her and a humanoid face with vibrant green eyes stared right back at him. A large scythe held in her right hand easily as long as he was tall and a blade half his height, yet the hold on the weapon was lazy, as though she did not intend to swing it. After a moment, she raised it up, holding it like a bar and blocking Atalanta from advancing past her to get to him as she readied herself. He was clearly not alone in seeing the movement as peculiar as surprise flashed through the features of Atalanta. The woman's face scrunched up in shock as she stared at the new arrival. "What are you?" She started to speak up, but was cut short before she could finish her sentence. "Jack is in peril, please get her to safety." I shall join you momentarily. The woman spoke in a gentle voice, though its commanding tones could not be ignored. Atalanta looked as though she had initially wanted to argue, though swiftly thought better of it as she turned on her heel, though not before shooting him a final glare, and launched herself into the air with a few beats of her wings. Leaving him behind with the tall woman, he'd seen such features before. A crossbreed, though this one was much taller than the likes of Yorshka. The woman stared at him for a few moments longer, then she eventually spoke up. I have sensed your pain from across the world, it calls to me even now. Ash remained impassive behind his helm, though he internally frowned at her words. It is why I stand before you now and offer you this chance to lay down your sword and accept the comfort that this world brings. It is a comfort that you, more than any other, are in desperate need of. He frowned at her. If she had seen his face she would have known just what he thought of that option. Regardless, she presented herself as one who propagated this world and the rot that festered within it. If she, like Atalanta, was one who deemed this existence acceptable, then they marked themselves as enemies against both himself and humanity as a whole. He would not let them suffer this fate, even while he debated their worth. This fate was not one he would allow. I shall accept nothing of this frozen land. The words came from his mouth with force, ensuring that he could not be misunderstood. Nor shall I tolerate any who believe this existence can be justified. Those who willingly take to this land should be dealt with mercy, rather than be allowed to linger in this unending state of anguish. There is no anguish to be found here. The woman matched his tone this time, her eyes narrowed at him ever so slightly with a touch of heat entering her voice even as she made no moves against him. Do you not see? Have you not witnessed it? The silence of the streets. The tranquility of the air. A far cry from the suffering that once haunted the streets of this era. A land where even those who were abandoned by all others and were shown not an ounce of kindness can find acceptance. Debating this with you is pointless. If you believe this world just and right, then there is no sense to be found with you. Any who could see value in this land do not truly understand humanity. There is not a single human who would ever see this as something valuable. How certain your words are. She cut him off, leaning her head to the side and pacing, still facing him as she moved back and forth, dragging her scythe through the snow. Though I ask, how much do you understand of the world in which you stand? Though perhaps that is why you seek to undo my efforts to save humanity. Aiding in an incineration that will see their race reduced to nothing. This time, he did blink. Are you bereft of sanity? He asked after a moment of silence, earning a puzzled look from the crossbreed. Our efforts here work to undo your own. It is through your own hand that this era is laid waste. The longer this hell remains painted on this land, the greater the damage you inflict. In seeking to save humanity, you doom it. Besides, if this was the salvation she envisaged, then humanity was better off dead than accepting of this. This state where duty was all but abandoned, where one would remain listless and accepting of whatever came their way. Unable to ever achieve a true sense of completion. And if this, gesturing around himself, he made no effort to keep his disgust from his voice, is your attempt at salvation of humanity. Then the humans of this era are truly better off dead. Has cruelty turned your heart so cold? Cruelty. He parroted the word, tasting it in his mouth and finding it foul. Did she have even a single ounce of sense in her being? What she was doing outed her as a cruel one. Depriving these people of the chance to find their duty in life, to pursue their sense of purpose and finding that completion that kept humanity going. That should have kept humanity moving. This world rejected that, as if saying simply existing was more than enough. These people who lost everything were granted neither mercy nor the chance to rebuild themselves. He shook his head from side to side, pointing his sword to the crossbreed. No, it is you who is the cruel one. Forcing these humans into this world, removing their chances to live by their duties and robbing them of their purpose. The incineration can only kill them, what you do here annihilates their very being. You turn them into hollows in all but name. The woman stilled, her pacing halted and her eyes narrowing. What of those humans who accept this world willingly? What of them? Had he not made that clear to her? If they are unable to find a duty to provide purpose, if they can no longer find a true meaning behind their existence, then its continuation is to suffer. If that is how they can only live, then the greatest kindness that can be offered is a swift and merciful end to them. If you have any who live like that, then I shall put them to rest as they deserve. And it is you who decides this. There can be no other. It was a simple matter of experience. He had seen the end result of striving for existence above all else. The people of the painted world begged him for death to release them of their lives. To have their world burned away into nothing as they could not tolerate the rot any longer. Beyond that, the state of the world at large. From ambition and greed forcing it to repeat a cycle again and again, the undead who lost their way and turned to mindless creatures. He would not allow something like that to come to pass ever again. He could not. The woman said nothing for but a few seconds, then her voice came out cold. I see. So that is what I would have become had I remained with her as you did. Her. The expression shifted, confusion coming to her features before understanding settled upon them. So you truly remain ignorant. Memories buried so deep within one's soul that they cannot be said to exist at all. Perhaps this ignorance is why you reject this peace. What madness do you? In that case, I shall elucidate you. She waved a hand towards him, her expression shifted into something apologetic. This world, my home, unlocks all memories within it. An art taught by my grandmother. For what comes next, you have my sympathies. He felt an alarm ringing through his head, he kicked off the ground and launched himself forwards. Do you understand your purpose? Yes. Do you doubt your existence? No. With no worry, your body will not hesitate. I will worry for nothing. With no fear, your sword will not falter. I will fear nothing that crosses my path. You are of powerful blood, this grants you great strength. I shall use this strength for your will. This is your value. I understand. This duty is your life, my will is your soul, my words are your courage. I shall not fail in my duty. This is your value. I do as you command. Do you understand? Yes, mother. I understand. Chapter 158. Value not his own. Fire flowed from his hand like a river, the torrent of black flames washed along the ground and consumed all in their path. The power of the blaze ripped apart the ground and sent waves of steaming water into the sky. The cloud of smoke parted just as quickly as it was born and vanished as the flames came closer to the target. It had been an instinctual response the moment the images had flashed through his mind. He'd kicked backwards and unleashed the black flames without hesitation the moment he sensed something was wrong. Yet he was too slow, he could feel his mind burn as something erupted from deep inside him. Clarity gave way to confusion, which gave way to shame and fear. Something was wrong with his head, something was wrong with his life. Something was wrong, so very, very wrong. He didn't know what was wrong, he did not even think to contemplate it at the moment. He caught but a glimpse of the images, he heard but whispers of the words spoken so sweetly into his ears. Words that he took deep inside and held so close that he dare not let them go, words that he knew would carry him forwards through even the greatest of trials. The words terrified him, his dependence on the words that were little more than echoes left him horrified. The flames cut off the images, the link between himself and the enemy servant was broken just as quickly as it had been formed, but the damage was already done. He felt the loss seep through his soul, the words and whispers fell silent. The sense of completion that he had been granted was ripped from him and left with a yearning. He stomped, he screamed, he raged. His mind worked quickly, trying to cut out the words from his mind as though they were poison. They might as well have been for the effect they had on him. He did not know who spoke them, he did not know whose memories those were, but he did not wish to encounter them again, he did not wish to experience them. If but a brief flash did this to him, then to experience them in full force would. It would. He did not want to think about it. Time moved so slowly for him as he retreated, whether he was breathing or not never even registered with him. All he could think about doing was putting as much distance from himself and the enemy servant as possible. The crossbreed had done something to him, they had attacked his mind rather than his body. It was not something he could combat, it was a battle he had never experienced before. He would need help to understand how to combat something such as this. The black flames continued to leap from his hand, shooting forth without end and becoming a howling roar as they ripped through the street. He had never created an explosion that large before, and he realized that he had not stopped channeling magical energy into his pyromancy flames since he started. The fires continued, he kept pouring strength into them. Every ounce of his power was pulled from across his body, his every fiber was thrumming with life as they all focused on his left hand and the abyssal fires. It was as though he was throwing forth every ounce of his life, every single iota of power, all his rage and emotions, and ejecting them from his body in this one attack. He wanted the crossbreed gone before she could do the same thing again. He never wanted to experience that again, and yet, something flashed through his body, and the next moment he pulled his left hand back. It felt as though something had been pulled taut and then snapped back into the limb. The recoil very nearly dislocated his shoulder as his feet hit the ground. The momentum carried him backwards as he skated through the snow. His left hand came up. He stared at his empty palm as the final remnants of fire faded from sight, soon snapping his head towards the direction where the crossbreed had been standing. He caught the sight in the final moments of its existence. The inferno that had very nearly consumed the whole street was snuffed from existence. The wall of flame had been cut in half, a slice through fire itself that was so clean and so perfect that he could never imagine repeating it. Not only had the fire been cut, but so too had his link with it for whatever reason. It was not something he had ever experienced before, nor did he think was possible. It was something that he could not understand in the slightest. Ash frowned, shifting his stance and tightening his grip on his long sword so greatly that his armor started to groan. He was certain that if he had been stronger he would have formed indentations in the hilt of the sword itself. The steel sword had never been more comfortable in his hands, or perhaps it was merely the notion that he was armed with anything that brought him comfort. It was something he could comprehend. The black flames sputtered out of existence, falling aside into nothing and revealing the unblemished form of the crossbreed. Her side held out away from her body, still hanging in the air where she had completed the horizontal slash. Yet her posture was all wrong. It was clumsy, lazy, even, and certainly not something anyone would have put effort into. He adjusted his footing, internally debating whether getting closer to stop her or putting distance to flee from her was the best course of action. If that strike had been her not even trying, then there was very little he could do if she actually put effort into an attack. He did not understand what she had done to the flames either, or why his connection with them had been cut. It wasn't like Vow of Silence. The magic hadn't been cancelled, it had been destroyed. Much like how one would cut a limb from a body, she had cut the spell from him. Though she had not said a word, nor did she speak as she lowered the scythe back to the ground with an almost lackadaisical sense of urgency about her, regarding him with that same look of pity that now felt more taunting than anything else. Pitying him for the state she had put him into was rather insulting, yet he would not so quickly take the bait. What did you do to me? Ash spoke quickly, the words leaving him in a rush as the question circled in his mind. He might not have been expecting an answer from her, but it was something he had to know. What did you make me see? The crossbreed regarded him coolly, then spoke in a slow and gentle voice. What is it that you believe I forced you to witness? The left hand flashed with fire, though he held back from casting another spell. That time it felt rather insulting, though it might well have been something to put him off balance. It was only because he was disturbed by the images that he even entertained this conversation. If she could do it once, then there was every possibility she could do so again. Perhaps others would have more knowledge of this, unless it was the influence of this world that now haunted his steps. Was this what the people were forced to witness? Thinning his lips, Ash brought the sword in his right hand up and pointed the burning weapon towards the servant in an aggressive manner. Do not claim ignorance, you know what you did. You poisoned my mind with images, with that voice. You were poisoned long before I stepped before thine eyes. The crossbreed countered swiftly and with the same tone that one would speak with a fool. The poison runs deep within thy soul, so very deep that it cannot see the light of day. Yet, even that which hides in the dark still casts a shadow. I merely provided light so that you might see. The light so I could. He recoiled from her. What you? What was that thing, that voice, who was she? Our lives all start from somewhere, we grow upon what we are granted. I merely showed you what you were grant. Take it back. The voice came out as barely a whisper, it was all he could think to say. Get it out of me, get the voice out, get those images out, take them out. What has been revealed, cannot be forgotten. The crossbreed declared with certainty, the first lesson I learned from the one who arbitrates sin. They can be absolved, but they cannot be forgotten. To forget is to remain lost, to ignore is to invite repetition, to repent is to invite forgiveness. There was a pause before she spoke further. Though I had intended more to be revealed, your response ended that desire of mine. Tilting her head, the crossbreed took a single step forwards. He took a step backwards, prompting her to cease her motions. You retreat from me, yet I only shed light upon your sins. That which you should fear is closer to you than I. Her left hand came up, moving towards her chest and her index finger pressing into the center of her chest just beneath her collar. It resides deep within. If confusion is what troubles you, I might provide further. He unleashed another orb of fire, hurling it before she could even get another word out towards him. The response had been instinctual, once more driven on by the horror he felt at the prospect of being forced to witness more of those images. To hear that voice in his head once more, that voice which filled him with such dread and such joy, with such hollowness and such value. The crossbreed widened her eyes slightly, her left hand quickly moving to her side and swinging the weapon upwards. If Ash had been more attentive at the time, he might have noticed that her posture could not have been more amateur. The swing of her weapon had more in common with a child swinging a branch than it did with any seasoned warrior. Though he was not caring for such things. All he wanted to do was get away from her. The scythe blurred through the air, splitting the fireball before it could get close to her and washing over the length of the blade. Rather than last time where the flames were severed, it was merely a case that she detonated the ball with her weapon before it could reach her, letting out a small noise as she was forced a step backwards, her expression tightened in effort. Ash cared not, he unleashed another orb and then another, the black flames rocketing through the air with increasing ferocity as he forced the servant into a retreat. The scythe in her hand swung back and forth in clumsy arcs to block the projectiles as they came towards her, a cry leaving her throat as one struck her shoulder, her hand flew towards it and she grasped at the slight burn she now held on her left side. He saw an opportunity, soon kicking off the ground and rushing towards her as he unleashed an explosion directly in front of him as he gained distance. The fire granted him obscurity, he could no longer see the form of the servant, which meant that she would no longer be able to see him. Drawing the longsword across his body, bringing the blade under his left arm, he thrust his foot out and slammed it into the ground, cutting his momentum short as he brought himself out into a swing. The burning longsword cut through the explosion, the power of the strike batting the black flames aside as the weapon arced through the space where the crossbreed was. Or rather, where she should have been. His eyes widened behind his helmet as he swung through nothing but empty air, the presence from the servant vanished in the split second before he swung. As a result, he launched himself into an all-out attack at nothing, the burning sword pulled his body along as he continued the swing, his eyes darting around in his skill to look for any sign of where the crossbreed had vanished herself off to. His body locked up, his head swiveled as though it was on a joint as he looked left and right, finding no sign of the crossbreed wherever he might have looked. He grimaced behind his helmet, keeping his sword arm red as he continually twisted around, looking down at the snow. The only thing he could imagine is the invisibility of Freed. If the crossbreed was capable of something like that, then she would fall in line with the likes of Ocelot. Ash wasn't sure how long he turned in the snow, waiting for the attack that failed to materialize. His right arm brought itself up as the wind picked up, bracing himself as he soon found the snow swirled up into a vortex around him, though it was nothing dangerous to him, little more than a smokescreen to obscure his vision. He kept his posture tense, straining his ears to listen for any noise above the sound of the storm. The storm faded away. He was left alone in the street. A frown came upon his lips, still looking around left and right before loosening his posture. Did this mean she had used the storm to retreat from him? As long as there was distance between the two of them, he did not care. Unfortunately, even without seeing her, the influence remained. The smooth voice still tickled his ears. He turned his attention to the street, the distant sounds of clashing steel reached his ears. The sooner he was presented with something other than his own silence, the better. He would take anything over the silence. The silence meant the voice was louder than ever before. He had value. What value did the voice say he had? And why was he so repulsed and so enthralled with it? The slash was blocked, his arms did not so much as tremble as the hostile servant threw their full power into the attack. Strange as it might have been, but Percival did not consider the armored servant in front of him the greatest problem for him to deal with. That honor went to the young assassin as she fought with Quellen. Except to call it a fight would have been generosity beyond even the most selfless of heroes. It was a dismantling. Percival had counted no fewer than 13 times that assassin could have ended the fight quickly and simply killed the young boy, and those were the openings that even an amateur could have seen. If he saw them, then it was guaranteed that assassin had seen them as well, except she wasn't fighting with the intention to kill. At least not at the moment, it appeared to have more in common with an attempt at brutality or perhaps torture. The cuts were designed to slow Quellen down and bleed out, the types of cuts that drained fighters first and foremost before they moved in for the final blow. Except such a thing was wasted on someone with as little combat power as Quellen. Not to offend the young man, but all he was doing thus far was throwing around balls of fire with no real rhyme or reason to them. His weakened body, lack of skill and easily aggravated personality, Percival could see it in his most recent attacks, throwing his entire body behind the bursts of flames with his expression warped into an enraged snarl. Much like a child throwing a tantrum, he was a combatant that should have been easily dealt with by any competent swordsman and even one of beginner capacity. Yet, Assassin had not done that. He parried the greatsword to the side with his spear, stepping forwards and flipping the butt end of the spear into his waiting hand. The fingers wrapped tightly around the shaft and he stepped forwards, swinging the butt end of the spear around and slamming it into the center of the shield. The servant grunted as it blocked the attack, yet their feet caved the ground beneath them inwards with the bracing of the force. Percival dragged the weapon along the front of the shield with a sharp grinding sound of steel, twisting his body as he did so and thrusting the spear forwards the moment the right time was upon him. He locked the weapon into the groove of the large shield that rested directly over the steel-clad forearms of the knight. There was a brief silence shared between the two of them as Percival pierced through the armor as though it had not existed. Longinus jutted from one side of the arm to the other. Then he dragged it to the side. The shield protested the movement for all of half a second before it gave way. The groove of the shield acted as a support for the spear, allowing him to push forwards without having to worry about aiming. With a swift push, he flung the shield from the arm of the knight, ripping open the gauntlet as he pushed and spilling deep crimson blood onto the snow. A soundless scream came from the helmet of the knight, the visor flickered before burning with the force of a torch. The head locked onto Percival instantly and swung the sword towards him. The knight of the spear angled his body forwards, raising his left arm up and ducking his head behind his pauldron. The long steel sword struck his armor and then screamed as it glanced over the angled surface, swiping just above his head. Percival snapped his head back up, his right knee followed suit as he drove it into the gut of the knight. Steel creaked in the path of his knee as the air was driven from the knight, a guttural wheeze echoed out from the helmet. Their feet came off the floor, their body bending over his knee as he drove them upwards. He stepped backwards, pulling his left hand off the spear and cocking it backwards, his muscles bulged and his arm flexed. In the next instant, his arm had flown forwards at incredible speeds and smashed directly into the side of the servant's head. The helmet bent with the impact, the air rushed away from the point of impact, creating a small vacuum around the head of the knight which collapsed with a flash of light. In the next instant, they were twisting down the street in little more than a blur, their body crashing into the ground with an explosion of debris and already moving onto the next impact site before their first had even risen. Percival turned on his heel, drawing his right arm back and reversing his grip on his spear. His eyes shrank into pinpricks as they darted around, tracking the blur of Assassin as she made to jump towards Quellen again. He sucked in air, he twisted his body forwards and brought the spear to bear. One moment it was in his hand, in the next, the spear struck the left leg of Assassin and went right through the limb. The face of the girl froze for a split second as though she wasn't sure herself what had just happened. It was simple, he only needed to hit her faster than she could react. As impressive as her agility was, it still had limits to it. Quellen turned on her, his body littered with glowing cuts as he drew his arms back and then thrust them forwards. The pillar of fire leapt from his palms and struck Assassin dead in the chest, consuming her body in the inferno and sending the now burning silhouette shooting off into the air, twisting and turning as it did so before plummeting back to the earth, crashing through the roof of a nearby house and directly into the building, the windows lit up with the bonfire now burning from inside. The boy fell to his knees a moment later, falling forwards and only just catching himself before he struck the snow. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. His labored breathing and wet gurgle was proof enough that he was in no better condition than Assassin was. Despite the situation, he still turned from the smaller berserker and cast his eyes onto the fellow archer that was still engaged with the enemy servant's mount. The woman, Nobunaga, struck the large eagle in the side of the skull with the back of her rifle once again, soon reversing the weapon and firing point blank into its chest. Tossing the empty rifle aside, blood spurted from the wound of the eagle. It beat its wings furiously, kicking up a whirling of snow that flew directly into the face of the archer. Nobunaga snarled in irritation as her hand went to the sword on her hip, ripping the saber free. Even if it was a cavalry sword, it still remained a sword. The eagle made it not even a foot off the ground before the archer struck, thrusting the sword forwards and landing a quick jab into the leftmost wing of the eagle. The large bird shrieked before its head fell downwards, the beak clamped down around the wrist of the archer. Percival struck in that instant. He moved forwards with his full speed, disappearing with a boom and a rush of wind and then reappearing behind the eagle. His spear was no longer in his hands, but he did not require it for this. He brought his hands above his head and clasped them together, forming a large fist and taking aim. With a shout, he brought them down into the back of the bird's head and jerked it free of the archer. Nobunaga pulled her right hand back with a hiss, blood leaking from the gash on her skin. Though she did not let it deter her movements as she slashed outwards with the sword, carving a horizontal line through the front of the eagle and forcing it to try and fall away from her to gain some distance. Unfortunately, Percival was still behind it. His hands remained in their double-fisted lock, swinging his arms upwards as the eagle fell backwards and cracking his knuckles off its cheek this time. The large avian went airborne in a less than traditional manner, spinning in a mess of limbs and feathers before thudding into the snow. Though it still moved, the wounds it had suffered spoke enough for itself, its growls low and pitiful as it struggled to climb back to its feet. Even if it did, the lancer was certain that it was now blind in the eye he had struck. Sparing it barely a glance, as the battle was likely over at that point, he returned his attention to Berserker and rushed forwards, sliding across the ground and crouching down by the side of the coughing youth. He frowned as he stared at the puddle of glowing magma beneath the boy, still dripping from his mouth, then cast his eyes towards the burning house where Assassin had been sent through. He couldn't tell if that was a fatal blow or not. He would assume it wasn't, but it was difficult to tell in any respect. For the time being, he would just make the assumption that the assassin was still alive and act accordingly. Which meant that care was needed. He brought Longinus back into his hands and planted it in the ground next to himself and Quellen. "Did you see which direction Saber went?" he asked as he loomed over the coughing berserker. He'd barely caught sight of whatever struck the saber and carried them off away. He was sure he'd heard them appear once again in the same street, but if they had, he must have been more preoccupied. "I didn't see, but I can guess." There was a touch of amusement in the voice of the archer. Percival fought back a frown and turned his head to look over his shoulder, briefly raising his brow as he caught sight of the ruins of the street directly behind them. One of the houses was still burning and the snow had been turned asunder. Archer stared at the ongoing bonfire with her arms crossed over her chest, nodding her head up and down. "Certainly does things in excess." Percival spared her barely a glance as he returned his attention to Quellen, frowning more openly as the coughing continued seemingly without end. The boy had not pushed himself this far since he had met him, yet it made sense that using his powers would have this reaction. Apparently the simple act of existence brought him pain. Anything else that required channeling magical energy went without saying. "I sent the enemy rider somewhere up the street. Keep an eye out while I heal Berserker." He reached through the link between himself and his weapon. Though the spear did not return to him in the physical sense, such as flying back through the air, Longinus did drop back into his waiting hand, spinning and then planting it into the snow. He closed his eyes, all but commanding the spear to heed his desire. The light of the spear shone true and bright, the warmth of the weapon radiated out and soon engulfed the trio with its healing touch. The coughs of Berserker gradually faded away, being left with little more than dry heaves. The boy continued to hunch over, however, his hands buried in the wet slush that now resided at the base of his body. Slowly but surely the glowing of his skin receded away. The skin did not crack or shift any further. If Percival had been more observant, he would have noticed the bulges around the shoulder and collar slowly disappear as well, as though something that had been trying to push its way out from underneath the boy's skin retreated back into the body. Though it passed beyond his sight, faint as it was in the first place. The real question was what they were to do now. He was certain that Assassin was now incapacitated, much like the rider, but there was still the matter of the third servant that had attacked them, not to mention whatever reinforcements they might have brought with them. He did not know what class they were, but he imagined it could have been anything from a lancer, the speed would certainly have made sense, to a saber or even a berserker. The attack had been sudden enough to qualify them for the final class. though his ears could no longer detect any sort of sound, perhaps if he reached out with his senses. His head snapped upwards to the sky. There was a click as Nobunaga similarly turned her attention upwards and flashed out a rifle. The weapon dropped into her hands as she took aim, soon followed by a firing line of floating rifles behind her head. A black blur shot through the sky at incredible speeds, dropping down into the house where assassin had fallen with such speed that they blew out the windows and sent glass into the streets. Percival tightened his hold as a scream ripped through the air in the very next moment, a mixture of horror and fury. The light from within the building was snuffed out suddenly. Squinting allowed him to see a vague shadow moving through the upper floors of the building. The face of the home shattered, debris flung to the street below as the blur emerged from the newly formed hole, slamming into the ground with a blizzard kicked up in its wake. He was on his feet quickly, the spear held in both hands and pointed towards the direction of the cloud, in preparation for any sort of attack. As the smoke cleared, he was granted to the sight of a woman, pale hair and black fur covering her arms and legs. A pair of animal ears sticking up from the top of her head. In her arms she cradled the wounded assassin, the body of the young girl covered in burns and her leg bleeding profusely from the wound now present on her. The eyes of the woman raised themselves upwards, glaring towards himself and towards Nobunaga with such murderous intentions that he believed her to be a savage beast, the head of the boar mounted on her shoulder certainly feeling appropriate. There was a brief moment. She opened her mouth to speak, or perhaps to snarl at them, but then she paused, her eyes moved away from the two of them and towards something else. As quickly as the fury had emerged, it was quickly drowned out with something else as she frowned, tilting her head slightly. Following her line of sight was easy enough. Percival took a step to the side and blocked Quellen from her view. The sudden movement snapped the woman from whatever trance she had been in. Her eyes flew back to him with intensity but less so than before. The pair stared at the other in silence for but a few moments, then the woman spoke in a slow and rather forced tone of voice. There has been enough for right now. Percival did not lower the spear, but his eyes did narrow ever so slightly. You have your own to heal. She pulled assassin closer to her body, holding her as though she would vanish a second later. As do I. The eyes darted between himself and Nobunaga. If you still demand battle, then I shall oblige. They cared for the assassin. He could indeed fight the enemy servant here and now, but there was no way of knowing if she was going to be alone. Beyond that, if she was now here then that meant the saber was dead, or mortally wounded. He could see few injuries on the enemy servant, which meant it had been a rather one-sided engagement. Given the length of time they had been gone and the sounds that had come from the direction of their battle, he could only assume the enemy servant was one that he would require his full attention to defeat. Which meant time. Time enough that he would need to. They accept. All heads turned to the sudden presence, appearing as swiftly as though they had been there from the very beginning. A thick furred cloak covered their entire body, only their head being exposed to the elements with long sky blue hair washing down the back of their body freely. Their almost childlike appearance and innocent smile hid the power they exuded. Though Percival already knew of their existence, the head of the new arrival looked towards the servant and the assassin. Though Percival could not see their expression, he imagined it was not a pleasant one. You have my word on that. You may take the child and leave here to have her cared for. None will make a move on you as you depart. The blue-haired youth turned their attention onto them, their eyes flashed dangerously as though warning the pair of them not to push it. Percival lowered his spear slightly, pushing it into the ground, but first. When the gaze did not leave him, he glanced to the side and noticed that Nobunaga had still not lowered her rifle. It is not wise to provoke them. Percival warned in a low voice, keeping his attention split between the two of them. I'm not usually in the habit of letting enemies go, especially when they mean to heal their wounded. Nobunaga responded quickly and sternly enough. The fact that Percival agreed with her was troublesome enough, though his hands were more or less tied. The assassin is on their last legs, and if we allow them to escape now, then we will simply need to battle them again in the future. It is a far simpler task to end their life here and now. Before Percival could speak up, the blue-haired youth did. I was being kind in offering it as a suggestion, though that was merely to hide my true meaning. I was not asking you to allow their retreat, I was telling you what would occur. So long as I stand here, I shan't allow a single human life to be lost. The new arrival narrowed their eyes. I have already prevented the deaths of the 300 that existed within this battlefield of yours. Do not impede upon this generosity further. Nobunaga frowned, opening her mouth once again. I am not one who enjoys the suffering of humans regardless of whether they are heroic spirit or still among the living. The boy continued onwards, and my dislike of death does not mean I am incapable of acts of violence. There are well over 30 methods I can think of to stop you before you might cause harm to berserker or assassin, and 23 of those are painful. Eyes narrowed dangerously, Percival fought back a grimace at the posture of the boy. Do not force me to engage in acts I am uncomfortable with, but do not mistake my reluctance with weakness. You're not gonna do anything, are you? Nobunaga directed the question towards him that time. It was an observation she had doubtless made when she noticed the fact he had dropped the tension in his posture and the readiness of his spear. I am not. No. Though I do agree with your assessment, it is out of my hands if we wish to have any form of safe haven. Nobunaga fell into a deep silence after he said that. Provided she did nothing he would have to explain quite what he meant, but it wasn't a long explanation. If they had already lost the saber, then losing the archer would place them right back to where they had started. He knew that Shielder would act to prevent violence between the two groups, and the fact he had created the only aspect of this entire land that was even approaching relative safety was a fact that hung above his head regularly. The silence continued onwards. Nobunaga let out a deep and rather irritated sigh as she lowered her rifle. The expression on her face made it perfectly apparent she was no fan of the decision and it had been forced out of her. The pleased expression on the face of Shielder probably did not help matters much. They turned towards the direction of the newly identified berserker and nodded once to her. You may take assassin and leave, though I suspect you will meet this group very soon once again. Berserker turned on their heel, not even sparing Shielder a word, but did offer a slightly grateful nod of the head. However, Shielder spoke up before she could leave completely. If I were you though, I would think more deeply of this situation. For every child that you see saved in this world, how many more perish unseen as a result of this land? Berserker stopped moving, her head turned ever so slightly in the direction of Shielder. But it remains your choice. Regardless of your decision, I am content with whichever action you select. Berserker took off into the air a second later, leaping into the sky with a single push of her powerful legs, and then the wings that burst from her back carried her further, becoming little more than a black dot as she vanished into the clouds above and then moved beyond even then. Evidently she lost little to nothing in regards to speed when she transitioned between the land and the sky. It goes without saying that I am going to need a very good explanation as to why I just allowed two obviously hostile servants to leave and why you let them go. Nobunaga's voice cut through the silence a second later. Percival found himself nodding in acceptance. That was a fair enough request to make, and had Shielder not been here, he would have pursued Berserker and slain both themselves and assassin while they were weakened. It was more a matter of poor timing than anything else. 3. Shielder corrected with an innocent tone of voice, still facing the direction of the sky, though the writer only battles you because you are heroic spirits. They hunt the dead and, naturally, servants are beings that are the dead restored to life. The blue mop of hair turned, the face of Shielder was now pointed towards them with the same carefree smile plastered upon their expression. I'm sure you realize it presents a little bit of a conundrum to them, but it is an unfortunate situation. 3. Yes. Writer departed during the moments you were engaged with dialogue with Berserker and the point at which I arrived. A frown came upon their face, their head tilted to the side ever so slightly. However, the curious thing is that they are not tracking the same direction as Berserker, rather they are moving in an entirely different direction altogether. So maybe they aren't all on the same team after all. The smile of the Shielder vanished as they looked down, leaning back slightly and frowning at the form of Quellan. When you said you were leaving for an ally, I was not expecting you to return with something such as this in tow. The eyes of the Shielder darted towards him. Are you aware of what they are? He nodded his head. Even if he did not, it would not matter all too greatly to himself. He had given an oath to protect the boy and use the spear to grant him whatever peace he could. That was more than enough for him to consider the life of Quellan worth risking his own for. Besides, he was a knight, and there was no knight that would leave the helpless to their doomed fate when there was still something that could be done about it. All right then. At least you came back with one human. And Shielder paused for a moment, then leaned his body to the right side with a strange expression coming upon their face. Percival equated it to seeing something unbelievable for the first time in one's life. An expression rather at odds with the shielder, but something that warranted his own attention. Especially when he similarly sensed an approaching servant. An unkindled. Knew he'd still be alive. Nobunaga boasted a moment later. Percival glanced at her and noticed the almost smug expression on her face as she crossed her arms over her chest, nodding her head up and down as she continued to speak. There is no retainer of mine that could be put down so easily by a mere berserker. Wow, I wasn't expecting this level of care from you, but that's all right. Shielder nodded his head up and down. It was just that I wasn't expecting an unkindled to be here at all, let alone one who was allied with you. Though, I suppose that is always the case with humans. Very surprising at every turn. Percival himself turned around and looked to the point where he sensed the approaching servant arriving from. The location where the house had been demolished with great brutality, the flames still smoldering and the debris littering the snow. He heard the saber before he saw them, heavy footsteps and crashes as they stumbled through the ruins of the house and through the gap into the open. In their right hand was held a longsword. It did not look or feel particularly powerful to him save for the fact it was on fire. Though that was it, the design of the weapon was simple enough, and despite whatever power it had, it did not bear the appearance or authority of a noble phantasm. Then again, Nobunaga had alluded to something known as a bottomless box which contained other weapons, so this was likely one such weapon. That being said, the saber did not look as though they had enjoyed the best of engagements, stumbling out of the building and catching themselves at the last moment before they could fall flat onto their face. Their left hand came up, rubbing away at the front of their helmet as though they were suffering from some manner of headache. With how many scuffs and scratches the armor now boasted, he would not be surprised if more than a few blows had been landed onto the saber's head. Though considering he was still alive, that was an achievement in itself. Pulling their hand away, the saber ash looked up and stared at the trio for a moment, then moved their head past them to the shielder who stood close by. Their body jolted as though there was recognition before shaking their helmeted head from side to side. Are you not the shielder from Rome? Yes. I was always intending to make my way to this singularity, but the time got away from me. Percival felt as though there was a story there, but this was hardly the appropriate time to be speaking of it. I see that you have suffered at the hands of Berserker. Ash did not reply for a few seconds, then nodded their head once. Her skill was greater than I could have anticipated, though she fled when another arrived and alerted her that the one known as Jack was in danger. Must have been the assassin then. Nobunaga grunted dismissively. Both Berserker and assassin escaped. Naturally, she was quick to place the blame. As a result of this, one demanding that no one die in front of them. While that wasn't quite how Percival would have phrased it, he could not deny that it was a rather accurate description of events that had occurred. As such, he was more than prepared to explain the reasoning behind why they had actually adhered to the request of Shielder. Although the saber did not so much as say a word for a good few seconds, content to merely stare at them in silence. Yes, right, Ash mumbled back to them, shaking his head from side to side as he walked forwards. His posture and manner of speaking made it clear that he hadn't truly paid attention to what they had been saying, combined with the fact that he wasn't even walking towards them in the first place. True, he was walking in their direction, but it was off to the side. There was another servant I fought. She left. I thought I had sensed her nearby. Shielder chose that moment to speak up, prompting Percival to look over his shoulder at the Phi. The boy was nodding his head up and down before a thoughtful look came upon his face. She went right towards you, though. I would have thought she would come to rescue Jack. Shaking their head from side to side, they seemingly dismissed the point. Well, I suppose we should get moving. Get moving. Nobunaga's incredulity could have been carved with a knife, it was so thick, the archer turning their full attention to the shielder and giving them a look that, while not quite hostile, was hardly of the friendly sort, red eyes looking them up and down whilst maintaining a clearly wary edge of them. And who are you supposed to be? The blue-haired youth blinked once, then brought their hands out, showcasing that the cloak was more of a fully enclosed poncho, and clapped their hands together. Ah, right. I did not introduce myself last time, did I? That was a little bit rude of me. Sorry about that. Their left hand gestured to themselves. I am Kella. Great Father of the Dreamworld. A spirit. Quellen croaked out. Percival dropped back down and extended a hand to the young boy, grasping just around the upper muscles of his left arm and slowly bringing him upwards. The heat that now burned his palm was eerily similar to the few times that he had stood near enough Gawain when the man was using Galatine under the sun. The fact it was comparable to that heat was rather alarming in itself, nothing to do with the fact that the boy was clearly accustomed to such things. At this point, he was more worried at whether or not the boy's natural skin tone was actually red or if he was just suffering from near-permanent heat rash or burns. Yes, they are a fae. He glanced at the boy. He'd been around Merlin enough times to understand what a fae was and how they appeared. Not to mention the fact the spirit before him also had a penchant for entering dreams, although, thus far, their purpose had seemed much more benign than that of Merlin's. However, he couldn't make any claims beyond that. All he truly knew was that Kella was very protective of humans and precious little else. Kella was still looking at Ash with a clear frown, taking a single step forwards and tilting their head to the side. It was then followed by another step, then another. It was not until he stood dead in front of the saber that the armored man even seemed to realize Kella was even in front of him. Jolting ever so slightly and taking a half step backwards. Oh, so that's why you feel so different. The voice of Kella was rather strange, as though they had just realized something. Well, if that's how things are, then I suppose I'll put it down to a similar case such as mine. After all, I'm only here because I'm cheating. There was probably something more to that. However, the fae took a step backwards and continued speaking. Though, I can sense some sort of turbulence in your head. If you'd like, I could try and. The saber blurred, putting a good 5 or so meters of distance between himself and Kella in a single second. The movement was so sudden that it was as though time itself froze in the immediate aftermath of the act. Not a single person said anything, neither Kella, who still had their hand outstretched as they reached for the saber, nor Ash, who was breathing deeply with their sword arm trembling. Kella lowered the arm. Perhaps I got ahead of myself. There was genuine regret in his words, taking a step away from the direction of the saber and turning his head to face them, his expression awash with something akin to hurt or perhaps anguish. Clearly rather put off by the obvious rejection of his offer. We should probably start moving. I already sent some of the others to find your allies. He directed the latter part of the sentence towards Nobunaga, which caused the archer to blink and tilt her head slightly. You were searching for us. Not at first, but it became clear rather quickly through the dreams that you weren't in the same group as one another and you didn't know where the others were. Kella explained with a shake of the head, a faint smile coming upon their lips. I was hardly going to leave you all wandering around by yourselves. The smile vanished, and something has nestled its way inside your master's head. Even if they sleep, I cannot see their dreams. Nobunaga put on a troubled face. I had assumed it was something that came from this reality marble. Are you claiming differently? The reality marble is capable of a great many things, and contacting Chaldea is not something that is possible for you. However, that does not mean that the link between master and servant is one that it could have obstructed. I think that your master is in quite a bit of trouble, which spurred me sending my other associates to find you and bring you all together. I came here when I sensed. He made a half-turn, gesturing in the direction of Ash, Priscilla approaching this direction, so I had assumed this would be where the fiercest fighting would take place. I might have been mistaken on that part. He paused for a moment, then looked in Percival's direction with an apologetic expression. Not that I doubted you for a second, I'm sure you would have been plenty strong enough to fight out of this situation. It's just that Priscilla has some rather unfortunate abilities that make fighting her without prior knowledge something that can very easily end in a swift death. The way Ash locked up did not go unnoticed by Percival. Though we can discuss that when everyone is back together. I do believe that the others would have made contact by now, but we'll need to return to the grove regardless. He was walking before anyone could offer a single word in, moving past them almost as though they were skipping along. Come along, humans. There was a brief pause. And demon. The second title was delivered with much less enthusiasm than the first, clearly an afterthought. Percival glanced to the others, noticing that neither Ash nor Nobunaga had moved. I understand how sudden it might be, but he is one of the allies I spoke of earlier. Oh, right. Daycare. Nobunaga remarked with a flippant tone of voice, rolling her eyes and giving him a strange look. You neglected to mention that he was adverse to violence to the point where he would demand we let enemies go. She waved an arm at the back of Kella. Are they some sort of neutral party or something? I believe so, yes. HMPH. I suppose some refuge is better than nothing, more so if the claims he has made hold any weight to them. She turned and looked over her shoulder, frowning at the direction of Ash and something moving through her eyes the longer she stared at his frozen form. What of you? Have you any complaints about this situation? Percival similarly looked to Ash, watching as the saber did not so much as move. The fire of their sword went out abruptly. So long as it is away from danger for the time being, that is all that matters. He curtly declared, though it sounded more as though he said something for the point of saying it. Now walking forwards with quite a bit of urgency behind his steps as he marched right down the middle of them, Percival pulled Quellan to the side so that the young boy wasn't trampled by the saber. Though I shall keep my guard up around this spirit at all times. Percival supposed that was the best he was going to get, however he could not help but notice the strange twitch in the saber's movements. As though there was something else playing on his mind. The words didn't stop playing on his mind, no matter how hard he tried to forget them, something was forbidding that from happening. Those were echoed through his skull, they took command of every ounce of his attention. He'd barely paid attention to the others right up until the point the spirit child had been standing directly in front of him and reaching towards his head. He didn't need to know what he was trying to do, but he didn't want anything else messing with his head at all. Never again did he want to experience something like that. The words did not stop. Her will was his duty was his value. The voice did not stop speaking, the words repeating again and again without end. He could not stop them nor could he ignore them. Everything he saw reminded him of something he had never seen before. He saw the spires of Lothric and the coldness of gardens, the pains of battle run rampant across his body and then faded to nothing. He did not know these faces and yet he could never forget them. He wanted to forget those faces, but if he did, it felt as though he would lose something important. Something vital. To forget was to begin the first stages of hollowing. If he forgot those names, those faces and those images, then he would be well along the road of hollowing. Ash knew he could not forget those details, but he did not want to remember them. The deep churning in his gut would not stop. There was something wrong with him, it was clearly something the woman had done to him, but he did not know what it was. He needed her to put him back, he needed her to get rid of those memories. He didn't want to feel this way, he didn't want that voice in his head, or did he want the voice in his head? There was something alluring about it, something that a faint echo could not match, something that demanded more from it. His body spasmed on instinct, the shuddering flinch briefly stopped his steps but only for a moment. Long enough he could pass it off as stepping on something but not enough. He clenched his hand into a fist and closed his eyes behind his helm. Lowering his head for a moment and releasing a breath from between his teeth. Something was wrong with his head. Yep, Kella. He's a spirit of the Dark Souls world, because those guys are really quite cool. Anyway, Kella, Spirit of Dreams. Servant, Shielder. Strength, E. Endurance, A++. Agility, C. Mana, A+. Luck, B. Noble Phantasm, A. Tree of the Dream, the boy will fear no more, A++. Anti-evil, max target, 100, max range, 0 to 50. His defensive Noble Phantasm. The spirit tree will emerge from the ground and cloak all who need protection within its branches. Shielding all from harm against those with evil intent. Sea of Endless Forests, the woodlands that live in me, A+. Reality Marble, max target, everything in range, max range, 1 to 20. It is the reality marble of the Dreamlands, however it does not operate traditionally. Kella uses this reality marble to draw out plants and the like from the world within him, generating massive trees that he can manipulate and use to defend or attack. Though mostly for defense, the trees come from within his reality marble and therefore require his constant upkeep to maintain their existence. Class skills. Territory creation, X. Magic resistance, A+. Self-field defense, A. Application of a defensive territory over a large area. Incarnated spirit, A. An elemental of the highest order, they can draw in magical energy from the planet itself. Even in this other world, they are still recognized as the touch of the planet, and therefore are accepted as such. Personal skills. Spirit of the calming dream, B. Can craft a field around their body to elicit a calming effect, reducing the effects of mental attacks upon those nearby. Can also bless certain items to grant resistances to curses. Also ability to enter the dreams of those around as they sleep. Great Father of the Woods, A+++. A spirit of the world, they can commune with the animals and plants. Effectively reading the land and allowing them to detect the presence of servants from a distance. Trunk of hardening strength, A++. Increase endurance massively for a short time. Roots of protection, D. Tree spirits are very opposed to violence. Until such a time where it becomes impossible to resolve matters peacefully, he will be very unlikely to engage in a physical assault. He will still aid allies in protecting them. But he will not personally cause harm unless forced or seeing no alternative. This is a restriction he has placed on himself. He will most certainly never harm humans. Animals with great reluctance. Summoning. Oh, hello there. Kella, spirit of dreams. I have come to the class of Shielder to provide whatever help you need. Whatever comes your way, I'll be sure to keep you safe. Dialogue 1. I'm always impressed by how humans are, you know. This place we're in right now, I would never have dreamed you would be capable of that. Is that ironic? A spirit of dreams not being able to imagine something. I think that just proves how amazing you truly are. Dialogue 2. Master and servant. Oh, don't worry about something like that. I'll make sure to always keep you safe no matter what happens. So whatever you need, I'll be prepared to aid you with. Dialogue 3. If you have MASH. I suppose that's always the same with humans though, for how amazing you can be, you can also do some very mean stuff to each other. I don't get that, but if you didn't, then there wouldn't be such a thing as kindness, would there? Oh well, I'll make sure you have some very pleasant dreams, MASH. Dialogue 4. If you have Giles de Raiz Caster. Are you expecting something from me? I think it's very nice how enthusiastic he is about his goal. I suppose there is the thing about the child killing, so I can stop him when it comes to that point, but that's neither here nor there. You can see how much effort he puts into everything he does, so I can support that. Dialogue 5. If you have Priscilla. The crossbreed girl. I can understand a lot of what she wants. She just wanted to protect people in a way that she never truly was. I can't really hold that sort of thing against her, and it would be a bit weird if I started complaining about non-humans protecting humans. Dialogue 6. If you have Minamoto no Raiko. You're really protective, aren't you, Raiko? Don't worry. I understand that desire of yours completely. So then, excuse me. There, you're such a good child, aren't you? Is it usually the other way around? Well, you're all children to me. So you're more than human enough for me to consider you a child. Dialogue 7. If you have Gilgamesh, archer. Wow, you're very impressive, Gilgamesh. You can restrict your high divinity with your mind alone. Also your denial of the gods, that was very impressive. Good job. I see you're of the bashful sort, aren't you? Don't worry, even if you can't admit your feelings, I can still read them. Dialogue 8. If you have Enkidu. Normally I don't care that much for non-humans, but I find I like Enkidu. They're quite pleasant to be around, it's like a calming sort of serenity. They also appreciate my love of the woodlands and all that, so I can find some common ground with them. Though I would hate to come between them and Gilgamesh. I don't want to make the blonde boy think that I'm taking his friend away from him. Dialogue 9. If you have divine spirits. I don't really like the gods all that much, and I guess that extends even on this side too. Sure, you might get one or two gods who are alright, but it's like with humans. One or two bad apples don't make me dislike humanity in the same way one or two alright gods don't make me like them anymore. I just think they should mess with one another and leave humans alone. Dialogue 10. If you have Sullivan. Poor Sullivan, I can feel bad for what happened to him. I can see how much saving people really meant for him and how much it broke him when he couldn't. I guess it could only end one way though. No one can bear the weight of the world on their shoulders. Dialogue 11. If you have Merlin. Hey, those are my dreams to explore. Get out of here, Merlin. Go on, shoo. Dialogue 12. If you have Lady Avalon. You know that pledge I have that stops me from killing other things. You don't really need your limbs to be alive, do you, miss? I think you should think long and hard about what you've done and talk about getting that nice man back to his rest before. Oh, she ran away, did she? That's all right, I have time enough to find her again. I'm in no rush. Dialogue 13. If you have completed Lost Belt 1, Anastasia. Quote dot dot dot. I can protect you, but I can't help you, master. I'm sorry to say that I'm not capable of doing this sort of thing. But I can be here to protect you from dying or coming to harm otherwise. Just don't expect me to congratulate you when all is said and done, but I don't think you'd want that either. Dialogue 14. If you have completed Lost Belt 6, Avalon LaFay. I guess I went a little overboard, didn't I? Then again, I did say that I won't harm humans. I said nothing about being unwilling to harm other spirits. With how that world treated humans, you won't find me shedding tears or mourning their demise. Likes. What do I like? I love humans, of course. Though I don't think I've made an effort to hide it. Hates. I don't like outsiders messing with humans all that much. I think you are best when left alone. I guess that includes even myself, but I'm a bit of a hypocrite in the end. I just feel the need to keep you safe. Wish for the Holy Grail. Oh, that. Don't worry about that. Bond level 1. I think it's going pretty well so far, aren't you? You're not hurt or something anywhere, are you? No. That's good. Bond level 2. Did you have a good rest last night? Oh, you dreamt of a peaceful grove. Well, that's certainly nice, isn't it? Bond level 3. Make sure to let me know if you have any nightmares. I'll work on helping you with them right away if you do. Bond level 4. Why do I like humans so much? I guess it would be a rather long story, but if you're really interested I could tell you all about it. It would start with the world logic a long time ago and me seeing that humans were getting bullied out of their spot and bringing that up with the others. Bond level 5. Quote dot dot dot. It didn't work out all that well, in the end. One of my other, well, I won't call him an ally, but an acquaintance of mine said he would see to it that humans were given their own age. I probably should have done something about it, but I just took a step backwards and thought it would work in the end. Instead, the soul of man got twisted into something horrible and a nasty deep abyss remained with the world forever. Birthday. Happy birthday. Do you want a treat? During an event. Want to go out and have a nice day? I hear there's a lot of excitement going about. First Ascension. Wow, I've done a lot of protecting others, but I haven't had that happen to me. Still, if this is what you want to do, then that's alright with me. Second Ascension. Are you having fun so far? Yes. Good. I know this is serious, but I am enjoying working with you, you know. Third Ascension. This Ascension thing is really very nice, isn't it? Fourth Ascension. So this is where it comes to an end, huh? Oh well, I guess this just means that all the ascending will be done by you from now on, won't it? Chapter 159. A Whisper in the Mind. The clash halted both their momentum so suddenly that the air they had been dragging behind them had little time to account for the sudden drop in velocity. A thunderous clap echoed through the streets as their shockwaves slammed into one another. Black steel glared into wooden expression. Neither Sullivan nor Wilhelm spared their opponent even a moment of breath. There was nothing more to be said between them, and every second he delayed was more time for his allies to aid in killing Fried and her gang of insane cultist followers. For Sullivan, he would consider that more than ample victory. That being said, he still had precious little intention of dying, if only because he could imagine the smug self-satisfied expression on Gwendolyn's face when he found out. He refused to be made into a joke any further by that serpent-toed little worm. That undying to Wilhelm, a man who devoted his entire existence to the madness and self-gratification that was Fried's life, would be something he would never allow. With a grunt, he pushed forwards at the same time the Black Knight did, the pair of them crossing their blades and twisting them to the side. After a second, Sullivan shot forwards and rammed his shoulder into Wilhelm. Unfortunately, the knight had the same idea, and the end result was them crashing their bodies into one another. The grinding of steel between their ears intensified, the lashing heat of the swords flickered between the two with stray embers landing atop their apparel. Ground shattered and cracked, their bodies dropped to steeper and steeper angles as they continued their shoving match, with neither one of them proving the better. Sullivan noticed at the split second in which Wilhelm triggered it once again. The sudden rising of the heat and the brightening of the onyx blade were telltale signs of what his intentions were, so much so that screaming out his attack would have been more subtle. Sullivan loosened his posture, taking one foot off the ground and allowing Wilhelm to continue pushing onwards. The knight let out a small gasp of surprise as he suddenly found himself stumbling forwards, his counterbalance gone. The pontiff let the momentum push him, spinning on his grounded foot and allowing Wilhelm to move right past him while his sword went wide. unleashing a jet of black fire at nothing in particular save for the ground. Twisting the sword in his hands, he continued the spin and held it horizontal to his body. The moment he caught sight of Wilhelm's back, he slammed his raised leg back onto the ground and locked his body down, swinging his arm forwards and slashing towards the back of the Black Knight. The edge of his blade just kissed the back of the knight. A grinding sound filled his ears as the burning sword slashed through the fabric top and scored a mark against the armor. Nothing severe, but a screech of metal and a feeling of resistance informed Sullivan that he had breached the armor and landed a proper hit on Wilhelm. The knight continued his forwards fall, though he made not a single sound of pain when the blow was landed. Sullivan saw the tightening of his posture and the slight jolt of his back when the attack landed, more so when his feet pushed him onwards and he very nearly stumbled, catching himself at the last moment. Wilhelm brought the sword across himself and then blurred, using a sudden jet of fire shooting forth from the sword to accelerate his own retaliatory strike and moving at rather blinding speeds, trailing a wave of fire behind him as he flipped himself around and extended his arm in a wide swing. Sullivan reversed the grip on his sword, turning his body to meet the strike and catching it with the flat of his blade. His legs buckled with the power of the weapon. If there had been any snow left by his feet, it was long since blasted away when he stopped the attack. The rough cobblestone streets turned to dust and were swept away with the clash, the blast of wind accompanied by streaks of black flames rolling past him. His sword arm trembled. The chattering of steel against steel felt more present than ever as Wilhelm tightened his grip on his own blade and took a single step forwards. His arm inched closer and closer to his body as he fought to keep the black sword away from him. His muscles straining and his body seeking distance from the burning cursed flames of his own greatsword. His brows knit themselves together, his muscles coiled back like springs and he angled his body forwards. Raw. The roar left his throat like that of an animal, swinging his arm wide and pushing the black sword of Wilhelm away from his body, the knight staggering backwards with the blow and Sullivan went on alert as he watched Wilhelm play into the sudden swing, using the power of the shove to reverse his posture and swap his sword arm. Another jet of fire accompanied his reversal with the sword now coming in to strike him on the left side. The left side that was notably bereft of an arm or any such weapon to block the attack. To make matters worse, he had thrown himself into the shove, which meant he was already moving forwards as well. He grit his teeth, eyes darting towards Wilhelm as the knight was closing in on him with the swing. Sullivan had only just started to bring his arm back around, but at the speed he was moving, it would not be fast enough to match the acceleration of Wilhelm. Which meant that he would be struck first, and trying to power through such a blow would not work out very well for him. Which meant that there was only one thing he could do. Mana channeled into the profaned greatsword, the flames of the sword screamed as the temperature skyrocketed. In the split second before the weapon erupted with fire, he caught sight of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. Then the sword burned like a second sun. The power of the explosion washed over his body, fire covering every inch of his front. Even then, the shockwave struck him next and he found himself lifted off the ground. His body ragdolled through the air and he did all he could to avoid screaming. His side struck the snow with a hiss, a sign of the flames now clinging to his body. If the awful feeling was any indication, then he felt the momentum continue his roll. The world blurred around him as he would go from moments of being face down against the ground and staring up towards the sky before finally sliding to a halt. A pained groan left his body, his right hand slid across the floor in front of him and pressed down against the ground. With a heave, he pushed downwards and drew himself up, turning his head and staring across towards the direction he had flown from, soon spotting traces of fire littering the ground like bushes, the burning remains of the explosion. He found his sword not far from him, tip planted in the ground and the weapon at a crooked angle. With a grunt, he pushed down against the ground, dragging his knees forwards until he was supporting himself with them rather than his arm. The entire front of his body felt numb from head to toe. A cursory glance revealed that his robes had been scorched and much of the fabric had now been welded to his body. It was beyond an annoyance and would, more than likely, cause him no end of bother when feeling did eventually return to his body, though he was left with now illusions about whether or not Wilhelm was alive. The answer would have been a resounding yes. What he needed to do was get back to his feet and then get moving before the knight could rise up from where they had been blasted off to. With another grunt, he pushed himself off the ground and out of his crawling position, straightening his back up while remaining on his knees. The pain had started to creep into his senses, but he could afford to ignore it for now. It was nothing compared to the pain he had suffered when he lost his arm, and nothing compared to the pain he had felt when he first made the sword from the profaned fires of the old capital at the bottom of the land. That had truly hurt. This was little more than a pinch compared to that. Again, he was distracting himself. Taking in a deep breath, he turned his head and swept his gaze across the street once more in search of any sign of movement. Looking past the burning bushes and the shattered buildings, he caught sight of something moving through the gap in one of the blown-out houses, a vague shadow that was gradually rising up from its position on the ground. He did not need to be told what it was to figure it out. Growling to himself, he dragged his leg upwards and adjusted himself so he was on one knee. Breathing heavily, he could feel his body creak and crack in protest as he pushed himself onto his feet. A faint snapping sound reached his ears as a crack ran across his chest from pushing himself up. He ignored it as he continued onwards. By the time he reached his full height it had been a good few seconds, but to him it had been a very long eternity. Staggering forwards, he dragged his feet along the ground as he approached his implanted sword, making sure to split his attention between his weapon and the shadow that was more or less approaching the same state that he was. He knew that Wilhelm would have been better off than he was. Unlike the knight, he was a tree spirit, or at least, the child of one, which meant he was naturally weak to the likes of fire. Wilhelm was not, and Wilhelm was wearing titanite armor for protection. He had cloth robes. All the same, he pressed onwards and was thoroughly undaunted by the potential threat that was now posed by the knight. It was nothing that he couldn't overcome if he put his mind to it, and the fact remained that he had sense on his side while the knight had nothing but fantasy and delusion. The mere thought of losing against that was all the support he needed, though some assistance would not have been spurred away at this moment. Extending his right hand forwards, he wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the sword and leaned forward slightly. The weapon shifted as it took his weight onto itself, though it did not fall over and held firm as he leaned over the blade, breathing in and out before realizing that they had gone back to the state they had been in before the battle began, though at least Wilhelm had made no progress. However, the loss of his arm had never felt more pressing. If he had his second limb, then this fight would have been over in half the time. He pulled, freeing the sword from the ground, though keeping the point of the blade touching the ground as he breathed in and out, staring towards the hole in the building as Wilhelm emerged from the ruins, his left hand reaching up and pushing aside the fragmented remains of a door he had been blasted through, the entrance tipping over onto the floor. With an audible snarl, the knight moved out and into the light. The left side of his armor had been scorched pure black, a deeper shade of onyx than the rest of his apparel. The gray cloth that had coated the top half of his armor was nowhere to be seen. In all likelihood it had been burnt away into embers. He dragged his sword behind him as he moved out, the blade no longer burning and his movements were more sluggish, which meant that he had really pushed himself to his limits in that fight. Yet Sullivan could easily tell that Wilhelm was the better of the two when it came to physical appearance. Taking a single step forwards, Wilhelm brought up his sword. Mana flared behind Sullivan's head, the helmet of the Black Knight snapped upwards and he extended his left hand towards the sky behind him. The palm flashed crimson before the glass-like shield manifested in front of him a split second before a solid beam of pure indigo light smashed into it, the shield holding for barely a second before it shattered into glass and the light continued unimpeded, striking the center of Wilhelm's chest and sending him back into the house. Sullivan took a step back and turned his head as the building was soon consumed in an explosion of brilliant purple flames, the light forcing him to close his eyes, feeling the heat wash over his body and the fragments of debris in the form of stone, wood and ceramic raining down around him. He privately wondered if there had been anyone in that house, but he supposed if there had been, they would have most certainly died when Wilhelm went flying in the first time around. It only had a single floor, after all. He gradually turned his head towards the direction the light had come from, having already sensed the sudden arrival of a servant, and while he could not speak for the condition of Wilhelm, any attack that utterly annihilated his Dark Hand spell would certainly leave him unable to launch a counter-attack for a good while. At the very least he would probably use this as a chance to escape, but he would not be in much of a position to provide aid to Fried. That was part of the reason he let him go. The other part was that he could not actually chase him down any further. His head came to a stop. He raised a wooden eyebrow at the purple cloak that was now spread wide like wings. The shrouded figure slowly lowered themselves to the ground with the catalyst still held in their hands, although the magical circles that had surrounded them dimmed ever so slightly as they lowered their body, eventually coming to within a meter or so of him but still keeping their height above his own. "I see that you have managed to survive this long," Medea remarked in a barely interested tone of voice as she turned her hooded head towards him, making a clear show of looking him over, though not for lack of trying, it seems. "You do not survive the lands of Lothric by being of feeble body." He grunted back, shaking his head and looking back towards the burning remnants of his house as he sensed the spiritual presence of Wilhelm move, though it was now heading further away from him. He might not have been able to give chase, but he did not know why Medea still lingered around here, unless she was here to mock his current state of. "Is this another of your allies?" A desperately concerned voice cut through the snow. Sullivan jolted and turned his head towards the direction of the call. Confusion flooded through him as he stared at the well-dressed man plodding through the snow in their direction, keeping one arm raised just above his head to cover his face from the falling snow while he made a visible effort in walking. He looked as though he had just walked out of a court dinner. The man came to a stop, his head now fixed in his direction and his eyes widening in horror before he grimaced, lowering the arm slightly. "I was told that servants could take rather horrific injuries that go far beyond the endurance of the common man, but this is." He leaned back, moving his left hand to cover his mouth while his eyes crinkled at the sight that was his left side. "I'm certain that concern would be wasted on this one," Medea bluntly remarked after a moment. "I had not even expected to find you present at all, though it is fortunate that you happened by." There was a brief silence before a ghost of a smile came to her lips, "If only because you would have certainly perished otherwise." He fought back the rather unpleasant comment he actually wanted to make. "If you came here to mock me, though, why are you here?" "Master was discovered and I was traveling with the others to meet up with them. They are embroiled in combat." The screams of a dragon echoing through the city were proof enough that something was happening. He scoffed at her, shaking his head from side to side before he could feel his own twinge of amusement. "Perhaps you stuck your head out of your lair just to be certain your instruments were not mistaken." The woman was silent for a moment, though the annoyance was apparent on her from the next comment she made. "Unlike others, I have complete confidence in my craft that such checks are unnecessary." He would have commented back at her. And he did have several biting remarks in his arsenal that would have doubtless won him the argument, save for the sound of running footsteps directly to his left in the direction that he had known that Wilhelm had been rushing towards and the direction that he had retreated in, meaning that it was also the location that Fried had currently been engaged in a battle. Though the presence of Medea here meant that she had been searching for someone else, and she remarked that his appearance was more fortunate for himself. The implication being that it was purely coincidence that she had stumbled upon him in the first place while being accompanied by this. He gave the blonde man another cursory glance and noticed that he had crossed the distance between the two of them, albeit rather clumsily, and was now standing fairly close to him with his expression severely troubled, looking like he wanted to speak further but holding himself back for the sake of another reason. More than likely was the fact he recognized that he wasn't going to be all that useful in this situation. Sullivan scoffed under his breath and turned his head back towards the direction of the sound. His sword arm tightened ever so slightly, though he relinquished it when the first of the individuals came stumbling around the corner of the street. Rather, the state they were in was what caught his eye first and foremost, the young Shielder girl Mash Kyrillite very nearly slipping onto her backside as she came charging around the corner of the street with Ritska dangling off her shoulders as though he was little more than a useless sack of flour. It was a rather pathetic sight and made him all the more curious as to what madness had unfurled in the short time that they had all been separated. His brows furrowed as they were followed by another figure that he did not recognize, a strange burgundy-haired girl in a white dress more suited for a wedding. He had the displeasure of officiating several of those himself during his tenure as pontiff to keep up appearances for the sake of the masses, and wielding a club more akin to a mace, the design being a touch more complicated than he would have expected for a weapon of its type. They were then followed by. He stiffened his posture as the next figure strolled around the corner with none of the urgency of the first two. Her posture was lazy and almost casual, as though she did not realize that she was fleeing any danger at all, and he took an instinctive step backwards. He was clearly not the only one. Hearing Medea to his right give a small gasp of surprise, he glanced at her and saw her lips parted and her body now tense. At least she was no fool and recognized the danger she was in. The figures that came stumbling around the corner next were those that he did not recognize either, save for the final two who came rushing around the corner. The first was tall, blocked dark armor and a great sword easily comparable with his own if only due to length as opposed to width. The garb that was most known with knights of the royal family, those charged with protecting the king and queen, and he recognized that one quite well. Especially given the distance he was trying to give Guinevere, though that was clearly failing judging by the fact she was actively glancing over her shoulder to most likely see if he was trying to run away. Then the final one came stumbling around the corner, just behind a knight in silver armor with red accents, blonde hair and a rather familiar face but set in an unfamiliar expression. This figure was another he knew quite well, but they were clearly lacking in some of the familiarities he had been accustomed to. Which was outstandingly poor luck for him to stumble across all three of these cretins in short order at such an inopportune time for him. There were very few ways this could be made actively worse. Sullivan-san. And just like that, the heads of everyone in the street turned towards him at the cry of Mash Kyrielite, cementing herself as the individual who was most likely going to come close to his second death. Only this time she did not need to get her hands dirty and, rather ironically, was going to cause his death through second-hand methods, which was rather poetic when he considered how many he had killed through such ways. The atmosphere that settled around him was nothing shy of hostile in a split second, while Mash was the only one who looked even moderately relieved to see him. Or perhaps she was more shocked that he was still alive, though the duration of that state of being was still up for change it seemed. The others were far less reserved about showing their clear disgust of him. Though few could match the intensity of Vort, the arrow-headed helm of the knight was fixed upon him with such a fire behind the eyes that he was certain the knight would burst into flames if he could. The reaction that most concerned him was Guinevere. She just smiled at him. He would much prefer the anger, that was somehow less horrifying to consider. I cannot help but notice a large addition to the numbers since we last saw them. The man remarked from behind Sullivan, sounding almost amazed at the gallery of those he had dealt with in the past. He would personally consider it a surprise if he managed to survive the next couple minutes or so. A thunderous roar of a dragon split through the air. The heads of the group turned from him back towards the junction of the street they had just been running from with no small sense of urgency, save for Guinevere, who looked much the same method of uncaring as she always did. Rather, her expression was borderline indifferent, as though she had just heard a fly buzz around her head, and quickly ignored it in favor of turning her attention to him. Sullivan looked to Mash. He needed something that would grant him the ability to survive the next few minutes, and he knew just what it was. He could also consider it fortunate that the moment he got to the grove, Kella would actively prevent anyone from dying or causing harm to another, which would provide him with a safe haven. So long as they didn't try to kill him first. It would seem as though you're all in a spot of trouble. He called out across the street, splitting their attention back to him as he straightened himself out. With a mental command he dismissed his greatsword and made himself appear more unassuming. This was a much simpler method of preventing his death because he was certain that neither Vort nor Lu would ever do something as stupid as murder him unarmed right in front of his supposed allies. Fortunately, I have arrived with good tidings. He smiled an unseen smile, provided that I am alive to lead you to the one safe haven that remains here. Turning his attention to Mash, he spoke quicker in order to prevent anyone else from getting a word in. Though if you doubt my intentions, you can speak with the shielder girl and the contractor currently on her back, who happens to be my own as well. If nothing else, do not doubt that I would not jeopardize my own safety in such a way. You know a safe haven, Sullivan-san. Mash spoke first in a hurried and panicked tone of voice, a clear hint of desperation in her tone of voice. Sullivan spared Ritska a glance over her shoulder. The distance between the two of them made it rather difficult to actually tell what his condition was, though there was clearly something the matter with him. The fact that the link between the two of them was rather numb was proof enough of that. Senpai is. You trade friendly words with this cur. Vort hissed in a rather foul voice that was borderline animalistic, stomping forwards and bringing out his mace with very little consideration as to what was actually going on around him and showing no signs of stopping. Wait right there, you, he pointed the mace towards him briefly, clearly at a loss for words. How eloquent, Sullivan remarked dryly, something that only seemed to infuriate Vort further as he picked up the pace. He spread his arm wide ever so as to demonstrate the full extent of his injuries. By all means, kill me and doom yourselves to wandering this world without a guide. I'm sure that will end rather well for you. How long before Fried calls in more of her allies? I am certain I hear a dragon around there. Vort-san, please. Mash called out, adjusting Ritsuka on her shoulder and bringing the rampaging knight to a halt with the tone of voice she used. He's Senpai's servant as well. Vort stopped walking, looking very close to flat out ignoring her. Sullivan was certain that he would. Don't trouble yourself, dear little knight. He stiffened at the melodious voice, taking a half step backwards on instinct and swerving his head in the direction of Guinevere as she moved forwards. Ignoring the sound of a roar, this time closer than before, and moving past the shielder girl, swaying her hips from side to side with each step as though flaunting her figure. I'm certain that Sullivan will be more than happy to tell us where to head now, won't you? He felt something pass through his mind. The presence receded just as quickly, Guinevere looking a touch surprised before the voice of Medea provided some clarity. You are far from the first goddess I have met to have influenced the mind in such a way. There was a hard edge in the words of the caster. Sullivan glanced at her and saw that her posture was coiled like a hair ready to bolt. And I have had quite a bit of time to think of methods by which I can deal with your ilk again, if I should encounter them. There was almost something vindictive in her tone of voice. You'll find your honeyed words lacking in power. Oh, Guinevere purred, turning her attention from him and onto Medea, something he did not envy, and locking her hands together. That sounds like a challenge to be met, girl, and if there is one thing I might be interested in, it's a challenge. It's always so wonderful when they're hard to get, but once you have them, she trailed off meaningfully, making a clear show of eyeing Medea up and down. I wonder, with how confident you sound, I'm a little curious how long your sorceries might last. Fuck's sake. The blonde knight stomped their foot, instantly setting her apart from the woman whose face she shared. This one looked like they had none of the incompetence of Nero. She marched forwards and pointed squarely towards him. Enough of this bullshit. What the hell are you talking about? Finally. A safe haven established some distance from here, there were 2 others who found me and have since moved on to try and locate the other groups that doubtlessly exist here. He paused for a moment. I'm certain that ripping my mind apart is well within your capabilities, Guinevere, but I will take my own head long before you have the chance to charm me and find it. Stabbing a finger into his chest, he continued on, so that means your only hope of finding your allies is through my survival, but by all means, kill me. I'm sure it will work out splendidly for you. He glanced at Guinevere. If nothing else, the thought of how you will explain my disappearance to Kella is something I would be most amused by. The confident expression on Guinevere's face faltered ever so slightly as she registered the name, her brows furrowed as she looked at him without a trace of amusement to be seen in those glowing golden eyes. Though it was a moot point now, he had already won the argument. How lucky you remain, Sullivan. Oda Nobunaga was many things. Adopting the personality of a fool served her well enough in the past, though she did derive enjoyment from a great many things that did not mean that she was unable to see what might as well have been glaring her dead in the face and waving its arms around in the air. One might as well have been an actual fool if they missed signs so obvious. Those being that there was clearly something wrong with Ash. The saber had not loosened his posture the second he came back to them. Rather, she noticed that he had looked prepared for combat the second he had come back and wasn't even making a secret about how on edge he was. If it was suspicion pointed towards their newest arrival, then she might have been more understandable. Except he had barely registered the existence of the spirit in the first place. He was far from being subtle in such things, and even with the helmet hiding his face, his body posture told a story 1,000 words long. He was clearly prepared for something to happen, except having more in common with shell-shocked soldiers fresh from a massacre and waiting for the closest shadow to leap out and stab him. Quite what had put him in this state wasn't known to her, but she could guess easily enough. It had been the actions of the servant he encountered. Physical wounds were those that she could understand easily enough, and he looked as though he had suffered no shortage of those at the hands of the berserker, scratches lining his armor and his previous weapon no longer in his arm and replaced by a rather plain-looking longsword. That, and she had heard the sounds of combat even when she fought the large eagle, for a second time in a row, and they had most certainly not belonged to that of the knight or the demon boy. It had clearly been a rather brutal battle, and the fact the berserker had gotten so close to him and done so much damage was proof enough that they were not the sort to fight up close and personal. Not that anyone in their right mind would try and fight a berserker up close, considering the nature of their class in the first place. It was something to note that he was still alive despite all the clear signs of punishment he had taken, yet he had not spoken a single word since he came back. Save for little more than the half-baked mutters, but aside from that he had been silent as a crypt. That was probably some sort of offensive joke to him or something, considering his undead nature. She would have been sure he'd seen the funny side of it though. Regardless, Ash had never been one for idle conversation unless he was interested in something, but she knew he would not withhold information from them that would be critical to their chances. So the fact he was not immediately regaling the lot of them, or at the very least, her, with information regarding the latest servant who had attacked them was worrisome enough in her mind. It meant that he was elsewhere, and combined with how he was acting, it meant that his attention was similarly elsewhere as well. There could be any number of conclusions that she could draw from that, but one thing spoke volumes as to what he was doing. He was afraid of something. His very clearly terrified reaction when the spirit had attempted to touch him was proof enough of that. Not that she would have let some servant she met less than a minute ago touch her and offer to mess around with her head. She might have been a fool at times, but she sure as hell wasn't stupid. However, a reaction like that just screamed that something was very wrong with him. It was too emotional, and for a saber who held the same level of personality as a plank of wood on the best of times, it was downright baffling. Drawing conclusions was easy enough. The servant that had arrived had not fought him in the traditional sense. They would have certainly fought. The presence of Berserker arriving long before he did was proof enough of that. When he had arrived, he was distracted and on edge. His condition had only worsened in the time that he had been walking around with them for a good couple minutes or so. What did that mean? It means that the newly arrived servant that had attacked him in the immediate aftermath of Berserker, perhaps to let the servant get away, had gone directly for his mind rather than that of his body. Mental attacks themselves were fearsome. It could be guaranteed that any servant who would use them was doing so with the intention of really messing up their target. From how fidgety Ash was at the moment, it was a safe bet to say that whatever the servant had done, it had worked in part. His head was turning in the direction of every single shadow he came across, and in the last minute alone she had subtly caught him staring in one particular direction a touch longer than he really should have been before pulling his head away. Again, he had not said a single word while doing this, nor did he look at any of them. If she noticed this, then it was guaranteed that the others would have as well, and right now, she needed someone she could at least trust to be useful. Any servant that actively forbade her from killing enemies was one that could not be trusted in a combat situation, though the silver lining was that the servant would probably extend the same courtesy to her as well should the moment ever arise. It was a shallow silver lining, but one nonetheless. Her eyes traced his back as he stopped moving once again. His shoulders visibly tightened and his head whirled to the right and snapped upwards towards the rooftops. She humored him and followed his gaze. She hadn't sensed anything, but with how he was reacting it wasn't as though she could dismiss it often enough. They were in enemy territory, but with their numbers advantage it could hardly be said they were in immediate danger. Still, that wasn't to say they were in no danger at all. Enemy territory was something to beware for that very reason. Ash's head lingered on the rooftops for a moment longer before it dragged itself away so sharply that his chin caught on his collar and made a scraping sound as steel ground against steel. It was a high-pitched noise that seemingly frightened him if the jolt he gave out a second later was any indication. All the while she watched him as he scared himself before her eyes darted towards the other three, namely towards Percival and the spirit. The Round Table Knight didn't look as though he was all that interested, or if he was making a good show not to appear all that fussed about the clear paranoia that Ash was exhibiting. As for the spirit, she caught that one glancing over his shoulder and locking eyes with her for a moment. Bright blue eyes stared back at her for a few moments. The expression of the spirit was rather neutral, though their eyes contained no small degree of apprehension. They turned back around and broke contact first, prompting Nobunaga to very nearly laugh at the speed at which they looked away from her. She could see very apparent turmoil in the eyes of the servant. Apparently they did not know how to hide their emotions and were still very clearly off-put by the way in which Ash had rather vehemently rejected their offer to mess around with his head. An odd quirk to be sure, but if their stance of neutrality was any indication, she wouldn't make any assumptions, especially since they had outright threatened to cripple her in order to prevent further violence. So not a coward, but not one who took sides in a fight between humans. They had made sure to stress that, especially with the clear indifference for the red-skinned boy, it was apparent enough that they held very little care for the inhuman as well. overly friendly towards them all as well, and she considered it a fortunate thing that they had not yet made an attempt to speak with her. There was something off about them. Perhaps it was merely that she didn't trust anyone who appeared quite that innocent, the appearance of a young boy and the sheer power they exuded. They might not have been a god, but that certainly didn't mean anything to her. Regardless of all that, they had mentioned turbulence in the mind of Ash. With the benefit of hindsight and given what he had spent the walk doing thus far, it was a simple enough observation. The problem emerged as to what type of turbulence he was experiencing. If it was some manner of spell, then it was high rank to get through the magic resistance of a saber-class servant. Which almost certainly meant trouble for her if that happened, the symptoms as well, yet he had managed to get away, so perhaps it was a case he was not quite so incapacitated as would be believed. He wasn't foaming at the mouth and he hadn't made an effort to strike at shadows, so, again, that was another good thing, at least she supposed it was. The fact remained, until the saber actually spoke openly about what he was experiencing, there was very little they could do about it. Well, ordinarily at least. Talking about something like this so openly and surrounded by people who she wasn't certain she could trust, the knight and the demon had afforded themselves greater courtesy, the spirit not so much, would be foolish. Though she was rapidly running out of patience for that. She could only tolerate him glaring at shadows and jumping at the slightest noise for so long before one of the others decided to comment upon it more openly. When he stopped again, this time to glare at the front of a house, she figured that enough was enough. Either he would answer her in regards to what happened or he wouldn't. She would settle for getting the barest hint of information from him in regards to the enemy who attacked him and the capabilities of the berserker he fought, the type of information that was actually useful. He could see them everywhere he looked. A crooked shadow in the corner of his eye twitched as though they raised a sword above their head. It lasted until he looked in the direction of the movement and watched as nothing came of them. The images flickered away back into nothing more than shadows or tricks of the light. The intervals at which they were happening were becoming less frequent, the time between them shortening, and the whispers in the back of his mind were growing louder and louder. It was always the same voice, always the same words, and always the same effect on his nerves. A twitching of his sword arm and a near instinctive desire to bow his head every time he heard the noise. A flicker in the corner of his eye brought his feet to a halt once more. It was a whisper so subtle that he could not make out a single word, yet the power in the voices reverberated through his body. The rest of the sounds around him fell into nothing more than muffles. His eyes locked onto the windows of a home, staring through the frosted-over glass with intensity he had never felt before, as though there was something within it that was calling out to him. He stared for what felt like an eternity, gazing straight through the pane and into the room within, if only barely, and watching for any sign of movement of something out of place. A shadow stood in the center of the room, so distant and so vague that he could not make out a single detail about them beyond their form being humanoid. Twin lights of golden light shone at the top of the shadow, as though they were eyes, and stared right back through him. Even with the layer of ice covering the front of the window, he could see them shining ever so brightly. With the radiance of the sun, they stared back at him as though beckoning him towards them. Their light filled his mind, seeping warmth into his cold limbs. Why did they look so beautiful? He took a single step towards him. Oi! His body started at the sensation of something grabbing his right arm. He let out an involuntary gasp of surprise and whirled around onto the noise. His left arm was brought up and his hand clenched into a fist, drawing it back for a punch. That thought was quickly dashed from his mind as he found himself staring into the unimpressed eyes of Nobunaga. The crimson orbs looked dead into his helmet with a dullness to them, darting between the fist that had been poised to strike her and his helmeted face. He took a step backwards, dropping the arm back to his side as quickly as he could, though he saw the look in her face as he did so. She had seen him clearly startled by something. Her eyes lingered on his arm for a touch longer before they dragged themselves back to his head. She looked to him for a few seconds longer, then turned away from him and looked towards the building he had been staring at a few seconds prior. Ash sharply turned his head from her, and resumed walking. Or, at least, he tried to before he found that Nobunaga still hadn't loosened her grip on his arm and was now holding him in place. He did not turn and face her, though he tugged on the arm a little harder to try and break free of her grip. Informing them of his own current problems would achieve nothing. He did not know if there was anything to be done, and if they believed his performance was debilitated, there was every chance that they would try and forbid him from combat or something. He did not show weakness. He did not show weakness. To show weakness was to invite pain. Where did that come from? What did you see in there? Nothing. He answered immediately. He knew that the question had been coming the second that Nobunaga had taken hold of his arm, and it was the safest answer he could give. Though he didn't believe it, and he was hardly a liar at any rate, in fact he had never truly lied before in his life. Judging by the fact that Nobunaga tightened her grip on his arm, it was clear she did not even entertain the idea of believing him. Before he could try and pull free again, he felt himself yanked back and spun around. His body was dragged down ever so slightly by the arm until he was hunched over and staring directly into the eyes of Nobunaga. The woman regarded him with a look that was thoroughly unimpressed with what he had just said. It was fortunate he was wearing a helmet, else she would have doubtless noticed the fact he could not meet his eyes. Nobunaga's lips were pulled tight into a thin line, her eyes roaming his head for a few moments before she spoke in a slow voice. "Speak again, and this time make an effort not to insult either of us by lying." Pulling her arm away, she narrowed her eyes and brought her arms in front of herself and crossed them over. "Ever since you came back from whatever encounter you had with our newest assailant, I've watched you jump at damn near every single shadow that has crossed your line of sight. If you were any more fidgety, I would assume that you were seconds away from walking into a trap that you knew about from the start. So tell me again, what did you see or not see that has managed to get you almost punching anyone at the slightest surprise?" He had precious little intention of telling her. He turned his head to the side and leaned back to his full height. Though he did not turn away from her fully, merely keeping his eyes from looking down upon her. He noticed quickly that the others had stopped moving and were now looking in their direction. Percival's expression was drawn tight with clear intrigue on his face, but he didn't look as though he was going to do anything immediately. The spirit, Kella, just maintained a strange smile on his face and a look that made it seem they weren't actually present at the scene, at least mentally. With an expression that clearly placed them 1,000 miles away. He didn't care for what the demon boy thought, he was just hunched over with a pained look on his face. Turning his head from them, he found himself looking down into the eyes of Nobunaga once again. Those piercing red eyes that were practically demanding an answer from him and would not accept any sort of no for an answer. Ignoring her was probably something that he could at least attempt, but she was now aware that there was a problem. He had likely done himself no favors by failing to hide his obvious discomfort. Then again, there was little chance of that working from the beginning. The thoughts were all-consuming. The crossbreed, Priscilla. Both he and Nobunaga turned their heads to the interruption, staring at the expression of Kella as he looked between the two of them with that same smile still firmly upon his lips. He said nothing more, content to look between the two of them as though he hadn't said anything in the first place. Priscilla. Ash corrected himself, though he kept his voice uneven and waited for the next interruption from the spirit. When he got nothing, he frowned behind his helmet and turned his attention back to Nobunaga. The dark-haired woman stared at Kella for a touch longer than himself before she too turned her attention to him once more. "She did something to my mind." The archer raised an eyebrow but said nothing, clearly waiting for him to elaborate. "I have been afflicted with hallucinations." It was the only way he could describe what he was seeing, and yet even that explanation felt so hollow compared to what he was experiencing. He could think of no words to describe what he was truly experiencing, the depths by which these were affecting him, but at the same time, he did not wish to draw attention to himself. He had dealt with worse before and was certain that he could deal with it. It was like a poison, coursing through his entire body and consuming every ounce of his attention. Like a constant pain in the back of his mind where the whispers came and went before he could truly grasp them, moments so fleeting that they dared not linger long enough to be understood but did not retreat far enough that he lost all awareness of them. A poison of the mind was something that he had not experienced before, but that was all it was. A poison. It was something that he would endure. He had dealt with poison before and had managed to outlast them. All he needed to do was wait until they left him. The pain of the swamp would get worse long before it ever got better, and he assumed that the hallucinations followed a similar principle. Waiting until it passed was the best he could accomplish, nothing more and nothing less. Hallucinations. Nobunaga's reply was colored with surprise. He wasn't sure why, especially with the flash of bewilderment that flashed across her face before it quickly settled into something more focused. She reached up, pinching her chin between her fingers and humming to herself. Yes, that certainly explains your behavior recently. He fought back a flinch at the declaration, though he knew he was far from being subtle. Having it directly brought up was certainly no better for himself. Thinning his lips and gritting his teeth behind his helmet at the state he had been displaying, he hadn't even encountered anything physical and he was already showing apprehension. The hand was lowered, and these visions were caused by the servant you fought. Certainly sounds as though they would be a problematic fighter. She fled after I landed a hit on her. It was one of the few things he had at least been aware of, though in truth he was barely aware of what had been happening. It was as though his body had moved without any command from himself. He wasn't thinking about fighting the woman or killing her. He just wanted her away from him as quickly as possible. He wanted her and the visions gone. So she ran away. Nobunaga grunted, though her lip twitched upwards ever so slightly for reasons that he did not quite understand. Wahahaha. Even with her mind tricks she still couldn't get you. That says more for you than it does for her. He didn't see what was so funny. Perhaps he managed to get across his lack of amusement because the smile on her face faded when she finished laughing, soon dropping off her expression entirely and replacing it with a frown. Alright, fine. This is a concern either way, especially if you get jumped by more than one servant. Speaking of which, you fought the berserker. Anything you can say about her? Atalanta. ... She's insane. That went without saying, but I was thinking of something more pressing than her mental state. The dark-haired woman flatly remarked, giving him a half-lidded expression and a faint shake of the head. I was referring more to her physical status, how she fights and all of that. ... Her name is Atalanta. Wait, the Greek huntress. Well, shit. No wonder she moved so fast then, and if she's Atalanta then it's a guarantee she has a bow. She paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow at him. She did use a bow, right? Yes. I won't bother asking if she was any good with it because it's Atalanta. She paused, then raised an eyebrow at him somewhat questioningly. You seem pretty confident about that as well. Did she use her noble phantasm on you or something? I'd met her before. Ah, fair enough then. The assassin's name was Jack, so I'm personally hedging on it being Jack the Ripper considering that's the only Jack I can think of off the top of my head. The butcher knives and scalpels are also a pretty good indication of their identity as well and she continued to speak, leaving him rather confused as to who she was even talking about in the first place. With a name like Jack the Ripper, he was reminded more of someone like Maneater Mildred, which left little to the imagination as to what they were like as a fighter. Yet he pondered the appearance of the assassin for a moment longer. They looked so small, nothing more than a mere child, and they had a name like that. Oh, right, you wouldn't know about them, serial killer who murdered whores. ... She's a child. I mean, who better to kill someone with? Nobunaga shrugged her shoulders. I wouldn't really suspect a child approaching me in the dead of night to be gunning for my throat, and I certainly wouldn't suspect them of being behind the murder of 5 or so women. Sure, it's a little weird, but I'm not going to comment upon it that deeply. ... She's a child. Was Nobunaga not understand what he was discussing here? How in the world did a child turn to rampant murder and then die? What on earth was going through the minds of those who were supposed to care for her at the time? Where were her parents in all of this? Was she not? A silhouette in the street stared at him, golden eyes like the sun focused solely on him and him alone. A whisper on the wind. Oi! He jolted, fingers being snapped in front of his face as Nobunaga brought his attention back to her. She wouldn't understand quite how grateful he was for that little interruption. You're spacing out. Are you seeing the hallucinations again? ... Yes. Nobunaga made a noise. Well, don't look for me for a cure. I don't know anything about that sort of magic in the first place. Best I can do is now be alert for suffering the same thing as you. When we meet Master or that which he brought with them, see if they can do anything about that. I'll bet the caster would be able to easily enough. The witch, Medea, yes. He could stomach the visions until that point, and there was no way he was allowing Sullivan near his head. For the time being, just ignore them. They aren't real. She reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it. Right now, you panicking at the shadows does no one any favors. Just tune out the hallucinations until we get to safety. You're a warrior, right? You gonna let yourself get done in by literally nothing more than a trick of the light. He shook his head from side to side, he didn't trust himself to answer. She hadn't heard the voice. Good man. She clapped him twice on the shoulder, then turned him around to face the direction of the others. Now, we need height and my boots are soaking wet. Hand me the binoculars and good work. He presented her with the devices before she could even finish speaking, climbing atop his shoulders as he lowered himself down and the archer locking herself around him as he rose back up. He ignored the odd looks he received from the others and focused more on walking. Consider it your duty to get us all to safety, yeah. And you're always talking about the importance of duty, aren't you? This duty is your life, my will is your soul, my words are your courage. This is your value. As is my value. Huh, what? You just, Nobunaga trailed off for a moment, then she made a noise behind his head. Nothing, I suppose. He would have shrugged if he was able, instead he continued to walk. He couldn't ignore the shadow in the corner of his eye, however. Chapter 160, Grove of Supposed Peace. Jean looked around with no small amount of awe. Compared with the outside world they had been stumbling through a short while ago, this was positively unlike anything she had ever experienced before. There was a subtle feeling in the air that could not easily be described, but she imagined that the closest words that could come to it would be tranquility. It was something akin to an oasis within a desert, a single bastion of goodwill that stood strong in a storm of uncertainty and turmoil. She had never expected a place such as this to exist within the Singularity, nor had she ever imagined stepping foot inside a place like this in her life. She could not even claim that the peace she felt was an effective whatever this place held, because her magic resistance would have accounted for that, or at the very least alerted her to any lingering effects on her mind. That she could sense nothing was telling of their situation. A single glance in the direction of the others told her that she was not alone in this sense of wonder, to say nothing of the young children who had a rather dumbfounded set of expressions on their faces as though they had never seen anything like this before in their lives. A rather somber part of Jean's mind commented to her that it was probably for that very reason the children were so enamored by their surroundings. Sully, Rose pulled on the redhead's robe, a slightly timid gesture while her expression remained unchanged from its sense of wonder, her vibrant blue eyes scanning every single inch of their surroundings and virtually drinking them all in rather greedily. Perhaps she was simply afraid that if she blinked her eyes would open once more and they would be back into the tundra. Or perhaps Jean was merely projecting her own fears onto the younger girl. It could be very possible, but she imagined her fear was not uncommon. Everything is green. Sully let out a noise, a mixture between a laugh and a huff of mirth, though he looked equally amazed as he turned his head away from the grass that surrounded them and towards the path they had traveled upon, the faint dirt outline showing the way to the wall of trees that separated them from the outside world, the white birch trunk locked together so tightly that no gaps save that of the arch entrance could be seen, stretching on for a good distance around them and carrying on for what felt like an entire corner of a city for the distance that was covered. The grasslands continued on with speckles of flowers of differing colors dotted around to break up the solid green dye beneath their feet, rising upwards in a slight incline towards a hill atop which stood a large white tree. Though bereft of leaves, Jean did not sense that it was dead. Rather, the tree itself seemed to exude some manner of calming aura from it, as though the very act of staring at the tree, standing nearly 20 meters tall, was more than enough to cool the nerves. Yes, very green, Sully muttered back to the child, his voice sounding no louder than a whisper, showing that he was similarly shocked. Jean did not trust herself to speak in that moment, but she was more than happy to allow a smile to creep onto her features as she looked down towards the ground. A slight flutter of movement caught her eyes and she found them widening ever so slightly as she saw some manner of butterfly that she could not say she ever saw before. This one with neon green wings and trailing a faint dusting of light behind it as it flapped its wings, carrying itself upwards from flower to flower as it continued its pilgrimage to wherever it was designed to go. I admit, it is rather impressive. She turned to the voice and saw the blond boy from earlier, Gilgamesh, her class skills had informed her, was standing not far from her with his hands in his pockets and a rather lazy look upon his face. His crimson-red eyes swept across the scenery for a few moments before they fell upon her without any true urgency. His left arm came out, gesturing around himself. I wouldn't normally be one to allow this sort of thing taking place in my garden, but I can appreciate its effects, so long as it doesn't overstay its welcome. Jean raised an eyebrow at him. She could easily imagine what he was referring to given what the Epic of Gilgamesh entailed about the prideful king who looked upon all the world as though it was his own personal back garden. This was clearly a more literal example, and yet his words and his nature were almost amused, like this situation was little more than a game to him. Not like she would ever understand the whims of a demigod king such as him though, she could only speak to what she saw. That and the comparison between these two invading gardens is rather interesting for me to see. Gilgamesh continued on. The young boy skipped across the grasslands but paused before taking another step, turning his foot to the side and raising an eyebrow as he noticed he very nearly stood on another of the strange butterflies, lowering his foot to the side and avoiding it before the smile came back to his features. He rose up and the smile turned into something a little sharper. Especially when one considers the purpose they're meant to serve. Is that supposed to mean something? I wonder. Gilgamesh sang. Jean flattened her features when it became clear that she wasn't going to receive a straight answer from him. Something the boy picked up on easily and offered a carefree shrug of his shoulders accompanied by an almost teasing smile. Don't be like that, big sis. Something twitched in her heart at those words. Keeping her expression still became rather challenging. There's a personal reward in finding out the answers for yourself, after all. Besides, I think that I've helped out enough recently, don't you? She could not deny that his assistance was rather instrumental in their rescue and their coming to this place. Especially since they had only been working on the vague instructions supplied by Sully before the arrival of Gilgamesh. Though she hardly considered it appropriate for them to be working off little more than joking remarks that could be taken in any number of directions. Regardless, until such a time as it actually proved necessary for them to consider, she would not try to interrogate the servant for his own insight into the situation. Aside from the fact that she was not certain she could win in a fight with the oldest king in human history, there was no real need for it. Considering what she had been told on several occasions and what those she had encountered had spoken of briefly, she could gather what the meaning of the world outside was supposed to be and what this world they were standing in was. Jean was not so ignorant as to be unaware of the connections between the two of them, and she supposed Gilgamesh was correct on that account. There was certainly a comparison to be made in how each world presented itself and acted. That was not to say she would spend a great deal of time thinking about it. What she needed to do right now was focus on their current situation. You claimed there were others. She spoke up after a few moments of silence. Right now what she needed was information, and the servant had spoken of others. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow at her, then gave a single slow blink as his hand returned to his pocket. The boy teetered from one side to the other, clearly mulling something over in his head before he let out a slightly disappointed sigh. I was sort of thinking you were gonna try and interrogate me a little further. He paused, hip lip curling upwards. Don't get me wrong, it's good that you're keeping your mind focused, but I was a little interested to hear about how you compared the two worlds. There is no need for me to make a comparison. I am certain there is an appeal in each of them, else those outside would not fight so resiliently to defend it. Even a tundra of frozen ice and biting winds has something of value for them. While she might not understand or accept half of what they had said about it, she could see it meant a lot to them. Perhaps that was all that really mattered. It did mean that dialogue was no option, but that had been a stretch from the very beginning. But it's not appealing to you. Gilgamesh pointed out, leaning forwards and tilting his head to the side, the knowing look still in his eyes. Quite why he was asking such an obvious question wasn't something she could grasp, but there was little chance of understanding the whims and such of Gilgamesh. She might not have met him before, but she felt as though she could infer that much from his legend. But you're right, I'm sure that they believe there is some appeal. I suppose even fools, when properly motivated, can be a little bit of a nuisance. I would not refer to our present condition as a nuisance. I would. The blond boy answered in a flippant tone of voice as he started walking again, moving at a casual pace as though on an early morning stroll. Closing his eyes and humming to himself as he walked, briefly interrupted whenever he spoke. But there are a couple of others, yes. Considering we weren't greeted when we arrived, we're probably the first ones back here, though they will be along shortly. You seem very confident in that declaration of yours. Gilgamesh stopped walking, turning around and pulling his lips upwards into a knowing smirk while his crimson eyes twinkled. I'm always confident whenever I say something. Such is the burden of being a king, you know. It's much the same way for a general, or a saint. the smile widened ever so slightly, she felt her own features sour just a little. At the very least, if you're going to speak about something in front of a large crowd of people, you should at least believe in it yourself, else no one else is going to believe it either. Lectures on leadership aside, shall I assume that these others you mentioned went off to find our, as of yet, undiscovered teammates? Gilgamesh blinked, his shoulders dropping and a somewhat surprised look flashing across his features. I would have thought that was fairly obvious. Was I not being clear enough for you to follow along with me? Shaking his head from side to side, he pulled his hands from his pockets and placed hand on his hips, giving her a look that looked almost admonishing. Geez, big sis. Refrain from calling me that. Whether or not her voice cracked when she spoke the words was not up for debate. She would deny to anyone that she was feeling a rapid beat in her heart at the title that was being given to her. It is rather personal, especially for someone you have met and not even introduced yourself to. Gilgamesh raised his brows. Do I need to? With 2 ruler servants in front of me, I am certain that you have already deduced my true name by now. He pouted. Besides, if you can't recognize me at a glance, then I would be a little irritated. Turning to the side, he pointed at Sully, especially you. Shouldn't you at least know the name of the person whose garden you're currently breaking into without permission and vandalizing? That's the very least you can do, isn't it? Sully froze on the spot, his head turning in her direction and clearly awash with confusion. Jean fought back a sigh as she spoke up. In that case, I might offer my apologies, King Gilgamesh, for this act of vandalism, as you call it. However, it was not through either of our doing that such a state has befallen London. Snorting, the blond boy looked very close to bursting out into laughter. I know that. He mirthfully cried out, something flashing through his eyes. Why do you think the 2 of you are even still alive in the first place? Exhaling, he dropped his shoulders. Honestly, you're lucky it's this me who you 2 met. The other guy would have been a whole lot angrier at the pair of you, and that would be quite unfair for something that neither of you really had much of a choice in. Well, no one ever said that the other guy was reasonable, so there's that. Jean imagined that he was speaking about another variation of himself, presumably from when he was older and within the epoch that was legendary for his arrogance and hedonism. Yes, she could imagine that such a figure would be far from reasonable when dealing with them, something she was in no rush to do. By comparison, this blond boy with a bit of a snarky attitude was almost preferable. No, it was preferable. But I suppose if it means so much to you, we can all trade names. The boy shrugged his shoulders, then puffed out his chest and grew a large and confident smile. I am Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, the oldest king of human history. He paused, letting the words hang in the air before he dropped the aura and allowed a more tame smile upon his face. But you can call me Gil, if you want. Gil, the self-proclaimed Gil nodded his head with a chuckle. As long as you remember not to call the other me that, though. Despite his light tone, there was genuine warning in his words as he glanced between the 2 of them. Really, that wouldn't be the smartest thing to do. Now then, I believe it would be customary to introduce yourselves. Jeanne d'Arc. Sullivan. The redhead spoke after a moment of hesitation, then let out a breath. But I would prefer if you call me Sully. Just to differentiate myself, I suppose. Being disgusted with your older self seems to be a bit of a constant for you lot, doesn't it? Gil remarked with a strange look on his face, his right hand cupping his chin and his head tilted to the side ever so slightly. Jean felt her confusion rise at his words, and Sully matched her confusion with an expression of his own. Gil just chuckled after a second. Don't worry about it. She was a little worried, but that was neither here nor there right now. What about everyone else? Gil spoke up after a second, turning his head away from the pair of them and towards the small group of 8 children who were all clustered together of varying ages, looking between all of them with a raised eyebrow before his expression turned gentler. That was an invitation for everyone, you know. It's normally right for people to introduce themselves when they all meet. Especially if we're all going to be spending some time together. The children froze up for a few moments, all of them turning their heads towards Sully and silently asking for guidance on the matter. Sully didn't show an emotion on his face for a few moments, then he eventually nodded his head to the ground once, giving them silent permission to introduce themselves. Gil looking around their own age probably helped matters. Tom. The oldest introduced himself first, the boy still using his body to keep Timmy upright, though the boy in the crutch was still looking as though he was elsewhere at the time, still mostly absorbed in his surroundings. Tom then jerked his head towards one of the younger girls. "That's Rose." Gil looked between the two of them with a pleased expression. "I can see a strong resemblance between the two of you. Is she your little sister?" While the boy didn't answer, it was clear that the servant already had his own. "That's good. Make sure that you keep her safe, you know. Family is quite important." "I know," Tom curtly responded, then glanced to the side at the amused look he received from Gilgamesh. "Nancy." The second oldest introduced herself. The red-haired girl had her arms awkwardly crossed in front of her chest and was making half an attempt to shield the others behind her, though as the conversation had progressed, Jean had noticed her posture loosen ever so slightly as he became more at ease. "Timmy." The crippled boy spoke up, raising his free arm as best he could and giving a wave. Gil looked to him and then stared down at the leg with a faint frown. The crippled boy coughed once and then shook his head from side to side. "I'm fine." "Well, as long as you're confident," Gil absently commented, turning to the younger of the groups. Maggie. The girl with brown hair and a few scratches on her face spoke up next. Her stature was the thinnest out of all of them, even when compared to the younger children. Emily. Clara. Jake. The final one answered, doing a near-perfect copy of Sully's posture and having his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Something that wasn't lost on Jean, which meant it almost certainly wasn't lost on Gil either. Something that was clearly amusing to him if the mirthful smirk he sent in the direction of Sully was any indication. Jean herself fought back a slight chuckle as she watched similar understanding come upon the face of Sully as well. The red-haired youth looked very close to flushing in embarrassment at the obvious mimicry of his posture, reaching up and coughing into his fist before shaking his head, managing to get himself under control. "Still, I should show my thanks, King Gilgamesh." He bowed his head lightly to the king. It wasn't a very graceful bow of the head, but Jean could tell it was at least earnest. It just occurred to her that this was somehow the exact same person as the caster who had come with them to this singularity. Perhaps she just hadn't remembered until the name, but there was so little in common with them that it just slipped past her. "For coming to our rescue." "Oh, it would be remiss of me to leave some of my subjects alone in the hands of a trespasser, you know." Gil responded after a moment, then chuckled, "And call me Gil. We're all close acquaintances now, aren't we? Being casual should be something we're all capable of. Though, if you do want to call me King Gilgamesh, I wouldn't be adverse to it." Sully opened his mouth for a few seconds and then closed it again. "Well, I suppose it should be interesting enough when the others return. We'll have all sorts of conversations when that happens." Gil dismissed with a wave of his hand, darting his eyes between Sully and herself several times with some little gleam in those crimson orbs of his. "Aside from the fact that there are quite a few little reunions to be had, I'm also rather interested in meeting this master of yours." A second later, Gilgamesh's expression locked up and his posture tightened. Jean instantly saw it for what it was. It might not have been intentional, but she could recognize the signs for what they were. Panic. His head snapped in the direction of the entrance a split second later, soon followed by the rest of his body as he assumed a stance that was far less casual than it had been a moment ago. She saw the creasing of his brows and the sudden level of focus that now burned in those eyes of his. Whatever he had sensed was clearly something that put him on edge. Though she couldn't really feel anything, she would not dismiss the abilities of the oldest king. Her grip tightened on her standard and she whirled around, facing the entrance they had come through and lowering her body ever so slightly to prepare for a charge. At the distance they were at, it would be necessary for her to get in close before whomever was attacking could put the children and the wounded in danger. Sully was still recovering from his battle with Wilhelm, so forcing him into further combat would only end with him being a liability, cold as it might have been to say. The veil of fog parted, she very nearly charged forwards except for what stepped through the fog. Looking barely any older than Tom was a boy with long sky blue hair and sapphire eyes that burned brightly, cloaked in a full-covering fur robe. He practically waddled through the fog wall with an expression of pure bliss, soon changing into rather obvious delight as his eyes fell upon herself and those behind her, raising his hand up and waving at them from side to side in greeting, his voice being carried over with a gentleness to it. "You all made it. Nice work, Gil." "Gil." She didn't immediately turn around, instead keeping her eyes on the group and her guard up as the boy continued his casual stroll towards them. The wall of fog fading once again as another figure stepped through, this time a tall man with white armor with a touch of gold accents on it. His bulky shoulder pauldrons and angular breastplate were imposing enough, fitted with his strong features and rustled white hair. In his right hand he held a spear that was. Her eyes widened immediately as she looked to the spear in his hand. There was something about it that was so grounding and so consuming of her senses that she very nearly missed the red-skinned child that came through alongside the knight, though it didn't last long as she took in the appearance of that one. Another young boy around the age of Gil, physically at least, though with an appearance that was rather grisly. Covering in no small amount of cuts and scratches, dark rags that served as his clothes with a texture more like burnt skin than anything decent, combined with his expression that was strained with pain, it looked very ill. Then the final two came through the wall. She loosened her posture instantly, relief flashing through her body and even going so far as to ignore the odd position they were in with the Demon King Archer riding atop the shoulders of the saber. Though his appearance had changed, or at least, his armor had, to now look a touch more menacing than she recollected seeing him last, his aura was unmistakable and given the proximity of the pair, there was only one person that the saber could possibly be. Saber, Archer. Hey, ruler. Nobunaga called back to her with a tone so casual that it was almost as though they had not been separated for around a day at this point in time, the dark-haired woman offering an almost lazy wave of the hand as they approached. A pair of binoculars in her hand that she passed down towards Ash, who did not immediately take them. Jean creased her brows as she watched Nobunaga tap the side of the saber's helmet twice with the goggles before he even reacted to the presence of them in his line of sight. When he did, he jolted ever so slightly and took them from the archer, then apparently noticed her as the diamond-shaped helmet of his shifted started and his voice came out with a touch of greeting, though sounding more than a little distant. Ruler. We have already introduced ourselves with our true names. Jean informed the pair, keeping her eyes on Ash for a little bit longer just to see his reaction. Nothing more was spoken by him, then she turned in the direction of the newly arrived trio with a cordial expression, attracting the attention of the knight first and foremost, who froze as the second he caught sight of her face. Greetings, I am Jeanne d'Arc. Ruler class servant. All right. The knight coughed, clearly looking surprised by something before regaining his composure, offering a polite smile. In that case, I find myself in good company, Saint of Orleans. I am Sir Percival, Knight of Camelot. Lancer class servant. Ah, that would explain the odd look she got. She did share more than a passing similarity to King Arthur, after all. If we are to be allies, I would prefer you call me Jean. She assured him with a gesture to try and relieve whatever tension there was, although after a split second she noticed that the atmosphere had not lessened in the slightest. She felt a frown come upon her features as she turned her head to glance over her shoulder, freezing a second later as she saw the look that was on Gilgamesh's face. Rather, it was not just his look but his entire posture that was completely at odds with the calm and collected persona he had been putting on just a moment ago. Now he looked more like a cornered animal whose fight or flight instinct was very much leaning towards the former of the two options. She felt herself tense, turning herself around fully and briefly opting to ignore how the others were faring as she focused on the king directly. With a few steps, she moved into his line of sight while keeping her expression schooled, hiding away the trepidation she felt about having to face someone of his caliber in combat. Though she was personally doubtful, or perhaps, hopeful was the better term, that it would not come to blows, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility. Is there something the matter, King Gilgamesh? Perhaps it was the stern nature to her words or the fact she had used his full title, but the crimson eyes of the king severed away from the direction of her allies behind her and directly onto her face. She gripped her standard just a bit tighter from the intensity of the stare she was now receiving, narrowing her own gaze at the king as she awaited an answer. That depends. Gil spoke in a strained tone of voice, clearly making an effort to still appear polite despite the fact he looked very close to fighting. Now looking deep into her own eyes. Is that thing behind you one of yours? Resisting the urge to bristle at the blatant insult was rather difficult, but she managed it all the same and kept her face bereft of emotion. Instead regarding him with an indifferent look as she put her complete confidence in the words. I don't know what you're referring to. Everyone behind me is one I shall assume to be an ally. If you have any grievances with them, then I would suggest that you air them now and in a more polite manner. Silence reigned for a good few seconds. Gilgamesh blinked a single time at her, then let out a low whistle as he rocked back and forth on his heels. It has been quite a long time since someone spoke like that to me, especially when they actually knew my true identity. There was an edge in his words, the smile on his lips was now much sharper and less hospitable than it had been a moment ago, there was almost a taunting nature to his expression. Is that really how you want to phrase that? If this was a challenge against her, then he would have to be far more fearsome than his current visage suggested. I could very easily say the same thing to you. I can accept you holding your own judgment of my allies, but I will not accept blatant insults towards them when they have done you no wrong. I'd say he does everyone a wrong just by existing. Gilgamesh dryly retorted with a half-lidded expression, then glanced over her shoulder and towards those behind her with a raised brow. How many did they put into making you, then? A few thousand. Perhaps more. Can you hear them all squirming inside you? Have you some point to make, Lordkin? That was Ash's voice, leaving no further doubts in her mind who he was referring to in the first place. It also sparked her interest at how tired the saber sounded now, as though he was just asking because it was expected of him rather than actually caring at all. I'm just curious if your allies are even aware as to the little beast they have in there. If you are referring to his undead nature. Jean cut him off before he could finish his sentence, bringing his attention back to her. Then we are fully aware of it. If that alone is enough to earn your ire, then I would point out the hypocrisy of one who has already died and returned to life taking issue with another. If that is your criteria for... Gilgamesh cut her off with a laugh, outright throwing his head back and bringing his left hand up to cover his face as he did so. Her brows furrowed as she watched him, feeling her own irritation start to build up within her the longer he cackled to himself at whatever hidden joke he had somehow managed to discern from her words. That isn't quite what I'm referring to. But if you have no idea then I can't really blame you for so staunchly defending your ally. He managed to speak amidst chuckles, lowering his head back down and removing his hand from his forehead, keeping the mirthful look on his face all the while. Still, though, would you really voice out your support even against me? I guess that is to be expected from someone who walked into the fires with nothing but acceptance in her heart. Letting out a long breath, he shook his head from side to side before turning away from them, waving his hand as though to dismiss them entirely. All right then, I'll let this little pantomime play out for now. Besides, it's not like I'm supposed to be the one to deal with his ilk anyway. He strode away without another word. Jean opened her mouth in order to say something, but held herself back at the last moment. For the time being, it looked as though the King of Heroes wasn't going to push the matter further and that was probably the best they were going to get out of the situation. Shaking her head from side to side, she turned back around and faced the group with a relieved smile aimed towards Ash and Nobunaga, lowering her standard and dismissing it as she advanced towards the pair. Unpleasantness aside, I am thankful that the two of you are still well enough. She voiced her honest thoughts aloud, watching as the saber lowered Nobunaga back to the ground and the archer stepped away from him. Jean briefly raised an eyebrow at the thick fur cloak that Nobunaga was wearing atop her uniform. It didn't take a genius to figure out where she had gotten it. And that you were able to find some allies in your predicament. Nobunaga made a noise, it was more like they found us. She grunted, sending a look that was rather sharp towards the direction of the blue-haired boy. Jean raised an eyebrow at that and looked between the two of them. The boy in question didn't so much as blink at the blatant suspicion aimed his way. A brief glance at him revealed his true name and stats. Kella, Spirit of Dreams. Not a name that she was familiar with in the least. The same could be said for the boy. Quellen. Is something the matter? He's neutral. Nobunaga grimaced at the word while turning her head away. Jean noticed the faint pinching of Percival's brows but elected to focus on the archer for the time being. We got attacked before we came here, had them on the ropes and then Sky Hair over there showed up and had us let them go so they could heal their injuries. I don't like humans dying in front of me. A young voice brought her attention to Kella, the blue-haired one turning his head in her direction but didn't shift his expression away from the polite smile, nor did their tone sound indignant or defensive. Merely casual. I'm sorry if that gets in the way of your victory but it's just how I am. If I start breaking on my values now then it will really spell bad news down the line for a lot of us. To his credit, he did sound apologetic but it was difficult to tell. Time to switch topics. What of Master? She glanced towards Ash, furrowing her brows at the slight jolt as she addressed him. The helmet of the saber turned in her direction and blankly stared towards her, his arms being drawn back underneath the black cape around his shoulders and hiding away from sight, his posture going straight. She grimaced, "I shall assume that you have heard nothing either." Not as of yet. Ash responded after a second of silence, then gradually turned his head towards Kella. The spirit spoke of others moving to different groups though. She exhaled, "Then I shall pray that the master is safe for the time being, unless you tell us the direction they are in." She aimed that part of the sentence towards Kella personally. The spirit blinked and then tilted his head in a perfect display of innocent confusion. "But you just got here. Do you really want to leave so soon?" The confused frown on his face only grew. "Besides, they will be along shortly, so isn't it better for you to get some rest while you can?" Kella nodded behind her. "I am certain they could do with some stability. Besides, I like to think this is a relaxing place." She was going to reply that it was the duty of a servant to ensure their master's safety, though a comment from Nobunaga cut her off. "You got more kids here." The archer sounded exasperated. Jean glanced at her and saw her turn to Percival with a bewildered expression. "This really is a daycare, isn't it? Who is the red-haired servant anyway?" "I do not know, he was not present when I was last here." He blinked, now focusing on Sully with a curious expression on his face. "He is." Jean glanced meaningfully to Ash for a few seconds before she spoke up, "an allied servant." "You don't need to cover for me, Jean." Sully grit out with considerable strain in his voice. Jean turned to see the bruised and bloodied teen bring himself back to his feet with his left arm supporting his ribs, a slightly pained expression on his face as he fixed his eyes upon a certain saber with an unreadable expression. "I suppose this is our first meeting, unkindled one, but for me it's, well, certainly a strange experience, to say the least." "Do I know you?" Ash asked, turning his head onto Sully. "I suppose so. Well, you know what I ended up as." Sully let out a dry wheeze, though his heart clearly wasn't in it. "I'm Sullivan of the Painted World." Jean glanced at the saber, watching as his posture went stiff and he went silent. Not a single word passed through him, though Nobunaga was less silent as she turned in the direction of the teenager and raised her brows halfway up her forehead. "Did you shrink or something? I could have sworn you were taller the last time I saw you." "He is not the same one." Jean hastily cut in, gesturing to Sully, "This is his younger self. He is a ruler-class servant, like me." Ash was still silent, then he turned his head from the direction of Sully and started to walk forwards, moving briskly across the grass and past her, showing no real sign of stopping as he did so. The reaction was more than a little odd. She followed his movements and raised an eyebrow at him before turning around and looking at Nobunaga. The two of them shared a rather curious friendship and they had been out of communication for some time, therefore she would assume that if anyone was aware of what happened, she would be. Something the archer clearly recognized, making a face and then pointing towards her forehead. "Encountered a servant during our last battle, they did some weird magic nonsense and screwed with his head. He's recovering, but I don't think he's still all that aware right now." That certainly accounted for his strange behavior, especially if he was suffering from the ill effects of some manner of spell. She nodded her head up and down and then turned around, following after the saber. She might not be the most aware when it came to magecraft and its workings, but she could at least do something to ease the effects of spells upon the mind, especially with sermons and the like. They tended to work on curses and negative spellcraft. Kella watched the teenager by the name of Jean depart, following after the troubled unkindled warrior with a clear determination burning inside her. It filled him with no small amount of joy to see that sort of behavior amongst humans, but that was for another time. Right now came something more important. Turning his attention towards a certain ruler servant he had been sending hints to for the last couple days. He strode towards them. Sully took notice of him instantly and moved to straighten himself out as if to show some sort of reverence. Kella didn't get that, but he didn't feel as though he'd done anything to deserve it, hastily bringing up his hands to wave the boy down before he ended up hurting himself more than he already had. The bruises on him looked quite nasty and would take some time to heal. "I'm glad you made it, Sully." He voiced his thoughts first and foremost. The boy blinked in surprise for a moment, opening and closing his mouth several times before he spoke up. "You know my name." "Of course I do, silly." He snickered at the remark. Considering he had been inviting him here, it would have been a little embarrassing if he hadn't put in the effort to learn his name. Even if he hadn't, there was still the matter of how similar he felt to the other one. Though he was much less open for conversation, but it was still something present. He could see the passion within the boy of them as clear as the sun on a cloudless day. You should take your time to have a good rest though. Reaching up, he placed a hand on his shoulder and applied just enough force to send the teenager back to the ground as gently as he could, crouching down along with him and giving him a single pat on the shoulder. You've done magnificently, and I think that all of these little ones. He looked around at the faces of the children, his own smile widening even further and the familiar warmth burning in his heart as he stared at them. Would all agree with me. Not to mention, I'm sure I have a friend who would love to meet with you. He saw the looks of confusion, then glanced down at his robe and reached towards his collar, pulling it out and smiling at the hint of movement from within it. A moment later, a small furry head popped out underneath his chin and glanced around before its eyes fell upon the collection of children. Phew. Ah. The younger blonde one pointed at it immediately, her eyes burning brightly with excitement. Cat. Q. Sully let out a breath at their antics. Kellis sent him another comforting smile. He figured that this was a rest that was well deserved for the young spirit. Well, half spirit at least. It was his human side that made him truly beautiful. Ritska found himself glancing around the control room once again. He could already tell where he was. Especially given the familiar numbness that assailed his body, such as the last time he was here, and the contents of the screens being flashes of things he had experienced before. While he wasn't sure when he had gotten here, he at least knew how he had gotten here. He glanced down at his right arm and brought the limb up, rolling back his sleeve and staring at the limb expectantly. He wasn't sure what he was even supposed to be looking for in the first place. It was hardly as though he was going to see the effects of what had happened to him in the dream world. Fighting back the urge to click his tongue, he sharply brought the sleeve back down and then raised both hands towards his head, nursing his temples and fighting back the exasperation he was currently feeling. It was rather difficult and he wasn't in the best of moods, though whether those were his own emotions or the lingering effects of Castor, that was something that he wasn't sure he could tell right now, and he was more than a little worried about something like that. He could still remember the sensation of his arm feeling like he'd dunked it in red-hot fire. The burning had been overwhelming to the point where he had felt himself unable to do anything else. Even the attempt at a scream had been little more than a deep groan that originated from the very core of his body. That was the type of pain that hurt the most. Lowering his hands, he brought them down to his side and then glanced to his right, sitting in one of the seats and staring at the screen as it replayed the events of the last few moments of consciousness he had been aware of. Ritska watched the white-haired duplicate of himself stare at it in silence. I'm gonna be very patient and give you the chance to explain what happened. He figured there was a reasonable explanation for what had occurred, or at least, he hoped there was a reasonable explanation. Because of the pain he had just been put through and the fact that Castor had outright commandeered his body, those were things that he was having a very hard time overlooking at the moment. Because I believe I deserve that much. Castor didn't say anything for a few seconds, watching the screen repeat again and again as the right hand was brought up and unleashed the burst of light towards the zombie dragon before the screen went static and the memory repeated from his point of view once again. He went to open his mouth to pressure the caster further before the servant let out a deep sigh. The exhaustion in his voice coupled with the fact his left hand came up and nursed at his brows briefly threw Ritska off, admonishing him. You were right. It took him a second to realize that not only had Castor spoken, but they had agreed with him in a manner that didn't sound forced. Swiveling in the chair, his white-haired duplicate turned to face him while waving his right hand towards the screen. As for your answer, whether or not you accept it is something that I have no control over. Just, tell me, he replied sternly, furrowing his brows, because what I think is that you got angry, because I felt that anger a split second before I lost control of everything. Castor grimaced, pushing himself out of the seat and rising up to eye height. I did feel angry. There was a pause, then he shook his head. No, what I felt was far beyond anger. It would be more accurate to say that I became fury itself. Though it hardly remains an excuse, losing oneself to anger is a shameful display and I had thought it beneath me, but it would seem I was not quite as free of my vices yet. That was a more reasonable explanation than he had been expecting, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for the caster to continue onwards. I could have prepared an entire explanation for you and justified why my actions were the best course of action. He gestured to himself, given the danger the undead dragon posed, and my own affinity for dragon slaying being very comparable to the Siegfried you met in France. Ritska blinked twice at that rather baffling statement, something that would have been nice to know beforehand. There weren't any dragons, nor was I aware there were any present. Castor replied quickly and with a hint of irritation. I had no reason to suspect that dragons would be present and therefore saw no need to speak of it. Would you expect a man to openly boast of his talent for fishing in the middle of a desert? Well, no, but all the same. All the same, yes, I should have enlightened you. Castor agreed with a nod of the head, bringing his hand up to cut Ritska off before slowly lowering it again. As I was saying, with my own dragon-slaying abilities being rather formidable, any attack I launched against the beast would have been devastating to it. Therefore, using the most powerful attack I could muster at the time would have, and did, cripple its ability to combat us. And mine. And yours, yes. Considering that the power I channeled through you was far beyond what you were ever designed to handle. Your magic circuits, as they are called, very nearly burnt themselves to you, and it was only me cutting off the attack at the last moment that prevented that. Ritska watched the expression go from indifferent to almost apologetic. An avoidable casualty. But that isn't what happened. Castor pursed his lips. No, that isn't what happened. Instead, I saw a dragon and was obsessed with the idea of slaying it there and then, regardless of what the cost was. The lips pulled back into a snarl. The fact it existed was so repulsive to me that I was unable to rationalize any thought and was focused on its complete destruction. Ritska crossed his arms over his chest, leaning backwards and giving a small hum as he looked the caster up and down. Which led to you possessing my body just to attack it. It was the first thought that came to mind at the time. Castor admitted with a shrug of his shoulders, I knew I needed a body to generate the spells to kill the dragon, and I was currently in yours. Ritska could put the pieces of that little puzzle together easily enough. It was something that went without saying, but all the same, it needed to be said. You just got angry enough to take control of my body. There was something else that stuck out in that which he paid attention to. Which means you could have done that from the start. I recall saying that I was capable of such a thing. That I did not do so from the very beginning is something I feel to be telling. Castor remarked, raising his hand and frowning. That should have been obvious by now. I am smart enough to understand that taking command of your body immediately after encountering you would have made me a clear enemy of Chaldea. Regardless of our shared goal of removing this tundra, I would have become a top priority for the servants who accompanied you, and it has already been proven that my capabilities in your form are limited. All right, he did remember that much of it, but right now he needed to know something else. And what is my current state? You collapsed from exhaustion and shock. The reply was as blunt as it was swift, Castor's face never once shifting as he delivered the news. Though you remain alive, your right arm suffered quite a considerable degree of damage, and I suspect that necrosis might have already set in with the arm. Necrosis, which would be a larger concern were it not for the fact you are allies with a mage capable of healing far on par with the miracles of old. Castor continued on, undaunted by the shout of alarm that Ritska had just let out and his horrified expression. Though he did stop speaking a moment later, his expression became slightly strained. And there is another who has since arrived. I sensed her presence and came here. Forget about that right now, necrosis. You killed the nerves in my arm. I said might. Castor growled at him in annoyance as though he was the one who was inconvenienced. And this is just as much an oversight on my part. I am more comfortable with sturdier vessels who could withstand my power. Sorry for being weak then. The pair of them fell into a silence, Ritska breathing in and out regardless of how hollow the gesture was. As he continued to give the caster a hard look, the servant weathered the expression rather well, not looking at all as though he was affected by the shout in the least. It was a good 10 or so seconds later that Castor finally moved, closing his eyes and taking in a deep breath. Your anger is justified. The strain of one of my smaller spells before we even saw combat should have been further proof for your limited range as a vessel for me and encouraged greater caution. It did not, and now we are both paying the price for such a failure. I failed to kill the undead dragon, though it was wounded with the attack, it was still pursuing you last I checked. Or, it was, something happened on the outside that has rendered the chase void. What happened? The arrival of Queen Guinevere, most likely. Her miracles are of those that Gwyn wielded. which makes them just as suited for dragon slaying as my own skill, perhaps lesser but not by much. The compliment appeared begrudging, but barely even so. Ritska narrowed his eyes ever so slightly as the name finally registered in his mind. His brows pinched in thought. Ritska glanced to the side briefly and brought his right hand to face and placed his fist over his mouth, sorting through past conversations to recall where he had heard the name before. Then he recalled it, pulling his fist away and staring at Castor with a raised eyebrow. Isn't that Gwyndolin's sister? The older one, yes. Castor affirmed with a nod of the head, the strained expression returning. As for my own experiences with her, they are, the type that do not need to be spoken of. Suffice to say, I know her character, and if you do not trust me, then trust that I do have our shared interest of survival in my mind. Guinevere is the sort you cannot underestimate. She is akin to an addiction, one that you do not know you suffer from until she no longer looks at you. An addiction? No, that would be to underestimate her effects. Castor let out a mirthless chuckle, his hands flexing in and out of being fists. She is invasive to the mind and soul. At first, you become enamored with her words and her appearance, innocent at first as expected of her beauty. She has an appealing voice that hits the right notes for one's interests regardless of how she is speaking with, then her appearance is designed to turn the eye. It would not be incorrect to call her physically perfect. Ritska raised his eyebrows. Oh. Castor made a face, but that is how it starts. Over time these looks become more compelling. Her compliments become to you as oxygen is to your lungs, something that you cannot live without. Then you find yourself hanging on her every word, an encompassing feeling as though you exist solely for her sake. Bringing his left hand up, he pressed his index finger into the side of his temple. It burrows deep within before you even realize what has happened, then you are in too deep to escape. Even if you realize what is going on, you cannot step away from her clutches. To even have her look at you is something that will fill you with a sense of completion that cannot be explained with words. Rolling his jaw, Ritska crossed his arms over his chest. So she's dangerous then, is what you're saying? Dangerous. She might well be the single most dangerous individual you have ever encountered. Castor took a step forward, his expression one of unbreaking seriousness. Do not underestimate her abilities. If nothing else, even if you oust me from your body after this conversation, do not lower your guard around Guinevere. I'll remember your words. He nodded to Castor, then bit his lower lip as a breath escaped from his nose. Ousting Castor from his body, by all accounts it was something that had happened in the heat of the moment. Castor had just gotten angry enough that he'd lost focus on everything else. While he had never experienced anger like that, he wasn't going to reject the possibility of it. More than that, Castor had been honest and showed regret in his own strange way. There was one thing that he needed to know. If you saw a dragon, would it happen again? Most likely, yes. The instant declaration was all the answer Ritska needed, nodding his head up and down before he glanced towards his right hand and the bare skin that stared back at him. If I used a command seal, would it stop you? His eyes flickered from his hand to the Castor, watching his expression for any sign of movement. The first thing he noticed was surprise coming across his face as though he hadn't been expecting the question. Castor did not say anything for a moment, then slowly nodded his head up and down while the surprise did not fade. You would need to be rather specific in the command, though if you are asking this, then shall I assume that you have been helpful, yes. Ritska nodded his head once, cutting the Castor off before he could finish but making sure to keep his tone polite. And I'm not about to throw you out of my body to die over an honest mistake and, as you said, it is something that can be healed. Lowering the hand to his side, he offered the servant a half smile. Besides, I did see you had enough sense to tell Mash to get out of the way, so, if you'd fired immediately and taken her out as well, then I would have been much less inclined to work with you. HMPH. Castor made a curious noise, then gradually crossed his arms over his chest. Very well then, if you're willing to overlook this oversight, then I can at least show my gratitude for not ending our partnership here and now. On that note, I have put consideration into a name you might know me by. Ritska couldn't quite help the surprise that came across his face. The sheer absurdity of what he just heard threw aside everything else that had been present until a moment ago. I'm sorry, did you just say you came up with a name for yourself? Until such a time as my true name returns to me, it would be best to have something to refer to me aside from my class. His lip curled, if only so that it is not so debasing as to call me by a mere title. Yeah, but it still isn't your name, is it? I have the feeling my name has been interchangeable for some time. Castor dryly responded as he glanced down to his arms. Especially if my ability to so easily change between bodies is to be examined, I would imagine I have been party to many names over however long my life was. This can be seen as no different. Ritska opened his mouth to speak, then closed it at the last moment. Well, if you're sure. I'm not going to have any complaints either way, just that I was getting used to calling you Castor was all. This is based upon my own preferences, not yours. Castor retorted before taking a breath. Haku. Excuse me, that is my name, Haku, or rather, it is the name I have chosen for myself. There was a brief pause. I did look to your mind for inspiration and that felt oddly suitable. Ritska looked him up and down, placing his hands on his hips and keeping his face as free of judgment as he could. He certainly wasn't expecting them to select a Japanese name, but it was strangely endearing how he chose one after his own homeland rather than something else. Though he was sure they could have brainstormed an idea that wasn't quite so on the nose. He took a long hard look towards the white mop of hair atop Castor's head. Why not just call himself Shiro if he was going to be really obvious about it? Haku blinked, then glanced around the room for a moment before he made a noise. It would seem you are awakening. I will warn you before you leave of the dull pain in your right arm, and I am grateful for this chance you have given me, Fujimaru. The golden eyes of the servant locked onto his own, the lips twitching upwards into a rather genuine smile. Truly, you cannot begin to understand quite how fortunate I am that we met one another. Ritska couldn't help but snort at the words. Try saying that to me again when I wake up and can't feel any lingering pain in my arm. He chortled, then shook his head and glanced at the limb. But you said to watch out for Guinevere, right? I'll keep an eye on her if that's the case, but if I'm going to trust you to remain in my body, the least you can do is trust her a touch. She did answer a summoning after all and apparently came to help us. The servant made a face at him before shaking his head. I cannot say to whatever history we had with one another, but I am certain it was marred with troubles of their own. Regardless, I shall be there for when you inevitably bungle the situation in one of the most chaotic ways imaginable. Shouldn't that be, if, and not, when? No, oi, where did all that gratitude go a moment ago? Haku raised an eyebrow. Such things are only temporary, Fujimaru, you should know this. Be sure to warn your companions of me as well, if they do not already know of my existence. Just so they do not seek to excise me from your body at the earliest opportunity. I'll be sure to pass along the message that you're perfectly harmless. Ritska remarked with a wave of his hand, watching as the room started to blur around him, becoming fuzzy and unfocused. He supposed that meant he was waking up. It might be a tough sell, considering the whole arm deal. I'm confident in your ability to placate them. That is, after all, the role of a master. To keep their servants content. You're much more approachable like this, you know. Do not push it. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.